can't be true. Now, I had, before I brought this map up, because this map here that you're currently looking at, which is the way things are laying out right now, based on the states that are red and the states that are blue here, Kamala Harris has a few more votes than Trump, electoral college wise here. And then there's pathways, as you're talking about, to get to 270. But here's the pathways I heard that she could make it. She could either win the what they call it, the Great Lakes states or whatever, or she could win the Sun Belt. So in other words, if she wins, I believe if she wins Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, I think that gets her pretty damn close. I think that might be what she needs. Or she could win North Carolina, Georgia, and Arizona and Nevada. I think she has more than one path. We're just assuming that she has no chance in North Carolina and Georgia. But there's more than one path for her. She has more than one path.
I think it's hard to tell because I think if one state like, I don't know, Michigan, like say Michigan turns red,
right.
A lot of
that would be bad for
coordinating states. Yeah, a lot of the coordinating states follow pretty much that same voting system, so it's usually like Pennsylvania. They say usually, I think they call that the firewall.
Right.
And they usually win that by 1 million. Right now, I think they said she's only up by 300,000. So that's a huge difference, what they usually, lead that by.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, I get your point. But at the end of the day, a win's a win. I mean, I hear you, though. She wants to win it. Either party wants to win it by as much as possible. But a win is going to be a win no matter how it's done.
No, I understand that. But I've seen different charts also that she's underperforming in different demographics too. I mean, come on, man. They got the Amish voting for Trump. You
know what percentage of American voters are Amish? You said the Amish are voting for Trump. Go ahead.
Yeah, Amish don't vote. They never vote. And now I seen that the Amish are voting for Trump. I'm like, what the hell? I seen that. I think it's. I don't want to get it wrong. I think it was some Muslim group just endorsed Trump, and I'm like, wow,
I would have to hear that. That's crazy. Because Trump had the Muslim ban. He favors Netanyahu over. But here's one thing I will say also: have you heard about Iowa, where she is likely leading him now? That's a state that we have considered to be deep red, even on my map. Iowa, it's only six electoral college votes, but the Des Moines Register, the poll, because Trump is saying it's a bad poll or a fake poll. But he was on record not long ago saying it was a great poll when it was in his favor. Now that it's going against him, he's calling it a fake poll. But he is now losing, according to the Des Moines Register, the nation's capital newspaper, in Iowa.
Yeah, I mean, if that's the case, usually Iowa is very red. Yeah. I know, like you said, it's only 6 points, but I wonder how much that would affect the trajectory, And my point of all of this is, like, she has a lot of things on her side, and the fact that everything is so close is really, it says a lot about her as a candidate.
What does she have on her side? You said she has a lot on her side, and it shouldn't be this close. Yeah. What does she have on her side?
She has $1 billion in marketing. Money. She has the media. She has pretty much DEI. She was inserted as a candidate. She didn't have to go through a whole process of being picked and argue against 10 different candidates. And
I don't know about I don't know about the DEI thing. I mean, I get it that Biden made it clear he was going to pick a woman, and he did it. But I think that
in her case what DEI stands for, right?
Diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Well, I know, but in her case, it didn't earn it.
Oh my God! Well, she didn't. I'll agree with that. I mean, she got promoted from president from VP to president, and she wasn't voted in. I'm not going to be on. Listen, at the end of the day, I'm willing to concede a point. No, she did not officially earn it. I'm not going to disagree with that. But I will say, when you say that she got so much going for her, and why is it competitive? I see it the opposite there, Angle fan. I see it with Trump having the nation supporting his economy, believing that he's better on the economy. I see it with Trump having a lead where folks believe he was better on the border. I see it with Trump having a lead where people believe he is better in terms of global security and keeping this nation safe, yet it's competitive. Kamala Harris doesn't have a long resume because she hasn't been president. Yet, for some reason, despite people believing Trump did a great job, he's not really running away with it.
Well, that's the difference in itself. Like you, just like you said, that's the show me what you did. Like Trump, showed you what he did. He's held office. He had low gas. He had all these, examples of why people want to vote for him, policies, stuff like that. And her, it's like media are telling you, like, oh, you should pick her. She has all these opportunities, reasons, but it doesn't stand on anything. A lot of people like to say she doesn't stand on business.
Well, I get to stand on this part, but I always have clips to play. I think it's stuff like what Trump said, like this, that's not helping him.
Piece of glass over here, and I don't have a piece of glass there. And I have this piece of glass here, but all we have really over here is the fake news, right? And to get me, somebody would have to shoot through the fake news, and I don't mind that so much.
Now, obviously, that ain't got nothing to do with a strong economy or protecting the border, but people don't like that stuff. That's why I believe Kamala Harris is competitive with him, is because even though he has he allegedly has the better resume of what he's accomplished, people don't like that stuff.
Well, I mean, people are too sensitive. That's the issue.
I get it. Wait, hold on. You've seen the fuck your feelings flags. You've seen the snowflakes. We've known people have been sensitive his entire political career, yet he is not adjusting to the fact that he knows he's hemorrhaging voters from day one since his first term. Like, people don't like this stuff. And he just continues to triple and quadruple down on it.
He's talking to people, and all the people that are watching. There was a survey that was done, and only 37% of the U.S. like the media, or even support the media, or believe them.
Yeah, but
when he says stuff like that, he's on their side. They're on his side.
So the people that don't like the media are okay with making jokes about people getting shot?
Yeah, because he's like, if they're gonna have to shoot them to go for me, at least they're gonna take out one of them. It's not the best analogy.
No, it's terrible.
The people are gonna be upset because it's the media.
Let me ask you this, because one of the things Trump said after what happened to him in Pennsylvania with his ear or whatever is that the rhetoric almost got him killed. Yet he's up here joking about people getting shot. I mean, he was the main one when somebody fired off a round at him. Even to this day, he's still blaming the Democrats, saying that the rhetoric has almost cost him his life. Yet he talked about it here. He's made jokes about Liz Cheney being put before 9 rifles to suggest that she needs a taste of her own medicine. Why is he speaking in violence so much?
Well, one, for him, he's shown that he's not going to back down. He's not going to change just because he got shot. And stands with his fight thing after he got shot. He's like, fuck you. I don't care. I'm not going to back down. Liz Cheney, she's a warmonger. So he's like, you know what? You send all these people to die. Why don't you stand in front of that firing squad? That's what he was saying.
Yeah, and I don't get the Liz Cheney thing. Liz Cheney currently is just a citizen. If you were going to complain about Liz Cheney being a warmonger, the time to do that when she was in power to actually commit acts that might lead to war. She's a citizen at this point. She is powerless. Bringing up what she did while she was in Congress is somewhat irrelevant at this point. I get that she's on a stump attacking him and he loves to attack back. But in my opinion, I think that probably one of his negatives is he shows up to every fight he's invited to. That was the one he should have let roll off his back. He could have attacked her after the election or something like that. The warmonger stuff is, when was she last in position to be a warmonger? When were we last having a war that she has something to do with? He could have brought this stuff up years ago. Why now?
It was last time she had a chance was when she was governor or mayor or whatever position he held before she lost by 40 points when she wanted to be a rhino.
Right. Well,
then
the question
people look at her at.
Yeah, but the question is, if she had not went against Trump in reference to January 6th, would she be a rhino? If she actually believed, like many Republicans, that what happened on January 6th was not Trump's fault and that he is the right leader for this country, would she be a rhino still?
I don't know. That's hard to say because, like, she shouldn't, like, blindly support him, but she shouldn't try to throw him under the bus either. You know,
I get that, but her whole notion of whether she is a genuine Republican or Republican in name only, it only orbits around how she views him. It has nothing to do with how conservative she is or what she stands for, her principles, her policies, or nothing. It's solely based on whether she is a friend or foe to him. The minute she became a foe to him, all of her conservative principles, her history, how she's voted, what she stood, irrelevant. It's simply because the moment you're on the wrong side of him, you're a rhino. I don't see how that works like that.
I think it's because the party has changed. It's no longer there's two different parts of the Republican Party, just like there's branches of the Democrat Party.
Right.
You know, you have the progressives, you have the socialists, you have the moderate left, you have there's different branches.
So what is the branch that Trump leads?
What's that?
What is the branch that Trump leads?
MAGA.
Yeah.
America First, Trump, it's no wars. If you're about doing your robotic speeches and your Marco Rubio type shit, like repeating your lines over and over, and you've been in office for 30 years and, I couldn't pass that bill because this guy and that girl, and, vote for me again, even though I haven't done shit for you. That is a rhino. That is a Democrat. That is a swamp creature.
What does vote for me again because I ain't done shit? What does that have to do with the Democratic Party? Somebody might say that about George W. Bush that ain't like it's specifically tailored to the Democratic Party.
No. That's what I'm saying. It's not specifically against the Democrat Party. It's against all of them. That's why there's MAGA. And then there's rhinos, and then there's the Democratic parties, and then there's socialists, and there's progressives, and they're all insane.
What about the traditional Republicans? Where are they at? What about the traditional Republicans? Do they exist anymore?
They do, but they're politicians. That's the point. There's a difference between Trump that basically at least presents himself like he's for the people.
But are there traditional Republican citizens? You say politicians, but can you actually be a loyal conservative, a loyal Republican that does not like Trump? Is that possible to be that?
Yeah, I think.
Give me an example of somebody that fits that narrative. Give me an example of somebody who you would say.
I want to say the Pauls, Rand Paul and Ron Paul. They're Republicans, but they're not huge Trump supporters.
Right.
And they stand for what they stood for their whole political career.
Okay. And
I respect them. I think they're good politicians, but they're not huge MAGA or, Republican. They stay on their policies, but they're not insane fucking, the world is ending in 12 months. Yeah, I support you, AOC. Yeah, I support you, Liz Cheney. Yeah, let's start a war. No, it's like they're not bending their knee because, hey, I'm going to get some more money. Or, hey, Nancy, what's a good stock to bet on? It's...
All right. Okay.
They actually stand for something.
All right, fair enough. So at the end of the day, you think in 24 hours we'll still be talking about this shit, but you do believe we're on the cusp of Trump winning this election?
Yes, and I believe if we don't, if Trump doesn't win, I think he'll challenge it, but it won't be like a huge deal. He'll be like, I don't think I lost, whatever. But I think if Democrats lose, they're going to burn cities like they always do. They're going to be like, it's tyrannical. They already, those barriers that they set up, that ain't for MAGA.
I disagree with that. No, because you're saying Democrats burn cities. Now that is in relation to, say, Black Lives Matter and, racial issues or whatever. But when we talking about the election, the Republican Party is the party that acted crazy about the election. Democratic Party believed that Clinton won, and they didn't do that. They believe Al Gore won, they didn't do that. That's the Republican Party that acted a fool in regards to an election.
But let me ask you this:
Sure.
What group does Republicans have? They the Proud Boys? Basically, they all went to jail. So what?
I got Proud Boys that call in the show. I got love friends, fans of the show. I got Proud Boys. I got folks that call in the show that regularly tell me they 3%ers and oath keepers. And I welcome them calling in. We have good conversations. Sometimes they kick my ass, but they not all in jail. They're not calling me from some kind of prison.
Well, here's the thing. I've never seen a video of the Oath Keepers or the 3%ers rioting, looting, burning shit. I've never seen videos of Proud Boys like burning shit or like tipping cop cars and lighting shit on fire. But I have seen Antifa. I have seen BLM.
But let me ask you, how do you know
all these other leftist groups?
When you see Antifa or BLM burning and rioting, how do you know it's BLM or Antifa? It's not like they have uniforms on.
Because they're usually led by a white woman.
I don't even know where to go with that. But here's the point I want to make. Here's the reason why I asked you that question is this. That there were Proud Boys there on January 6th. I had somebody challenge me. I brought up the photo. They're out there. They're actually in their colors. Now, I don't know if they did anything criminal, but I do know the leader of the Proud Boys is serving time, double-digit years in prison for his activity on that day. So when you say that they don't do anything wrong, but the BLM and Antifa does, the criminal justice system, the federal government tends to think differently. I'll give you the last word. I do got to move it on, though.
Oh, I know. And the Proud Boys are put in prison for long terms for minor offenses, even though the leader of the entire, what is it? I can't remember his name, but he's a Hispanic and they call him racists and they act like he's white. They call him Nazis and all that kind of shit. And it's ridiculous.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, George Zimmerman, the guy who killed Trayvon Martin in Sanford, Florida, he also was Hispanic. So, I mean, you can be from one culture but identify with another one. Hell, I wouldn't think Candace Owens was black if I didn't see her photo.
So race is an ideology then? It's
a mindset.
Not black
it's a mindset. It's a mindset. There's a really good, before I let you go, I'll just say this. You may have seen this. There's a really good skit that used to be on the Dave Chappelle show called Clayton Bigsby, where Dave Chappelle played it. Yeah. So if you brought up,
he fired his wife for being a black.
He thought his wife was a So now, as funny as that is, if you're brought up in certain environments, you can be brought up to identify with a different group and maybe hate folks that you normally would be viewed. I mean, Eminem is critical of white people. I mean, he's brought up in a different environment. It can happen. So yeah, you can.
A Democrat.
Huh?
I mean, Eminem's a Democrat.
Oh, damn right. But like I said, he's been brought up in the urban area of Detroit. He's not going to grow up MAGA. Of course, he's a Democrat.
Well, you would think he would if he was growing up poor and he lifted himself from his bootstraps. I think he'd be proud of himself for turning his life around.
You do realize most of the good try, but you do realize most of the poorest Americans, I'm talking like dirt poor Louisiana and Kentucky and all of that stuff's Republican. The poorest states in this country are in red areas. Now, the criminal states, big cities. But when you're talking about dirt poor poverty, it's mostly in red areas. So when you say, well, you should vote Republican in terms of money, no, your areas are where all of the poverty is.
Which is funny because, I don't want to keep going on and on, but, it's funny that these Democrats move to those areas because of low cost, but then they complain about the ideology of it. Like, you have Andy on a lot, the girl that goes nuts, and you usually try to get her off as soon as possible. And she lives in Alabama, and then she talks about abortion. I got papers and I got all this stuff. It's like, bitch, move out of Alabama. If you're so upset about everything, move where you're.
Well, I can say the same thing about Republicans complaining about Chicago and its gun laws in California. If you don't like it, move out of it. I get your point, but we can say that to anybody.
I believe you should live where your ideology is. If you want to kill babies, live in Illinois. If you want to be happy and have your gun rights, move to a red state.
I believe you should vote. If you live in somewhere and you don't like the ideology of that location, vote to change it. You can move like you're suggesting, but otherwise, vote to change that ideology. I got to go, Angle fan. Thank you.
All right,
appreciate it. Good talk. All right, moving on with the program. By the way, tap the screen. I'm trying a different setup tonight. So, because some folks always say we're on, all of the callers come through on TikTok, but I got some YouTube viewers that don't have TikTok. I'm trying Instagram. Now, I don't think anybody's there yet, but the Handsome Liberal on Instagram, we are live on that currently as well. We are vertical and horizontal on YouTube. So we're in 4 different places at once. Tap the screen, get the likes up to about 20,000 on TikTok. My YouTube viewers, feel free to smash that like button. Show some love to the program. Texas may turn blue. That's not gonna happen. Blessed up, Kev. Not this go round. Now it sounds like Iowa may be in at risk of turning blue or purple or something. Texas in the future, but not in the next 24 hours. Texas is not going to turn blue. I don't think so. But we'll see. We'll see. I do believe that there probably will be some shockers in the polls because they've been showing us as being close for so damn long. There may be some shockers in the polls, so we'll see. Going back to the box, Georgia is going blue, someone said. That is very possible, but I think right now more people see Georgia as staying red. Denkel, one of my subscribers, good evening. Texas will be very close. Wow. If Texas, if one of these states flipped that nobody's expecting, like Iowa, for instance, I think that would show us over with for Trump. If he wins Pennsylvania, it's probably over with for Kamala. Denkel, good evening.
Hey, good evening.
24 hours ago, you ready for this shit?
Oh yeah, I was born ready.
Born ready to lose?
I was born ready. I'm look, either way it go, like I've said before, I'm gonna be okay. It's other people that I'm concerned about, not myself.
Who are you concerned about?
I'm concerned about all of the people who listen to Trump's lies to tell him he was going to make all of their lives better. He was going to fix the world. He was going to fix the gas. He was going to fix the food. He's going to fix the abortion. Everything in their lives in the first 100 days. Yeah. Those people and his effort to try to get those things done is going to put a lot of people in the cross, and a lot of people going to get hurt over it. So he can win. I mean, I'm retired. I can sit back and with my popcorn and watch the show.
Yeah, but the counter argument is going to be. Yeah, but the counter argument. You're talking about people going to get hurt and all of this. The counter argument is obvious. Listen, we had him in office for 4 years, and none of that shit happened. The left is just fear mongering. How do you respond to that?
I would say what's been said on your show many a times. This is not the same person. This guy that we're watching today, he may look the same, but he don't talk the same. His rhetoric is a lot harsher. It's a lot different. And so when you start talking about whole entire groups of people, and one time he was talking about building a wall, and that was going to solve all of our problems with migrants. Now he's saying he's going to round every last one of them up. Those are two totally different things.
Well, but in defense of, I got to put on my devil's advocate hat. I got to say that you're right. At first, he was talking about building a wall, and that would solve the problem. But now that we've had 4 years of Biden, many are going to suggest so many immigrants came in this country that simply building a wall is not going to solve our problem. You got to round up the ones that got in when he was not in office.
Right, but then you would have to continue down that same logical pathway and say, if I put them all out, what's going to stop them from coming back? Like you got to get down to root cause. You can't just say, well, I'm going to put them all out and then our problem will be solved.
Well, he's already promised that if you are put out of the country for entering illegal, if you come back in, you get 10 years in prison, automatic, no chance for parole.
Right. And then, the people that have braved, walked 1,000 miles, with no shoes and no jacket,
right.
getting away from a tyrannical government. You think that's enough? They'll think just like a guy that's the recidivism for criminals. Like when they get out, they know if I get caught again, I'm gonna do life without parole. But guess what they do? They think they are smarter this time.
I don't know, 10 years in prison ain't no joke though. You think they would come here even though you think they would still come knowing that they could get 10 years hard time, no chance for parole, anything?
They're talking about death where they're at. Yeah. They're talking about dying where they're at. Is it worth it to come back and say, okay, the last time I messed up because I stayed here, maybe I was driving too much or this? No, they're going to go somewhere, they're going to get content, and they're going to hunker down. But that's what people do. If you comparing me and my family dying to me possibly going to jail, well, I'm going to take that chance.
Yeah. I mean, you raise a good point, but I guess I'd ask you this in regards to this whole border fiasco. Do you believe that that Biden-Harris team done a good job keeping the borders secure?
I think they did. I think they did all that they could do. I think when they finally allowed the Republicans to have a say, and they let one of the most conservative, senators, Senator Langford, in there, and they hammered out something that was going to be highly unpopular with their own base. Like they've moved. They've kind of moved the goalposts now.
You believe that? Wait. You believe that Biden and Harris has done all they could do on the border?
Yeah, with the executive orders that's in place now, that's got the numbers down pre-pandemic. Yes.
I think Kamala Harris was making jokes about even visiting the border for the first couple of years. I mean,
yeah, for the first couple of years when the numbers were not as high, when Title 42 went away and we had that mad flood of people, she was no longer saying that.
So when you said
everybody's conflating her saying something 3 years ago with what she said 6 months ago. Yes, at the beginning they were asking her about the border. They had put forth their little bill or whatever. The Republicans turned it down, and so they were saying, well, it must not be a problem because nobody's trying to do anything. They said that for the first year or so.
Well, we know for a fact that the reason the Republicans are turning it down toward the end is they want to benefit Trump's reelection campaign. But I think even a lot of Democrats, believe that Biden and Harris were not good on the border. So if what you're saying is true, why are there even a significant amount of Democrats that think they did a shitty job on the border?
I mean, that's because the people you talking to have no understanding of what nuance is. When you say did good on the border, if you consider the no tolerance policy, if you consider the no tolerance policy of putting kids in cages, if you could consider that effective, then yeah, I guess you could say they did a better job. But the laws on the border have never changed. Biden didn't put in no new laws, and he didn't do. And when people say, "Well, he got rid of all of those laws that Trump had when he came in," nobody can name any of those executive orders that he got rid of. They just use that as a talking point. And there's no.
What about the remain in Mexico policy that Trump had? Didn't Biden let that go away?
Yes, he said when he first came into office, he said, executive orders that I believe are inhumane, I am going to get rid of. So the remain in Mexico policy, which was one that they know that the cartels were taking advantage of all of those people stuck in there right at the border. They couldn't come across. They couldn't get any relief. They felt that that executive order to stay in Mexico was harming more people than it was helping.
But what about the thought process of Americans? Do Americans favor letting this remain in Mexico expire? To me, it sounds like I think you got more folks in this country, I'm pretty sure of it from the polls I've read, more folks believe Trump was better at securing the border than Biden. What I'm saying is the remain in Mexico, the way Biden let that expire or make the changes to it, it sounds like most Americans don't favor that.
Two different things, Tim. The Remain in Mexico policy was turned over by the Supreme Court. The Title 42 also was overturned by the Supreme
That's
Court.
COVID. Yeah, that's COVID. That's COVID.
Those two things that Trump did were both unconstitutional. Well, no, the Title 42 was because it was an emergency powers. But the things that Trump had put in place that Remain in Mexico and the zero tolerance, those policies were shot down by the Supreme Court. The same way Biden's policy that's in place right now is going to get shot down. He knows it's going to get shot down, but he did it because there was this surge of people and there was nothing he could do but address it. And he did that with an executive order that he knows is going to get overturned.
Well, see, then this will make me go. This will make me go back to what I've said many times before. A lot of the way the voters and the constituents, the voting public thinks, a lot of that has to do with the fact that Biden has not been out talking to the people. He's kind of left it up to the people to do their own homework and their own research. And that's not going to go well when you got Trump out there telling folks the narration that he wants them to believe. He's talking to the people. Whether it's true or not, he is talking to the people. Biden is leaving it up to you to kind of do your homework. And that's going to fail every time.
Okay. I'll be answering. Yeah, well, people can look at it how they want to. I look at it like this. The Democrats sometimes they don't get their point across because they do what you said. They don't communicate well.
Right.
But what I'll say is that they normally communicate to people that have a simple understanding of law and common sense. See, Trump talks to people like third graders, and they like that.
Yeah.
They like somebody that dumbs things down. But when Kamala Harris says, "Hey, this is what the problem is," and she thinks that people can go take a look at it and figure it out, but we say we need her to explain it to us like we're third grade. Well, that's not normally what politicians do. Obama didn't do that. Obama didn't explain it to people on a basic layman's terms, but people understood.
Well, and that's the thing. That's the thing, though. That the reason Obama got it across because he was such a significantly better speaker than Biden, and with Biden's age and probably his endurance levels, he just could not hold the kind of rallies. Trump never stopped holding rallies. The whole time he was president, during the off season after he lost, he has never stopped holding rallies. So his side can describe to you everything they like about him, things they don't like about him, because he has constantly been advising the people. He's probably had 10 times more gatherings and rallies than Biden. I mean, so that has not worked in Biden's or Kamala Harris's favor.
Well, that's not true. If you take a look at the number of rallies they've had in the last 3 months, she's outpaced them 3 to 1.
Well, yeah, now over the last, but I'm talking about over the whole course of things. Trump has been out there talking to the public. Yeah, now that Kamala Harris is in it and she's running, from August till now, we can talk about that. But going before August, when Biden was at the top of the ticket, you weren't hearing from him very often, anywhere near like Trump. Even Trump as a citizen was talking to the people more than Biden as a president.
Yeah, he was. There's no doubt. There's no doubt about that. I just think that there's enough intelligent people in the country that we can overcome that communication problem, because I think the women will be saving us this election. The women are going to save the country.
Women are going to save the country. All right, I got to move it on. I think I kind of agree with you on that. Some of the numbers I've seen, I'll talk about it, but I like that. The women are going to save the country. I know some people would say the men, particularly the white men are going to save the country, because Trump is doing very well with white men, but I've heard a lot of people say what you just said about the women are going to save it. So you do feel like Kamala is going to pull it out?
Oh, yeah. From all of the numbers and the different sources I've looked at, people are underestimating. They keep saying how the polls are so close, they're so close, they're so close. And there's a reason and a rationale behind that. What people don't understand is that once Trump, the MAGA people, got authorization to early vote, they blew their load. All of these tight numbers you're seeing right now is because all MAGA, when they got the ability to go out and early vote, they went and did it. they're not going to have the same surge on tomorrow like you would think you would from regular Republican voters, because everybody they got permission. So now with these races so tight, where are all of these extra votes going to come from that Trump needs to elevate over her?
I don't know. We'll know in 24 hours. I'm not totally on board with that, but we'll know in 24 hours or so. Didn't Cal?
And taking that into consideration that we got about 20% more women that are voting than men.
The hell is that? Somebody made me a jive turkey.
That's nasty work right there.
I ain't heard jive turkey in a long time. All right, then, Cal. Appreciate it.
All right. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
You too. Definitely, I'll be on here tomorrow that's what he was about to say. Certainly, I will be here, then, Cal. Starting at, I believe, 7 p.m. We'll be here till about 3 a.m. By the way, tap the screen. Haven't asked you guys to do that. Smaller audience. I don't know whatever the hell's, but tap the screen on TikTok. Get the likes up to about 20,000. Smash that like button on YouTube, horizontal and vertical. We're on both platforms. And, of course, we are on Instagram. Just try it on Instagram. I don't know if anybody's on Instagram yet. This is my first night ever being on Instagram. I believe I can take callers on Instagram. That's why I'm trying it, because some of my YouTube viewers. But you got to follow me there. It is the Handsome Liberal on Instagram. We are live there as well right now. But before we continue on, I did want to play a clip, but I don't know what the hell's happened with my audio. I'm having a bunch of equipment things going on at the same time. But what I was going to discuss is that Trump did indeed promise 10 years in prison for anybody caught entering this country illegally for a second time. He didn't say the first time. So if you enter the country illegally the first time, you get deported. But if you enter it again a second time, 10 hard years, no chance of parole. How many of you folks favor something like that? 10 years hard time for entering the country the second time. Ginger, appreciate the graphic. Thank you very much. Here is that quick clip.
Invoked the Alien Enemies Act of 1798. Did you know that? I had to go back that far. We couldn't find anything because modern day politicians, even sort of old, nobody had the courage of these original people. So we had to go back to 1798, and it gives you the power to target and dismantle every migrant criminal network operating on American soil, and you can get them out, and there's no problem. And at least you can't say that it hasn't been around for a while. That's something, right? And if they come back into our country, it's an automatic 10 years in jail with no possibility for parole. So
I think I got the speed on that a little bit. But 10 years, you heard him say automatic 10 years with no possibility of parole. I'd have to figure out why the hell the clip is a little fast talking, but
automatic 10 years in jail with no possibility for parole. So, so he kept bringing him further away. At some point, they didn't come.
And I see the comments. Crappy says, is Trump going to build new prisons? My guess is it would be some Guantanamo Bay type shit, or it might be something similar to what Joe Arpaio, remember Sheriff Joe Arpaio down in Phoenix, where they had the criminals staying out in tents out in the hot desert sun. He didn't want them to have air conditioning, so he had them stay in tents, and they were wearing pink underwear, and he had them watching the Weather Channel, giving them literally the bare minimum. I think he had them eating bologna sandwiches. It would probably be something like that. I don't know if he would build new prisons, maybe, but it could just simply be cordoning off a large area of the United States. Maybe there's some wide open land somewhere, and putting up a bunch of temporary shelters. You can fence it in with the concertina razor wire, barbed wire, things like that. Put a few towers on each corner of it. Probably would be something like that. Some quick built prison overnight. And they would just keep packing them in, and the prison, the size of it would keep expanding until they can keep shipping some of them out. The problem is this: before I go to the next caller, and I see somebody refer to it as concentration camps are lethal. Some are saying that. Some are saying it would be like concentration camps. I'll leave that alone. But here's the problem: there are several countries that do not take their citizens back. Venezuela is one of them. A lot of migrants have come here from Venezuela. Trump says that they emptied out the prisons, emptied out the insane asylums, and sent them here. He referred to America as the world's garbage can. We often hear about Biden calling MAGA garbage. That comment, which was only about a week ago, Trump has said so many other things that feels like it's been 2 months ago. I mean, the whole Puerto Rican joke, what happened with Liz Cheney, and now he's talking about the fake news media getting shot. I mean, this guy squeezes a lot in a short period of time. I get viewers all the time on the show, you got Trump derangement syndrome. Kamala Harris don't say anywhere near enough shit to keep a show going. By the time we get done with this show, I'll probably turn on the news and hear Trump say something else. At the rally he's currently holding in Pittsburgh. I got the rally playing behind me. He's currently at a rally in Pittsburgh right now. And chances are he probably is going to say something controversial. Let me go back to the box. I don't like him as a person, no, says Jizz. I also don't like Harris as a person. And what about Harris? We know Trump because he's been in the news. What is there about, I know you may not like Harris's policies or she don't answer questions, but what about her personality do you not like? I'd be curious to know. Continuing on with the program, Travelman, good evening. Welcome to the show. Less than 24 hours by this time tomorrow, they will have the maps up on screen. Travelman, good evening.
Hey, good evening.
Hey, so how you feeling going into this?
Well, I'm thinking that I'm thinking she's gonna pull it out.
Really?
I think Trump has alienated so many people, and I think Dobbs is going to be hanging around the Republicans' neck for a very long time. And one of the problems they have right now, I believe personally, is that when you see these commercials, you have middle to upper middle class white women out there talking about what happened to them when they had a miscarriage or they needed to end the pregnancy and not being able to get care. Now, over the last couple of weeks or a month or whatever, now you got the story coming out of women actually dying.
Yeah.
And that's powerful. And they're going and they're reminding the men. Sometimes you see these women doing these commercials and their husbands are standing next to them. So now you got these, and the thing is, if you notice, they are, like I said before, they are middle to upper middle class white women. There are no women of color on those commercials. None whatsoever.
So how do you respond to folks like Cammy on YouTube says your candidate? Now he's talking about Kamala Harris. Your candidate has no substance. Now I hear your point about the Dobbs decision rolling back. Huh?
What do you mean she has no substance?
Well, she don't answer questions. Everything starts out with I grew up in a middle class family. Folks believe that she's not really telling the public what she actually stands on. She's kind of more of a I'm not Trump type person.
Well, every time Trump opened his mouth, what substance has he came out with? I'm going to be your retribution. I tell a lie. I'm going to end the war in Ukraine. I'm going to suck up to Putin. What has he said?
I'm going to suck.
That's the thing. Everybody, why is there a double standard? Why is he not held to the same standard she's held to? When he said he called those people scum and he called them garbage. Nobody said a word.
Who did he call scum?
Well, he said it last week.
About who?
When he said he was talking about Democrats.
Oh, yeah. That's a good point. I get your point now. That is a good point in regards to the double standard, because when Biden called Trump supporters garbage, it drew all these alarms from MAGA. You do raise a good point. Trump and Trump supporters have been calling Democrats fascists, communists, Marxists, socialists, libtards. They hate America. They're unpatriotic. You're right. I mean, you call Trump supporters garbage, and it's like you've crossed the line.
The
whole
world blows up.
Huh?
Yeah, the whole world blows up.
Yeah. I don't get that one. I can't. Yeah, I don't. That one I cannot explain.
And to say that she has no substance, come on. Trump. If you ask Trump a question, start out one way, and he'll do what he call it, the weave.
Yeah, he is. It took me a minute to figure out what he was talking about.
Yeah, the weave is a senior moment. That means I forgot what the hell I was talking about. That's what the weave is.
A senior moment. Well, Trump will be the oldest president in U.S. history. And I see Will G on YouTube said the orange candidate should be in Gitmo. Damn, Gitmo.
He will be not only the oldest president, but he will once again carry the crown as the dumbest president.
No. What makes you say that?
He makes George W. Bush look like an intellectual.
Why are you questioning it? What about Trump makes you say he's the dumbest president?
Listen to him talk. He doesn't know history. He doesn't know the Constitution. He's supposed to have this big brain. They always making excuses for him, trying to interpret what he says. Listen to what the man says and go by what he says. All right? Because they're telling you what they're going to do when they get in there.
Well,
he's done it before.
Is there anything that Trump, in your opinion, has said he's going to do that would make you concerned? Because he's promised to give us a good economy. He's promised to bring down the price of fuel, secure the border. What has he said that you're concerned about?
He also said he was going to cut the deficit in half his first time in office, and he added $7 trillion to the debt. He also said Mexico was going to pay for the wall, and they didn't.
Well, wait a minute. I'm going to defend him a little bit on the Mexico's going to pay for the wall, because what he meant.
Why? It's a lie.
Well, no, hold on. Here's a taking him out of context thing, and I don't want to come across like MAGA because they say this all the time, but in this case, I think there's some legitimacy. What he meant was there is a unbalanced trade imbalance with Mexico, and he was going to,
back up.
Huh?
No, back up. Now you're interpreting what he meant.
Yeah.
Okay. What he said Mexico was going to pay for the wall. He didn't say there's a trade imbalance that we have in Mexico and we're going to use that to force them to pay for the wall.
Right.
No, he said Mexico was going to pay for the wall. Then he proceeded to take money from the military to try to build the wall, money that the military would not see again. So you're doing the same thing MAGA doing.
So I am doing the same thing, Mac. I'm admitting that, but I'm doing it because I think that the notion that we were expecting Mexico, all of the negative shit he said about Mexico, they were just going to come out and write him a check. I think it didn't take much. It a little bit of common sense would have had. We knew that he wasn't talking about them writing a check.
You said the key word: people with common sense. The MAGA people believe he was going to do it. Believe Mexico was going to pay for the wall.
You think MAGA believed that Mexico was just going to give him money?
They believe everything he tells them.
Oh my goodness! I'm looking, and by the way, I will announce this. I'm looking at News Nation, one of the channels I watch. But if I'm not watching Fox or CNN, now they got Kamala Harris 3 points ahead of Trump in Iowa. Huh?
You know what Trump did?
What?
Trump attacked all of our institutions. He attacked the institutions that this country is built on. He attacked the free press. He attacked DOJ. He attacked the FBI. He even attacked the leadership of the military, because I know more than the generals. His dumb ass don't know shit. Okay? He attacked our institutions. That's what he did.
He was a little hard on some of the three-letter organizations.
No, he's a little hard. No. You dressing it up, bro.
I'm trying, but he's really hard on the three-letter organizations. I can't argue.
He attacked our institutions. That's what he did. And then he lied. He didn't have the best. We had the most secure in the history. No, you didn't. You're lying.
The most secure. That is not true. Yeah, I did hear him say that the other day. Yeah, I heard him say that, and I'm like, that's not true.
Go back and look. 2019, that was a spike at the border in 2019.
The migrants.
If I remember correctly.
The migrants.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, he was still president.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there was a spike when he came into office. Once again, I think we said something about this before. Illegal immigration when he came in was at a 50-year low.
Well, Obama was pretty damn tough on the border. They weren't giving Obama credit, but it probably was most secure under Obama.
Now, let me tell you what he did do. He caused legal immigration to go down. So we're losing H-1B people, these technical people that would normally come to this country. We're losing them to Canada, to Great Britain, because they low. Check it out. H-1B visas drastically went down, which is legal immigration. That went down when he was president.
What you said? He changed the law? Why did that go down?
Because they reduced the numbers.
Yeah, and that's what I heard too.
Illegal immigration went up while he was in office, but legal immigration went down.
Yeah. Well, and I've said that before, that I do believe that if Trump was president again, I think he would be stronger at securing the border, because I believe he would break the law to do it. And I do believe, because when they say, hang on, when he says, I'm not against immigrants, I just want you to come here legally, I'm with you. I don't believe that. I believe that if Trump is reelected, he's going to make coming here legally difficult as well. And so I believe what you're saying about him reducing the numbers with the H-1B visas. Yeah, because he's not favorable of immigrants coming across the southern border in any way, fashion, or form, legal or illegal, because he's doing it to the Haitian migrants.
But those people that's coming in, those ones that's working on their PhDs, those are the people that usually that start businesses in this country.
Yeah.
But instead of starting businesses in this country, they're going to their home country, or they're going to Canada or Great Britain or somewhere else, and they're starting the businesses. We're not getting that because of the policy that he had with that. Well, that's what that's what he did. Right. And his thing about what are you gonna do? He gonna wreck the freaking economy. Oh, I'm gonna do a mass deportation. No, he's not. You know what I put that up with? Mexico paying for the wall.
I don't buy that. I'm gonna have to move it on, but I disagree with you vehemently. I think if Trump is elected, you're going to get a large I don't know about the most in history, but he's going to make an effort at that.
And then you know what's going to happen?
What?
Recession.
Maybe.
Who's going to clean up the hotels? Yeah. Who's going to work in the chicken processing plants? Yeah. Who's going to do the landscaping? Okay, the construction job's going to come to a halt.
Honestly, as bad as that sound, I think some folks want immigrants gone so bad that they would be willing to trade a recession for that. I think that.
Okay. And who's going to go work those jobs?
I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying I think people are willing to chop off their nose to spite their face. I do believe that.
Because they're stuck on stupid.
All right, I got to move it on, Travelman. Appreciate you coming through. I don't know.
Right,
Anytime. So we're talking about a little bit more than 24 hours. Just the whole spiel of this. How you feeling? Do you feel like you're a candidate of choice? You feel confident? Because the polls are saying that neither party is really running away with it at all. Will G, thank you for the generosity there, Will G. Appreciate the support. There was a point in Trump's speech where he's talking about an app to the cartel and where to drop the goods off. He's telling the truth in plain sight and projecting what did I say. I think he is paying and coordinating. I'm trying to get what you're saying here. Sounds like you're suggesting that Trump is working with the cartel for money? Now, reading your comment again, there was a point in Trump's speech where he's talking about an app, APP, like on a phone, an application. Where there's a point in Trump's speech where he's talking about an app to the cartels and where to drop the quote unquote goods off. He's telling the truth in plain sight and projecting what did I say. I don't quite get that. I think he is paying and coordinating. What are you saying? He's working with the cartels and he's going to give them back people that they want to harm? Man, I wanted to be able to understand. I'm not quite confident what you're saying there. It sounds frightening, but I'm not quite sure I'm interpreting. He is going to deport innocent Americans' xenophobic behavior, says Nikiv. Well, once again, we got to bring the Constitution into play. I don't know if he can deport Americans, but you can deport things that are pretty close. Like if he wants to get rid of DACA. So the problem is if you have been in America illegally for 15, 20 years, maybe you were brought over as a baby by your parents and they have not did any paperwork so that you're still here as an undocumented resident. You've been here your whole life or since you were a toddler and now you're a teenager or maybe even an adult. You don't know a damn thing about any country south of the border. You might speak Spanish, you might not. He would deport those type too. If you are here without paperwork, doesn't matter how long you've been here, doesn't matter if you've been on the right side of the law, because you broke the law when you came here, even as a baby. So yeah, I do believe he's talking about those types of folks as well. There's no anchor babies according to Trump. So even if you come here illegally and you fall in love with an American and you guys get together and have a baby or you get married or whatever, as a spouse, you're still here illegally. He's coming for you. He doesn't sound like he's going to be sympathetic from any angle at all. Reminds me of the Karate Kid reference I used before, Cobra Kai, no sympathy, no mercy, sweep the leg. If you're not here legally, you got to go. And I do believe most MAGA have that mindset. If you didn't come legally, I don't care how long you've been under the radar, you didn't commit any more crimes, you committed one to get in here. So you got to go. Looking in the comments, reminds me of 1940s Germany. That's scary. He may deport his wife. That's not going to happen to Edward Kemp because she is here legally. Yep, out you go, says Jared. So Jared on YouTube, you do agree that doesn't matter how long you've been here. Out you go. And I do believe that most MAGA, I don't think having a woman on television that's crying, that she's been here for 15, 20 years or some kid, I came as a 2-month-old, why should I have to? I don't think MAGA would give a damn about that. If you're here illegally, you got to go. You got to follow the rules. Sorry. I don't speak Spanish. They're sending me to Mexico. I've never been there. I don't know anything. So what? You should have came legally. Blame it on your mom. Trump, JD Vance, Elon Musk, RFK, now Rogan. Y'all got a Diddy party at tampons on the man's room. Stevie D. Is Joe Rogan endorsing Trump? Did I miss that? No, I know he did the interview. Did Joe Rogan come out and officially endorse Trump? I have not heard that. If you are not legal, you have to go. Legal immigration is perfectly fine, says Cedric Haney. It's not perfectly fine. I understand your point. You should follow the law. But at the end of the day, if you only come here legally, probably damn near 99% of the immigrants coming to this country would not be able to come here. Either you don't have the qualifications to get here or you don't have the money to get here. If you had to only come legally, most folks that are in this country would not be here because the legal method of migrating is that difficult. I'll tell you, as someone myself personally, I have migrated to another country. It was very costly, very time consuming. And yeah, as a poor person, there's no way I would have been able to do it. It cost me thousands of bucks to migrate. So, and like I said, it takes a long time too. It takes years. So if you're running from, somebody for your life or something, you don't have all that time. There's no way you can make that happen. Rogan won't help Trump's bleeding numbers. Before I go to the next caller, I agree with that. Focus, just like when Kamala Harris, what is the podcast she went on? I think it's the second largest podcast. It's a female podcast. Somebody let me know in the comments. She went on a podcast, Two Women or Two Broke Girls, like the TV show. I forget what it was called, but Kamala Harris went on a female podcast that a lot of women watch. And just like Rogan, I tend to think the same thing. I don't know what the name of the podcast was. Somebody let me know in the comments, but yeah, I don't think Rogan really gave Trump any extra votes because majority of the Rogan viewers are straight white conservative males. I mean, there's some Democrat males. I watch it sometimes, but most of the viewers of Rogan's show are straight white conservative males. People who are already going to vote for him. Yeah, she did the Breakfast Club. Ain't gonna fan. I saw that one, but she did another one that's bigger. I cannot think of the name of the podcast. She did another podcast that's bigger than the Breakfast Club. But yeah, I mean, you go if Kamala Harris goes in a women's forum, chances are, if you're watching, strong women's based programming, feminism and things like, you're already going to vote for Kamala Harris. I mean, she's way out in front of him with women. So that's not going to, she needs to go on Rogan, and Trump needs to go on a women's program. You'd have to have Trump on a program like The View or something like that, where he's incredibly unpopular, to soften up an audience like that. Putting him on Rogan, I mean, like I said, most of the people watching Rogan were going to vote for Trump anyway, and he's not going to go on The View. So at the end of the day, I don't think going on Rogan gained him any votes at all. You got folks, when he sounded great on Rogan, it was a great 3-hour interview. Yeah, but were you really going to vote for Kamala? Were you even considering Kamala before the vote? No, but okay then. So he didn't gain anything from you. You were already there. You just strengthened your resolve that he's a good leader. Continuing the program, Renee says The View. Yeah, okay. Well, it ain't got to be The View, though. It could be, there's a host of other women's programs. He could go on, what is the one with George W. Bush's daughter, NBC in the morning? Kind of like the NBC version of Good Morning America. He could go on something like that. There's a bunch of women's programming. The View is fair. The View is certainly skewed against Trump. It's skewed against the right. I get it. But there are places he could go where women tend to watch. Fact is, most women's programming is going to lean left. It's just the way it is. Any environment you go to that is pro-woman, chances are it leans left, because the right is kind of like in favor of the alpha male, in favor of the evangelical mindset. All of that stuff is not necessarily pro-women's equality. The evangelical crowd, for instance, who Trump is doing very well with, they're not for women's equality. They're kind of for the hierarchy: God, man, woman, child. That's not women's equality. That's kind of like where the woman is in her place. Let me see if I can bring up another caller. Alex Goradio, good evening. Welcome to the program. Kamala doesn't have any original ideas. I don't know if I can count it. I'm trying to think of an original, because she got up there and said she wouldn't change anything from Biden. So I can't necessarily push back. I'll keep the mind tinkering. I might be able to do it before this conversation is over. Alex Goradio, good evening.
How's it going, Tim?
Hey, I'm doing good, 24 hours out. How you feeling about this whole fiasco?
I'm trying to keep calm. No, I'm feeling okay. Of course, there's the anxiety. I did want to.
Before you ask that question, now you're leaning right or left?
I'm leaning left. I've already cast my vote.
Oh, so you're leaning to. I thought you were going to say Trump. All right, what's your question?
No, so I was listening earlier, not too long ago, and there was all that conversation about him. It was the first time I heard it on your show just a couple minutes ago, about him wanting to put these people away for 10 years.
Yeah,
10 years.
MAGA loves it. MAGA loves it.
Yeah, totally. Does anybody think about how expensive that will be? These are the people that complain about their tax dollars going every which way. They want them out, but is Mexico going to take them back and pay for it? Are they going to pay us? Because it's their tax dollars that will be paying for them, all of them, to eat and live in these prisons.
Well, if you believe, but hold on a second, Alex. If you believe that the majority of them are here to invade the country and poison the blood of this nation, they're all rapists and murderers. Yeah, it's going to cost us a little bit of money to house them, but it's worth it. If you believe they're that dangerous, they're going to eat people's pets and shit. It's worth it if you believe that they are that dangerous.
Sure, but I guess what I'm more getting to is that we already know that the numbers statistically show that that's not what's happening. So unless he's actually going to round them up in the numbers that they're going to be excited about, which is the numbers that are coming in, then none of this really matters, right? But they're not going to want to pay for that in general. They're not going to want to pay for those tax dollars. And they're not addressing the fact that these people coming in are actually generating a lot of revenue tax-wise towards the things that help them in like Social Security and things like that.
You sound like, now, I got a viewer on YouTube, Cammy, that says it's cheaper to just give them citizenship and a job. You sound like you kind of favor that mindset more.
I'm just saying they're already working the jobs that nobody's going to work. So I just like, if people are going to be so dead set on being frustrated that a small percentage of our already set military budget by the Republican House that goes to Ukraine, if people are going to be so upset about that stuff, then why aren't they thinking about how much revenue the tax dollars come in? I think that there's so much of that party.
Because there's something bigger than the revenue, Alex. They believe these folks are coming here to harm folks, invaders, poisoning the blood of this nation. They're going to put that above how much it costs. If somebody's in your house and they're going to rape and murder everybody, they're going to eat up your damn pet, you'll go broke trying to get them out.
Totally. But that's where I get frustrated, in the sense that statistically that's not what's happening. And you can ask any one of these people if they've actually been physically affected by these things, and you'll find somebody. I'm from Michigan originally, and yes, there's some people up there, but if you go North Michigan, my family has a cottage house in Northern Michigan. In Northern Michigan, those people complain more about immigrants and stuff like that than where I was from South Florida. It's, so it's just like, you don't see it up there. If you go up there and you actually spend time up there, they're not there. But the people there complain about it. So I don't know. Statistically, I think a lot of the people that complain about these things are not actually affected.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Most of the folks that are complaining about immigrants or complaining about biological boys playing for, it's not happening in their communities. Even you hear a lot of folks on the right complaining about the crime in Chicago, and they're living out in rural Montana somewhere. Like, why the hell is Chicago? You don't even visit the city. Why are you constantly talking about Chicago? Yeah, I do agree that it's created a boogeyman of sorts, and a lot of folks on the right are complaining about this stuff when it doesn't affect them at all. But at the end of the day, they vote just like everybody else does.
You're not wrong. And my hometown is St. Joe, Michigan, which is just across the lake from Chicago. I'm familiar with it.
Yeah, my parents my grandma used to have a summer home.
So I spent a lot of time in Chicago, and I have a ton of friends. Most of my high school graduating class lives in Chicago. And it's one of their favorite cities. And it's one of my favorite cities, and I've traveled all over. Chicago's a great city, and it's not what people that are not from Chicago depict it. Nationwide, people are, the crime. Are you kidding me? Chicago's so clean. It's so pretty. It's such a good city.
I've had so many, because, that's my birthplace. I've had so many people come and visit, and like, man, it ain't as bad as people say it is. I mean, because, if you watch the right, Chicago has been a whipping boy. I mean, you would think Chicago's like the Gaza Strip. They put every killing, every bad thing that happens in Chicago all over Fox or all over Newsmax, when really St. Louis, Baton Rouge, Memphis, there's a lot more violent cities than Chicago that rank. If you put in the 10 most violent cities in America, Chicago's not even in the top 10. But because it's a sea of liberalism, and it's had a history of tough gun laws, its ties to Obama, it makes her a good target because it is everything liberal. But in terms of being most violent city in the United States, it's not even in the top 10.
Not even close. Yeah.
So,
but either way, sorry for derailing it. As far as I feel in the election, I don't want to be overconfident by any means, but I cast my vote. A lot of people I'm around down here. I live in St. Pete, Florida now.
Oh, I see a lot of red. You in the red area now, so your state's going red, right?
I mean, they say that, but also it feels a lot better than it did the last go around. And I've been down here for 14 years, and this time around, it's felt a lot more progressive. And I think a lot of people are fed up
It's interesting you would say that. Now, I don't know how well you can see this map I just put on the screen, but this is based on today's polling, a few hours old. CNN, for folks who wonder where it comes from, I know a lot of my beloved MAGA have no tolerance for CNN, but this is from the CNN site. Now, you noticed on the map, the dark blue areas are obviously heavily Democrat. Light blue areas are where it leans Democrat. Same thing with the red areas. Dark red areas are where it's strongly Republican. Nebraska, because of that one, the way they got that district, the district around Omaha is blue, and the whole rest of the state. So they got one electoral college vote for Omaha. So that's why they got slashes throughout Nebraska. But if you notice the state you live in, because out of every Republican state, they all are solid red. Florida is the only state that is leaning red. So the CNN poll tends to agree with you that your state is starting to slowly turn purple. You think Ron DeSantis is going to let that happen?
I don't think he wants it to happen, but people down here do. I mean, not everybody. I mean, of course, there's pockets, but I mean, you've seen it. I know I listen to you as much as I can. I know your times have switched.
Yeah, family obligations have got me, but yeah.
Totally, but I still tune in. Even if my phone says you're live, I'm in it. But
thank you.
No, I've seen, but like you've covered it, and I look at some of your videos. But there's been pockets of Florida, like heavy lifetime Republican pockets of old rich towns in Florida, in the middle of Florida, just going full Harris and all that stuff. And St. Pete generally, St. Pete obviously is right outside of Tampa. And it's definitely, there's more arts and music, and it kind of leans a little bit more.
Is it possible that a lot of folks a lot of liberals that are sick in their own areas migrating out to Florida, are they bringing their politics with them?
I mean, I might think so. I mean, a lot of people came down here during COVID. I know a lot of people have left too, but I think a lot of people are sick of the rhetoric, and I think a lot of people are sick of Trump, and I don't think DeSantis made a lot of good. DeSantis isn't very popular right now down here either. So
that's interesting. Yeah. I've always heard the opposite. I've seen the comments. Focus Dome, I guess he's Focus Don rather, Don me or something like that. I guess he lives in Florida as well, because he says we're sick of Satan. Wow. I'm assuming that's a bad spelling of DeSantis, but he took off the IS, so it says Satan. We're sick of Satan.
Yeah, we called him that.
So what do you think now? He's up for re-election, 2 years from now, or when?
He can't. I think this is his last term as governor.
Really? So he cannot run again?
No, he's got to finish out what he's got. That's it. I think that was his Hail Mary for the president. Now, honestly, we're elated. Like, we're trying to get Rick Scott out of here because he's a bad man. So I don't know. I don't know if Florida's really going to do it, but I also surround myself with a lot of like-minded people, but I do also try to listen into other conversations, and I think it could. It's possible. I'm not counting on it, but it's possible. I'm much more confident in my home state, Michigan, making. I
think Kamala's going to. I feel fairly confident out of all of the swing states. Her strongest chance is in Michigan. I feel confident with Whitmer there, Gretchen Whitmer. Yeah, I really believe she could still lose the election, but I believe that there's pretty much no chance of Trump getting Michigan. I do tend to agree with that.
What do you think about Pennsylvania? How are we feeling?
Puerto Rico. I think if it's going to happen, it's them Puerto Ricans.
Yeah.
And the women, of course, but certainly what happened at that Madison Square Garden rally, I think if Trump and MAGA could take that back, they would.
Yeah, that was absurd. And then also it's one of those things that he's not going to do, but he should have done, is gotten out ahead of it and been like, oh, I don't, anybody presidential would have just denounced it immediately, been like, that's not what we stand for. I love Puerto Rico. You saw me, put whole campaign videos together of me even though he had the worst response to Hurricane Maria of all time. I mean, the dude, when he was president, didn't even know Puerto Rico was his responsibility.
But how do you respond? In the comments, Corey on YouTube is saying, listen, it was a comedian. It wasn't Trump. It's a comedian hired to tell jokes. He did what comedians do. Why are you getting upset about it? How do you respond? Because that's been coming up since this happened.
All right. Well, also, I'm a big fan of stand-up comedy. I also know Tony Hinchcliffe, not personally, but like I know his comedy.
You know his work. You know his work. He did the roast of Tom Brady, and he used racism there as well. Jewish jokes, black jokes. So it's not like he was. It's not like it was a surprise that he did a racist joke.
Totally, but also a good comedian is aware of his surroundings and also still has to be funny. He still has to land the joke.
Yeah.
He still has good comedians. We've seen it. I think at one point you were talking about George Lopez in another show, but like if you're going to go down the race card as a comedian, you have to know your audience and you have to have a funny joke, but you also kind of have to relate. I think you have to be relatable and it has to be funny. And I've heard podcasts say that if you don't land the joke, you don't land the joke. And there was no punchline. I've heard comedians talk about this joke specifically, and they say most Americans see Puerto Rico not as a pile of garbage, but as like a really nice, affordable vacation spot.
It is a nice place to go.
It is. It's an affordable vacation spot. It's also a part
of
the United
States. But why, if a comedian said that, why is Trump taking the blame? That's what they're saying is this should not have a bearing on Trump. It came from a comedian. It did not come out of his mouth.
Well, if you're going to say that, then I would say to them, then you can't blame Biden or Harris, or you can't blame Biden for everything that happened pre or post COVID after Trump left him what he left him. Not that it was Trump's fault, but if we're going to place blame, you can't blame Biden for certain things. You can't blame Harris for Biden's things. You have to. You have to be fair about it.
You have to be fair about it.
You always say, at the end of the day, the captain of the ship, if you're the president, you're always going to get the heat. Yep. You're always going to be the one that everybody looks to. And unfortunately, this is a very small thing that was very controllable. The presidency, not so controllable. You have to take care of so many things. But this is his rally. He had a small amount of people that could have vetted these jokes, and they could have vetted to see whether or not this was right. And then they could have gotten instead of the handy information or the handy little Fox thing that was pre-recorded where he just says, I didn't even know the guy. I don't even think I was in the room. I don't even know.
Nobody's buying it. I got to move it on. But yeah, that's just like I didn't know Stormy Daniels. I didn't know Michael Cohen. He says that anytime somebody is unpopular next to him, he says, I didn't know who that person was. I don't think anybody's buying him not knowing them all. I mean, he's the one that decided to have these impressive numbers at one of the largest venues in the country, Madison Square Garden. You're going to tell me you don't have any idea who the talent that's being hired is something that you plan? It's hard to believe that. Alex?
Also, just to last word, Madison Square Garden, I used to be in a band. I have performed there. It's 19,500 people as capacity.
Oh, it's not that big then.
It's big. The 19,000 people is nowhere like.
Well, yeah, but that's the seating capacity. They're on the floor too, though.
No, that's what it would be for a seating capacity. It's not that big of an arena. It's in the middle of the city. Okay. Look it up. The capacity is not that large. Look at some of the ones that Kamala has done. Her crowds are sizably bigger. Also, it's very Trump and very Trump team to say there were 30,000 people. There were 40,000 people at Madison Square Garden. You cannot fit that many people in Madison Square Garden. So that's just a silly statistic. So just look it up.
All right.
Just look it up to the people. But anyways, Tim, I appreciate you. I'm going to keep listening. I really do appreciate you.
Thank you.
Whatever happens, I do love America, and wherever you're at, I just hope that we move forward in peace.
Well said.
In some way.
Well said. Appreciate it. And I will say this. I seen Corey in the comments was also on YouTube. They're saying it's just a comedian or whatever the case may be. Like I like to play devil's advocate sometimes. Oftentimes, I'm playing devil's advocate with a liberal in defending Trump on something a liberal is accusing him of. But in this case, before I go to your super chat there, Will, on YouTube, I'm going to play devil's advocate in this rare case against Trump. And what I mean by when I say this is, imagine if Kamala Harris had an event and she hired that exact same comedian, and that comedian did the exact same joke. All of the parameters are the exact same, but it's just under the name, under the banner of Kamala Harris instead of Trump. You think the same Trump supporters now that's saying it's just a comedy, it was just a comedian, just a joke, you think they wouldn't be using it? I'm not saying what the Democrats is doing is right or wrong. What I'm saying is this is politics, folks. Right now, we're in the middle of a hotly contested election, and people are going to seize on whatever opportunity they can seize on. JPT Farms, appreciate the support of the show. Folks, tap the screen, get the likes up to about 40,000. Thank you, JPT Farms. I appreciate that. But yeah, right now, you're talking about a hotly contested election. Trump is probably the best troll we've ever seen in terms of presidents. He would be all over that. If Kamala Harris had a comedian like that at her show, you think he wouldn't be using that to try to separate the Democrats from some of their Hispanic supporters, their Puerto Ricans? He would be using it. So, alter ego, that fucking turkey. Oh my God, that is the funniest graphic. But yeah, I just want to point that out. Remember Obama, the tan suit? Remember Obama not wearing a flag lapel pin? They were going after him. Or even under Biden, they were alleging they had a Democratic rally and they didn't have a flag on stage. But you expect them to skip over this? I mean, in my opinion, Trump gave them a pretty easy piece of low-hanging fruit. The idea that Trump would not have seized on this is insane. He would have done the same thing the Democrats are doing. Now, in the comments I think it was Corey on YouTube said, well, listen, have you ever been to a comedy club? That wasn't a comedy show, though. That was a presidential rally. It was almost like a closing argument before an election. That's not a comedy show. You don't go to a presidential rally to hear people bash on the Puerto Ricans. It's not the same. Yeah, if you go to a comedy show, you expect to hear all kinds of sarcasm and people say all kinds of wild shit. You don't expect them to do that at a presidential rally. And by the way, even when in terms of illegal immigrants and stuff like that, Puerto Ricans ain't got nothing to do with illegal immigration. They're citizens from birth. So why they got attacked, I have no clue, because they ain't got nothing to do with illegal immigration or any of that. Which makes it worse. Puerto Rico which makes it worse, Puerto Ricans don't think of their country as garbage, which makes the joke both unfunny and wrong. Yeah, obviously the Puerto Ricans don't believe their country is garbage. Now, some folks have tried to spin it and say, listen, they do have a rubbish problem, a garbage disposal problem or whatever. I don't know. But I do believe that if the same thing had happened at a Kamala Harris rally, a lot of the folks on the right that are trying to defend Trump or spin it would be attacking and knocking Kamala over the head with it as well. It's just an easy target. It really is easy. Purple Lion 420. Good evening. Welcome to the program. Real quick before we bring you up, Purple Lion, Will G says Trump talks about a trafficking app in his speech. If he's talking about, he's mostly likely a part of it. So you're saying Trump is giving a speech. I don't know if I can say it on TikTok. What is a trafficking app? An app where people are deliberately using to traffic people? How is that even allowed to continue? Seems like the feds or Homeland Security or somebody would be all over that. A trafficking app. I just wanted to make sure I got everything. Okay, Purple Lion, good evening.
Good evening, Tim. How you doing today?
I'm doing good. Now, I see in the comments, Angle fan said Joe Rogan has endorsed Trump. Have you heard anything about that?
Not me. I haven't heard anything about that.
I haven't heard that either. Now, are you leaning right or left?
I lean right.
Okay, finally we got somebody to support Trump. What do you think, though? Do you think that Trump is going to pull it out?
No, he will lose.
But you want him to win.
Sure, I want him to win, but he's not going to.
Why do you think that? Why do you believe he's going to lose? You're the first Trump supporter I've heard that says he's going to lose. Why are you saying that?
The women is the reason why he's going to lose.
Damn.
Plain and simple.
Damn. Ooh, I'm trying to think of a counter to that. I don't think I have one, because I do believe
there is no counter for that. It's just reality, unfortunately.
Wow. So, I don't have nothing to say. I want to play this clip. This is Nikki Haley. Something in relation to what you're talking about. This is a few days old.
Here's some audio from Nikki Haley.
Last time I talked to them was back in June. They're very aware that we're on standby. They know that we would be there to help. I've helped with some fundraising letters and text messages and those types of things. So we've done that. But look, we're on the same team. It is their campaign's decision on what he needs in these last final days. It does not bother me at all. They also need to look at how they're talking about women. I mean, this bromance and this masculinity stuff, I mean, it borders on edgy to the point that it's going to make women uncomfortable. You know, you've got affiliated PACs that are doing commercials about calling Kamala the C word, or you had speakers at Madison Square Gardens, you know, referring to her and her pimps. That is not the way to win women.
So you tend to agree with all of this stuff?
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. And just like he said he will protect women,
no matter
go far enough to say, like, I will protect women's rights. If he just said women's rights, it'd have been a different story.
Well, and then the way he said it, I'm going to protect women whether they like it or not, or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean.
And my people told me about 4 weeks ago, I was saying, no, I
this is that clip.
People.
Oh, I don't know, it stopped. But yeah, the idea that he said I'm going to protect women no matter what, that almost sounds like, you know, I don't know, like male domination. I'm going to do this for you no matter whether you like it or not. I mean, it doesn't come out good.
No, it doesn't.
So women are going to kill him. Now, I've already heard that that women are supporting Kamala by well into the double digits. But do you think women voting against Trump, you think they have a legitimate reason to do so, or are they voting perhaps against their own best interests?
No, they have a legitimate reason. Ever since the Roe versus Wade got done away, that has been the biggest burden against the Republicans. And they have not rebounded correctly from it either.
Have they even tried?
No, they haven't tried. That's the problem.
You don't sound like MAGA to me, man. You're the first MAGA I've heard that's so sensible
I'm
on
not
this.
MAGA.
Okay.
I'm a Republican, but not MAGA.
Okay, all right, because yeah, I'm like, you don't sound. Most MAGAs like fuck the women.
And my people.
So yeah, you don't sound like MAGA, but okay, so you're a traditional Republican, but you favor conservative values, but you do realize the detriment of this.
Oh yes, and my wife went through it too because she needed an emergency hysterectomy.
Oh no.
But with the Republican laws put in place, since she wasn't married at that time and did not have 2 kids at that time, she couldn't have it.
Now, your wife, is she voting for Trump?
Yes.
Even though she went through that and knows that by supporting Trump, she could be sending other women through the same thing.
Yes, and that's because we're both in the trucking business. And we see the recession coming. And if you look at the stock reports from the trucking companies, the overall tonnage being hauled in the United States has gone down 10 to 20%. And our fear is that the Democrats are not seeing that. They're kind of like Mark Cuban, and all they see is what the stock market's doing. But the stock market doesn't affect everyday people. And when the tonnage is not being hauled by the trucks.
Wait, hold on. Let me just interrupt you to say this. Even if everything you're saying is true, I was going to say what someone in the comments said, and that's stop playing with me, says all they care about is money. Now, what you're talking about in regards to what happened to your wife, that could be something that could take her life. You're voting, even though you're admitting that they're doing things that could cost women their lives. You went back to how much money you might make as a trucker. So you do understand you're kind of putting money profits over people's, basically humanity.
Yeah, you could say that because, like it or not,
okay,
like it or not, your family has to have money in the United States.
They got to be alive too, though, don't they? They got to be alive too, though, don't they?
They got to be alive too, but we also look at it that we're both in trucking, and it's the most dangerous job in the United States.
Oh, okay.
And there are ways around it, and you can also go to other states. The theory of the Republicans on that is that each state can hold its own rules and laws, which is fine. So we could go to the next state, Illinois, and get it done.
Mm-hmm.
So it's still there. It's
for
not
now,
like it's completely banned.
Yeah, for now.
Yeah,
you can tell me if you disagree with me. I don't block, ban, or censor, but I tend to think that if Trump gets another 4 years, those states where it is illegal, they're going to start seeing challenges. I expect if Trump gets in for another 4 years, for us to head towards a federal ban as opposed to it just remaining at states' rights.
I do not see that happening. Just because.
Go ahead.
Yeah, because the Senate will probably still be Democratic.
What if it's not?
What
if it's not?
That could be a different story. I don't think there'll be enough to do that. That's just too much because there are Republicans in the House that know if they did that, they will end their political career.
Let me give you my
see that.
Yeah, but let me give you my spiel on why I think it will become federal, and it's a different route than the route you take that you're talking about, and the route that many people think where you got to have a 60 majority or whatever. I don't think it's going to come by way of the Senate or by way of a vote like that. I believe it's going to come by way of the Supreme Court. And for folks who say, well, they're not the ones that make laws. No, but they can adjudicate based on what has already been pre-litigated. And here's what I'm talking about. In several states right now, if a woman is pregnant and in the commission of a crime, maybe you beat her up or something, and you caused the baby to lose its life, or maybe you're a DUI driver and you hit her car and the baby loses its life, you can be charged with manslaughter or murder for taking the life of the unborn. It is already considered murder in many states if you take the life of the unborn. So that's already determined law. So here's how I think it'll be presented to the Supreme Court. And we know the balance of the Supreme Court currently. We know that's a very pro-life court. So here's how I believe the way you deal with this is. If it is a crime for a criminal to take the life of the unborn, if you consider taking the life of the unborn as a second murder charge, why is a doctor getting away with it? If it is an unnecessary elective procedure, why can a doctor take the life of the unborn, but a criminal cannot? You've already deemed it as murder. And I believe if that is presented well enough, you can make it so that now it is also considered murder if a doctor does it. And then once you do that, then even in the states where it's legal, those doctors are committing murder, meaning it ain't legal anymore. You don't need to go to the Senate. Just use the laws that are already on the books.
But my personal opinion is that both parties are flawed on this.
How so?
In my opinion, both parties are definitely flawed because neither party can come together and come to a number of how many weeks it is for that child to be actually a child.
Because the evangelical right
have an abortion unless there's some kind of emergency.
Yeah, because the evangelical right believes it's a baby at conception, so they're not going to give you any weeks. In fact, they don't even favor the morning after pill because that's taken at the conception. So you don't get no weeks with them. The minute you have conceived and there's a baby in the left, better yet the left, but the right is not going to go against the evangelicals because that's a large portion of their base. So there is no solution. You're not going to come to a middle ground because the evangelicals are not willing to bend at all.
And you got some on the left that go too far into the weeks.
Yeah, but I think if you wanted to pass a law at least for the left, that said, 7 months, 8 months, 9 months is against the law. I think you would get a lot of left-wing voters, a lot of left-wing politicians that would agree with that. Now, it's a big difference between banning late-term terminations and these heartbeat bills they're passing. They're talking about we need to stop this because women are getting rid of, ninth month or afterbirth abortions like Trump is talking about. Fine, but they're using those extremes to pass heartbeat bills. Like in Florida, it's like 6 weeks. It's nowhere near late term.
If I had all the power, I could make one rule that would fix all this.
Which is?
And on this, I would say no man can vote on that bill.
Woo!
It is only up to the women politicians in the Senate and the House that can vote on that.
You just won the women's vote. You just won the women's vote.
That's right.
Purple Line, I got to move it on, but
has those organs, so how can they vote on it?
You just won the women's vote. I got to move it on, but you talking like a liberal with that. You ain't gonna hear that from the right at all.
True. I'm still a little bit more right than left, but you are right.
All right, appreciate it, Purple Line. Good talk.
Tim, you have a great evening and be safe.
I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you. And by the way, folks, we certainly will be here tomorrow for an extended broadcast. Anybody want to, while you're watching all of this shit on TV, feel free to drop in and say hello for a minute. We'll bring you up. Click on the like button a little bit, and you can bounce and go along your way. We'll be putting the maps up as things go on. By the way, for folks who may normally follow the program, we now have added another platform. We are currently streaming live on Instagram as well. So currently, the Handsome Liberal Instagram, we're there right now live as well. We're both vertical and horizontal on YouTube as well, in addition to TikTok. So look at in the comments. By the way, tap the screen. Should be around 50,000. See if we can make that happen. I'm going to ask you guys on YouTube as well to smash that like button, get the likes up. Talking like you got some sense with that. Yeah, I don't know if you're talking about me or MT Mac, but I liked his opinion on that. Suggesting that we let women make that decision, but too many men are suggesting from several angles. First of all, it takes two to make a kid, so why should only women get a say-so? A lot of men are saying that. At the end of the day, if she has that child, she's going to demand I have to pay child support and I have to participate. So why should she be able to terminate it without my input? A lot of guys are saying that. So here's the other issue that needs to come into play. If it's deemed a baby at conception, can the woman sue for child support at that point? Obviously, it would have to be backdated because you don't have a DNA test when it's still in the womb. But once she gives birth, she can probably sue for the expenses for the 9 months she was carrying. I mean, it can lead to a lot of things. And then, of course, I always bring up, if you are irresponsible while impregnated because you deem this as a child, no different than if you're irresponsible with a live baby in your hands. Driving in a car with no seatbelt on and you get in an accident and your kid goes flying through the window, you're going to be charged with endangering a child, neglect, or whatever happens to your kid. I'm talking about like if you had a 1-year-old, 2-year-old in the car and you don't have them strapped in, get in an accident, whatever happens to that child, you're going to be charged with all kinds of neglect. Well, if you're pregnant and they've deemed that as a baby inside of you, let's say you don't have your seatbelt on. You get into an accident and you have a miscarriage. Well, it was a child now. You should have worn a seatbelt. You should have taken precautions because your lack of precautions, you caused the loss of your own baby. They could charge you with that. Maybe you're a pregnant woman that does drugs or goes out and gets drunk. I mean, once they deem it a child, anything that you do irresponsible that causes a miscarriage, you can be charged with murder or manslaughter. Gotta assume that's going to come. Looking in the comments real quick, do want to address a super chat there. Appreciate the support of the program. I always do that. It's weird stuff. It's just weird. Can't we transition to women to participate? I like that one. That's funny. Ed G's, my last caller said no men should be able to have an input on the abortion issue. Ed G said, well, can't we just transition and become a woman? I identify as a woman so I can have a say-so. Oh, my God. Giovanni Soriano, Trump talking about protecting women whether they like it or not, was about the border and illegal immigrants and their crimes. How is that wrong or bad of him to want to do illegal immigrants are bad because his reputation is about taking away women's rights. So when he starts telling me he's going to do it whether they like it or not, it's just bad wording. The thing about it, hang on, Will G, I answer your other comment as well, but the problem is this. It's too easy to make bad sound bites out of a lot of the shit Trump says. MAGA is constantly trying to reinterpret something Trump said. When we talk about speaking to people like a 2 or 3 year old, maybe he needs to perfect that a little bit more. Because, just this week alone, we went from the Puerto Rico comment to Liz Cheney comment. Now we're talking about I'm going to do for women whether they like it or not, followed by the fake news media. I wouldn't care if they get shot. All of that is like in the last week. And MAGA is unfortunately left with the bag of trying to reinterpret all of that shit. We're talking about like 7 or 8 days. All of that has come out. I haven't even gotten to J.D. Vance's statement about normal gay people. The folks who say I have Trump derangement syndrome, I get it. I 100% understand it. Always talking about Trump. Kamala Harris don't say enough shit to compete with that. Kamala Harris has been on the scene since August. I think Trump has said more shit in about the last 2 weeks than controversial stuff. Kamala Harris has said some controversial stuff, but some of it is in the form of Biden referring to Trump supporters as garbage, but she don't come close. Maybe one reason why she's not taking as many interviews and not saying as much shit is because she realizes her adversary is hurting himself by saying too much. But just in the last 7 or 8 days, all of that stuff has come out. And MAGA is left holding the bag, trying to somehow twist it in one way or another so that it doesn't sound that bad. If you favor Trump, you believe Trump has the best direction for this country, you want this guy to win, you don't want Kamala Harris in there under any circumstance, you should be a bit upset that he keeps doing this stuff. At the end of the day, I don't care how much of a warmonger Liz Cheney is, it ain't necessary to address that right now. At the end of the day, Liz Cheney is a citizen. Even if she's a hardcore warmonger, that shit's over with. She is a citizen now. Her political career is on ice. You don't need to punch down at her right now. You got a political campaign to worry about. That didn't need to happen. That's just a self-inflicted wound. He's pissed off that Liz Cheney is on the campaign trail trashing him in favor of Kamala Harris. So he figured I'd swing back at her. You don't have to show up to every fight you're invited in. That was a bad outcome for Trump, in my opinion. We'll see what happens. That was a bad outcome. Will G, don't mean to promote another channel, but look up Luke Beasley. I don't mind you doing that. Will, you're definitely a friend of the program here. Look up Luke Beasley. Trump suffers election eve nightmare and walks out episode and go to Mark 1341. That's where Trump is clipped about trafficking app. Now, you've been talking about that enough. I'll see if I can, before I go to the next call, not my laptop, because I got so many platforms running at the same time. I think it's taxing the Wi-Fi, but I'll try to see if you said Luke Beasley. Let's see how much Trump is taken out of context here. I would look it up, Luke Beasley, because you got the timestamp on it, so it should be pretty easy to. Okay, I got Luke Beasley. Okay, Trump selection. Okay, it's pretty easy to find here. Let's see what he got here. Now, what was the timestamp? 1341. I'm gonna definitely.
It is election.
I'm gonna definitely do you a solid, Luke, because you definitely are a supporter of the program. 1341. All right, let me go ahead and get it up there somewhere. We'll play a little bit more of it if we have to, if it's taken out of context. I'm just curious to see what this is. Now, I believe Luke Beasley is a left-leaning program, but let's see what it is.
He actually was consequential in his policy implementation other than his wild mishandling of a global crisis. I don't know where you're living and what you're doing. What world are you in? Then Trump says this.
They have an app. Can you believe you call an app? You're now a drug trafficker or a human trafficker, and you say, ding, 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 hello? Where do I drop these people? Go about 7 miles up and then go a mile left and just drop them at the opening in the gate. Okay, can you believe this?
No, because it's not true.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to go into what he has to say because he clearly is not a fan of Trump. But I did hear the ad part. I don't know if I agree with the left wing host there. We've heard of Craigslist and some of these other backdoor sites. It wouldn't surprise me if there was some validity to what Trump says. Now, he should have named the app or something like that, but then again, he don't want to get sued. So I'm not 100% sure. I feel confident what he said is not true. But we'll leave it at that. It may not be true, but I mean, at the end of the day, when people are trying to order these, I want to say sex partners or whatever the hell it is, there has to be a way to do it. So I don't know. I'm not, but when I see in the comments, King Finn said he didn't name the app because he can't. But Johnny says the apps are real. I would put that as plausible. I don't know if I agree totally with the host there of that saying that those apps are not real. I would say plausible. Man, are you serious? You think people order other people like that? King Finn, yes, they do in Vegas. Yes. You've been to Vegas and they hand out the cards? You can dial this number and you'll have a woman come to your room. Anybody who's been to Vegas, you remember little tiny playing cards that has a picture of a scantily dressed woman on it, and it has an 800 number on it. The woman that's on the card, you may not even get her. I read about this in a book, of course. But anyway, you can order people. You are ordering people. There's no carding. You don't know if that person's 18 or not. Yeah, I believe there's apps that you can do it. Now, I knew about that from going back to Vegas back and forth back in the 90s before you even had the internet. I would assume it's even more savvy now with the internet. So I'm not for sure that doesn't exist. I'm going to chalk it up as plausible. I'm going to leave it at that. Going to one of my subscribers named Barber. Good evening, Naeem. Plausible. I'm going to say plausible. Naeem, good evening.
Oh, what's up, man?
Hey, what do you think? Brides by app. You think you can order a woman by an app? You think what Trump said is true?
Yeah, but he probably didn't mean like an actual app. He probably meant like WhatsApp or something like that.
But he is talking about going on the internet and getting access to somebody that is trafficking people.
Yeah, he probably means WhatsApp because it's encrypted and stuff like that. Yeah. How you can send messages between people. He probably didn't mean like an actual app like how they do in Vegas.
Yeah, but it's close enough. I mean, in other words, okay, he is almost 80. He is almost 80 years old. We don't expect him to be 100% internet savvy, but he's in the ballpark.
No, yeah, it's plausible. Yeah. I think it's plausible.
Yeah, I think it's plausible too. Now,
I was there when Backpage started, so.
Oh man, yeah, MySpace and all. Yeah, well, Backpages. I remember Backpages. Yeah, I do remember Backpages. Yeah, so yeah, that's what I'm saying. I believe it can happen. So,
hey, I was watching.
Go ahead.
What a guy. He was kind of talking about Trump losing. I think it was like in Iowa or like how is he losing?
Yeah, he's losing in Iowa right now by 3 points. And by the way, it's greater than the margin of error. Yet no people are not taking it seriously. You hear Trump saying the polls are garbage polls, the same polls that he was the same the Des Moines Register, the capital city of Iowa, their main newspaper, the Des Moines Register, is where this came from. When they were rooting in favor of Trump, he was publicly at rallies saying this is a great poll. Now that they're against him, he's saying it's a garbage poll, but the right is not taking it seriously. But Iowa could be in play.
Yeah, well, yeah, I think he doesn't. I don't think he's actually aware of why he was as popular originally, than why he's losing favor with some people. A lot of people who voted for him are like anti-establishment people. He got a large majority of like the people who wanted like drastic changes in the White House. Right. And what happens is that over time, he's coming off more as a politician.
Yeah.
The more he comes off as a politician, the less interested they get into him. And now that margin is super thin because he's a politician. If you got to keep making excuses for him, he's buddying up with billionaires like Elon Musk. And while people love like the free speech idea, everybody kind of like anti-authoritarian people kind of have the concept of if you're buddying up with billionaires, it's because you're being bought.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they were saying about the liberals. You're buddying up with George Soros, or you're buddying up with Zuckerberg or Bill Gates. Now that he's doing it with Elon Musk, they seem to be okay with it.
The Republicans, but anti-authoritarian people, they kind of still see it as the same. That's why you see somebody like Nick Fuentes, who was like ride or die for Trump, and he was all for like the rhetoric that he was spreading. As he slowly saw that like he's not full head with the rhetoric, and he's buddying up with all of these billionaires. It's just like he's exactly the same. And if somebody as far to the right as him can come off of that train, the average people are probably getting off too.
Yeah. I want to ask you something. Now, this is somewhat off topic, but this is one of the main reasons why a lot of folks are saying Trump is a much better leader for this country than Kamala Harris. Kenny Howard on YouTube. Now, listen to these numbers. He says under Trump, gas was $1.89 a gallon. Eggs were 79 cents. Milk was $1.30 a gallon. Bread was $1. Look what Harris Bidenomics has done. Do them numbers sound familiar to you?
I mean, not really. I remember things being cheaper, but they weren't that cheap. He's talking about 25-cent bag of chips from back in the day, or
that sound like some 1980s numbers. I might have been looking at those numbers when I was sitting around watching live, brand new episodes of The Cosby Show or something like that. Them numbers seem really low. He said
they're romanticizing it. I get it, dude. Things were better, gas was a little bit cheaper, but you were not buying a house for $1,900 back in the day. You got to cut that out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm like, wow. I mean, shit was that cheap. I don't, because the $1.89 a gallon thing is literally taking the best part of Trump's administration, right during the pandemic. That wasn't, most of the years Trump was in office, gas was not $1.89 a gallon.
No, they're over romanticizing it towards the pandemic. Of course, gas was cheap. Nobody was driving. They were trying to get you out. Right. And then they downplayed the pandemic on the other end about the effects that it had on the economy. It's a weird. It's weird.
Well, but who do you favor in terms of the economy, though? I mean, do you think that I'm gonna ask you the question that you're hearing constantly? Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago?
I mean, you can say that you were better off 4 years ago, but if you don't understand why you were better off, it's a moot point. It's like Trump was better off because we were spending more after coming out of recession. When we were I think it was we were recovering from a recession that Obama had brought us out. We were it was raising to skyrocket high margins. And at the time, I want to say that they say he was supposed to be cutting the spending that he was doing, but he kept it going. So of course it looked nice. It looked like everything was working because we were spending more money when we shouldn't have.
Yeah, but what about giving him another go? You think we could probably do better if we get rid of Biden and give him a second go?
I don't think so. I think, again, and this is the kind of messed up part that we're at. If he would have won after his original term, I don't think we would have been bad off. I think we're going to be bad off because he didn't get that term, and now he feels like he was supposed to have that term. Yeah. But he didn't realize why he messed up. Within that, he gave us mixed messages on COVID. He kind of didn't unify the people like how everyone thought he was, because initially when he was running, we did look at him as an outsider, and he didn't live up to that. Yeah.
Some would say that, but a lot of folks are suggesting that the reason he didn't live up to it is he hired bad people, ineffective people, and they stirred his administration the wrong way. I mean, they're suggesting that this time he would hire better people.
But he can't though. His track record is terrible. You can't say the policy that he passed and then forget the administration that he hired when he had to let go 90% of it. That's his track record too. He can't hire people. Everybody he backs in elections tend to underperform and do horribly in places where nobody expected them to do horribly at. people don't understand is that like it's him. It's not really his ideas or his ideals. It's what he represents, which makes him popular. But it only is him. You can't pass it on everybody else.
Yeah. And you feel confident, before I move it on, you feel confident that Kamala Harris is up to the job, or are we just doing this because we don't like Trump?
Of course, there's people there who don't think she's up to the job. I think she is. I think she's a regular politician. She's going to go and put people around her who know how to do their job, where it's been time and tested. Do I think we'll get like progressive bills passed? No. Do I think we'll have like amazing changes or turnarounds? No. But I think they'll do what Democrats always do, which is when they come into office as a Republican, they'll fix things up. People will bitch and complain, then everything is ruined. Then everything will get ruined under the next Republican that comes in, and then the Democrat will come in and clean it back up.
So in other words, she'll do a decent job. You think she'll be worthy of re-elected? You think we're going to get 8 years of Kamala?
I mean, it depends. It depends on who the Republicans send up. I think Democratic candidates, like most candidates, are defeatable. You can come up with a formula to defeat them. I think just trying to throw Trump at the wall and hoping he stick is not it's not going to keep working. Like,
yeah, I see the comments. You got a counter. Giovanni Soriano says, so with this caller's logic, Kamala is probably the most corrupt and most bought. BlackRock is a donor to her campaign, the most corrupt company. So saying because she got a very corrupt.
What about all of the money? What about all of the money the Trump kids took for the Middle East? But we don't talk about that. Like, they don't care about that. They don't care that he didn't put his company into a bond trust, something that we've never let a president get away with. Yeah. You just told him, nah, my kids got it. Like, and then he had his kids right there. Yeah. But we'll never look at stuff like that.
Well, he promised that he was going to not run his businesses and put it in a bond trust. Yeah, he reneged on that, but he did promise he was not going to be running business. Kind of like Schwarzenegger. When Schwarzenegger became governor, he promised that he was not going to be doing movies. Now, he kept his promise, but no, Trump continued focusing on his businesses.
Yeah, but they won't hold. That's not a standard they'll hold him to. They'll say something like, come on, he's a businessman. Of course he was going to run this company. He's a businessman. Of course he was going to charge like the CIA and other intelligence agencies who had to stay in Mar-a-Lago and other foreign dignitaries who had to come and do business. Of course he's going to charge them. He's a businessman. Even though that's high levels of corruption too, like you're exploiting the system. I think you talk about all the time about how like we ran our presidency on honor codes, and it's just like he just proved that nobody's enforcing these codes, and nobody also cares when they're not enforced by their guy. Like, of course, you see Trump go and do what he wants, and then it's just like, oh, like he's the guy. Just let him go. You guys are nitpicking.
I can't argue with that, and yeah, that's one of the things that I think they will have to correct once Trump is out of the picture is this whole honor system thing, because I do believe that Trump pushed the envelope in many, many ways that the founding fathers never thought we'd be dealing with. I think that he really pushed the envelope. And yeah, from this point on, it would not surprise me if Trump, if he loses, if all of a sudden you start getting bipartisan support from both sides of the aisle to pass laws that prevent Trump from doing something, well, not Trump, but that prevents the next president from doing some of the things that Trump showed that could be done. He exposed because folks say he was here to drain the swamp, and then they say, well, no, he exposed it. He exposed a lot of weaknesses in our checks and balance system. He exposed that the president has the ability, if they want to exploit a lot of shit, because nobody ever expected a president to go in as many directions as Trump did. But Name, appreciate you coming through.
All right, thank you, man.
Anytime. And for some folks who wonder, well, what the hell did he do? How did he push the envelope? Well, he's shown us that certainly when we talk about the fact that he was indicted numerous times on some things that are kind of considered treasonous. Now, I'm not saying Trump's guilty. I get folks are going to say it's a witch hunt or whatever. We can talk about that. But the fact is, until those cases go to court and we find out if you actually did it or not, a lot of people would say, including me, I would say you shouldn't be able to be president until we know if you're actually guilty of this stuff or not. Because at the end of the day, once you're president, you can make sure that we never know. Tap the screen, by the way. I'll go down the list, but I do appreciate you folks tapping the screen. Get me up to about 60,000. You know how the program is ran. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. We are MAGA friendly, been that way since day one, always shall be. You don't have to worry about anybody on the program trying to block, ban, or censor you because you got a difference of opinion. We damn sure believe in free speech. You can be critical of anyone on the program, including the host. That's how free speech is ran. You enjoy that kind of dialogue. Feel free to follow the program on TikTok and subscription on YouTube, if you will. We're here Monday through Friday. We'll be here on the long haul tomorrow night, but certainly Monday through Friday. So feel free to follow the program, a subscription on YouTube. And by the way, for some of the newer viewers, we're on Instagram now. I think there may be a possibility of taking calls on Instagram for some of my YouTubers. So we are on Instagram. I would encourage you to follow us on Instagram. Handsome Liberal, same name on all platforms. The Handsome Liberal. So it's on Instagram now for the first night. I'm still figuring out Instagram. I'm not totally aware of how it works. So it's going to be a learning progress. Yeah, and she had the most tie-breaking voters out of all vice presidents. Okay, she made, what does this say? She can make suggestions to the president, but he's under no obligation to follow those. Yeah, that's a good point, because folks say, well, Kamala Harris was vice president for 4 years. Why should we trust her when she didn't get nothing accomplished those 4 years? And they're debating that on TikTok, on YouTube, or YouTube horizontal, and that's a good point. Vice presidents do not have the power to pass all these laws. Yeah, they're doing tie-breaking laws. That's about it. If there's a tie in the Senate, they can pick a side. Other than that, all she's doing is making suggestions. Like when Biden, when she was the border czar, all she can do is go down to the border and come back and make a suggestion to President Biden. You don't have to take it. You think Trump was taking all of the suggestions from Mike Pence? You don't hear anyone suggesting that Mike Pence was this fabulous vice president, even though a lot of folks believe Trump was the best president we've had in recent history. They don't give Mike Pence any credit at all. So, yeah, it's not the job of the vice president to do all of these great things. They're blaming the economy on Vice President Harris. The vice president doesn't affect the economy. That's not their job as a vice president. But anyway, before I go on to the next caller, what I'm talking about in regards to loopholes and weaknesses that I believe Trump has exposed that the founding fathers never intended. Number one is the fact that he's been indicted on some treasonous charges, such as, documents and things like that. Like I said, we can talk about if it's a witch hunt, if they're bullshit charges or not. But until you actually hear the case from Jack Smith, we don't know. So the idea that you can become president when somebody is already saying that you may have done things that are harmful to this country, that's something I don't think the fathers ever intended. My opinion, what you should have is that needs to be adjudicated before you can get the job. You couldn't become a bank teller if you got outstanding charges for financial crimes. Well, we need you to first be found not guilty of that. We're not going to put you in charge of money when you got financial crimes hanging over you. So that's number one. He's been indicted of, crimes that might be harmful to this nation. We need to first hear the answer to that stuff. If it's a witch hunt, so be it. But we need to hear the answer, because if Trump becomes president, we already know what's going to happen. He's going to fire the prosecutors and or pardon himself. Fire the prosecutors or pardon himself, which leads to number two. If you do commit a crime while being president of the United States, if you commit a crime, maybe something that is a crime to the country, such as documents or working with the enemies, you shouldn't be able to pardon your own self. I wouldn't be surprised if they work on eliminating that. If you commit a crime of treason or something against this nation while you're president, you shouldn't be able to pardon yourself for that crime. That's two. Number three is if you are convicted of the actual crime. First, I talked about if you're indicted, we need to hear the case before you can become. Well, what about if you're found guilty of the crime or you're found guilty of other crimes? Like in this case, Trump is a felon 34 times over. Once again, it might be a witch hunt. I know how you folks feel, but he is officially convicted of nearly 3 dozen felonies. Fact is, he portrayed a McDonald's fry worker, he couldn't get that job with those same felonies. He could not get that job as a fry maker at McDonald's with those same felonies. Yet he can become president. That's something I don't think the founding fathers ever expected. So once again, as I'm talking about, or the garbage man job either, he couldn't get that either with 34. So I see the comments. Taurus says yes, he can. You're telling me you want to walk up to McDonald's, put in an application, and you're going to tell the employer, give me a second sheet because I got like 34 of these. Not only do you have 34 felonies, I still have to be sentenced next month. You're telling me you could get a job. You would hire a person with 34 felonies that is due to be sentenced in a few weeks. Get the fuck out of here. You can defend Trump. You can tell me I'm full of shit. I get it. Fair enough. We can debate whether I'm full, but he ain't even been sentenced yet. We're not talking about somebody that has a bunch of felonies and they don't serve their time and it's 10 years ago. He just got them. He ain't even been sentenced. You're telling me you can get that job at McDonald's. You full of shit. And I'm willing to entertain when folks tell me I'm full of shit, but you full of shit on that one. But anyway, that's another one. You got a bunch of felonies. I think you would get bipartisan support that once you've been convicted of a bunch of felonies, you probably can't be president because you cannot hold most other jobs in this nation, period. Even the fry guy at McDonald's or the garbage man. So all of those, I believe Trump has exploited and shown us that you can do these things. You can be charged with crimes against the nation and still become president. You can be convicted of crimes as a felon and still become president. You can be charged with crimes, become president, and then interfere with your prosecution, fire the prosecutor. You know how privileged that is? That somebody charge you with some shit and you can actually fire the dude that charged you? You know how much privilege that is? That's insane. But that's number 3. And number 4 is probably the most ridiculous one of all that I think you'll have no problem, absolutely zero issue getting bipartisan support. You cannot be commander-in-chief while actively incarcerated. The idea that folks tossed around he could still be president while in jail is insane. I don't know what kind of man George Washington was, but I'm going to assume he disagreed with that shit. You can become president while you're in jail. So I think that definitely in the future, you'll get bipartisan support. Now, I'll say it this way. Let's go back about 10 years or so before Trump announced he was going to run, when it was Hillary Clinton's time up there and everybody was talking about Hillary Clinton. I want to take you back in time and I want to play a quick clip for you. And this will kind of back up what I'm saying about you'll get bipartisan support because a lot of folks don't believe somebody that's in serious legal trouble should run. I'll give you one, Donald Trump. Every time I try to
Hillary Clinton, following the discovery of another 650,000 emails, probably including the 33,000 emails that Hillary destroyed after receiving a congressional subpoena.
Listen to his opinion here.
They are also...
There's a little bit of lock her up. This is a few years old, obviously, as he's referencing Hillary Clinton. But I want you to hear his opinion on her because this is in reference to what I'm talking about. Somebody in trouble not being able to run.
Folks, she shouldn't be allowed to run. Okay, sure. If she were to win this election, it would create an unprecedented constitutional crisis. In that situation, we could very well have a sitting president under felony indictment and ultimately a criminal trial. It would grind government to a halt. Of course, that's what we have right now under Obama anyway. We need a government that can work and work well from day one for the American people.
Now, I just want to stop it. I see in the comments, Torres said he didn't go after her. Okay, I hear that part, but what he is saying is that if she is elected and there's a criminal trial, she shouldn't be able to run. Now that he is going through the exact same experience, people believe he should be able to run. Now, I don't give a lot of points out for what you're saying, quote unquote, he did not go after her. So it's wrong to go after your adversary, but it's okay to talk about it. I don't buy into that. And not only that, but you had, I believe it was Spicer, get fired by Trump because Trump, according to Spicer, got mad that he wouldn't go after her. So members of Trump administration is suggesting he did want to go after her. They just didn't have nothing to go after her on. But the idea, what you're basically saying is it's okay to joke about going after somebody as long as you don't do it. That's plain semantics to me. Giovanni Soriano, the fact that BlackRock has given record amounts of money and support to Kamala really should make you think about her role. Let's build new houses. I hear your point. I'm not totally disagreeing with you, Giovanni, and thank you for the super chat. But the problem is, I hate to use this ridiculous ass term, but it does apply. They all do that. Every politician in Washington takes money from people they shouldn't. In my opinion, Elon Musk, since becoming a Trump supporter, is starting to turn into dirty money. That whole giving people $1 million to sign a petition. You think the right would be okay if George Soros was doing that? That's dirty money, in my opinion. He is literally barely skirting the law on violating it. He's paying people to sign us a petition. Now, he's doing it in the form of a raffle, but I guarantee if Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg, or George Soros was doing that, the right would be going apeshit about that. So I hear your point about Kamala taking money from BlackRock, or we could talk about, Bush with Halliburton and all this. My guess is it happens no matter what. I mean, you got Jared Kushner, Trump's son-in-law, which my last caller before last pointed out, taking $2 billion from the Saudis. How is that any better? Let me go back to the box. Bringing up one of my subscribers there, Mr. Walter. House arrest at the White House. Will G. Jesus Christ. The hypocrisy is loud. I do agree with that. Trump in this statement here, very hypocritical. I don't give any credence to this. He didn't officially go after it. He's clearly talking about it. And he talked about it for months. Mr. Walter, good evening.
Hey, good evening, Tim. How you doing tonight?
I'm in the trenches as usual. Election Eve. Got any concerns?
Honestly, I'm 90% sure that Kamala's going to take this thing.
90%? You got to explain that. 90%.
Right. So, look, I can't really say other than, this Iowa poll. And then you look into the data that this person has talked about, and you look at her record about predictions. This is solid. This is not. This is
Now, in regards to you saying 90% and how solid it is, I want to read a comment. This is coming from a viewer. Parody Town FC says, tomorrow the whole world is going to be in shock. This election is going to show the amount of women is going to come out and vote. They have never voted in American history. So he's saying it's going to be just like an insane tidal wave of women voters. Is that where you're getting your 90% from?
Yeah, I mean, that's a big part of it. I mean, you look at the historical record, women basically abandoned Hillary. Every demographic kind of came behind Obama, and Kamala in the, and if you look at all of the enthusiastic, polls, she's over Obama.
I don't believe. Let me tell you why I hear it. I mean, you could be right, but I disagree for this standpoint. I don't believe the enthusiasm for Kamala Harris is that great. I believe it's hatred of Trump. She just is the default recipient of it. But I don't believe people are voting for her out of love for Kamala like that. I think they're trying to get rid of Trump.
Look, if you put those two things together.
Right. There you go.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I'm not saying, it's this and that is what I'm saying,
Yeah.
But I honestly, I mean, who knows? If I honestly think it's about if I had to guess at maybe
90% though. Wow.
30. Huh?
90% though. Wow.
Well, in my opinion, yeah, I think she is going to take it 90-30. However, I mean, 30. I mean, I'm saying maybe 70-30, but I just feel like she's going to take it.
Yeah. And I see on YouTube somebody 91 poop hitter said Trump already won. Well, that's one of the things I will say about that. Now you're at a 90% margin. I'm nowhere near where you're at, but I do think it is trending toward Kamala winning. But here's something I don't understand, and I get your opinion on this. You talk to a lot of Democrats. They're not like you. They're more concerned. They're nervous if Trump's going to win, and they're concerned. You talk to Trump supporters. You talk to MAGA. They're like my viewer. They're already celebrating. They're playing cool in the game celebration. Why do you think it's such a difference when all of the polls show it's really close, where Trump supporters think they got it in the bag, and Democrats are still kind of concerned? Why are Trump supporters feeling so confident? Unlike you, because you're the first Democrat I've talked to that feel that confident about Kamala Harris. Most of them are concerned.
Really?
Yeah, 90%. Hell yeah, you are.
So it is a conundrum. I will admit that there is a wide disparity about who's going to win this thing, right. And it's if I had to guess, it's that it's honestly a little tighter than either side's going to really admit to, and we kind of want to cover our bases and, be a little bit more protective about it. So, the truth is it's probably either side is really more like 60-40 or something to that nature. But, I mean, you listen to the, left wing and the right wing, they're very much, it's a different story if you to whom you talk to. So
there's no legitimate reason for them to feel like that, is what you're saying.
Yeah, all I wanted to actually come on and say is that regardless who wins, I want the other side to admit
that ain't gonna happen. I don't even know what you're about to say. Hold on, I don't even know what you're about to say, but I'm gonna tell you that ain't gonna happen. Keep going.
Listen, all I'm gonna say is that 6 months from now or a year from now, if shit goes the way that all the left-leaning people are afraid of actually happens, I want, your fucking, Gen X.
Joe Rogan.
Hang on a second. I do want to, hold on, hang on one second. Hold on a second.
Joe Rogan endorsing Donald Trump. This just after Elon Musk made the case for 45 during his 2.5-hour sit-down interview on Rogan's podcast today. So two major endorsements, Megyn Kelly and Joe Rogan, at Monday night.
Megyn Kelly of Fox is irrelevant. What do you think? Does that make any difference with Joe Rogan? No, Megyn Kelly, I mean, she used to work at Fox. It's not like she was going to endorse Kamala Harris.
She's bleeding out of everywhere. You can't trust that woman, but...
Yeah, and Trump said that about her, yeah.
Joe Rogan was the guy who suggested the fucking insult comic guy, whatever his fucking name was, I mean, that's a Joe Rogan comic. He's in his group. This is inside baseball. This is all those same people, This is no surprise. There's no Joe Rogan people who are like, oh, okay, maybe now I'll support Trump instead of fucking Kamala. Yeah. That is bullshit.
I can't argue with you on that. I said the same thing earlier in the broadcast before I was able to confirm this, is that Joe Rogan's audience is predominantly straight white males. I mean, the overwhelming majority of them were going to support Trump. In fact, I'll tell you this: if Joe Rogan came out and endorsed Kamala Harris, he would lose thousands, if not millions, of his audience members because they're already endorsing Trump. He would actually lose people that are watching this program. So if he was going to endorse Kamala, he probably just wouldn't say anything.
Exactly. 100%.
All right. So 90% though, man, you definitely are. You're a breath of fresh air to Kamala supporters.
My main thing I wanted to come on tonight and say is that if a year from now Trump is doing some fucking crazy ass shit that we all talked about, I want fucking all these fucking people on your, right wing, MAGA people to say, I'm sorry, man, you're right. That's all I want to have happen.
You want too much. You think MAGA's going to apologize to your ass? You want too much.
I'm just talking about honest people, I feel like, honestly, I can't remember his name, Gen X guy, whatever, from North Dakota or whatever. Yeah. But anyway, if this shit, plays out like everybody's afraid of, just admit it. Like, this shit fucking played out. That's all I'm saying.
Well, when they said, I remember when Obama was running and the whole Joe the Plumber thing, they were saying if Obama got elected, he was going to raise taxes to 70%. He was going to take away everybody's guns. Gas was going to be $5 a gallon, and he was going to turn America into socialist Greece, because Greece was a failed. Now it's Venezuela, but they were saying Greece at the time. Nobody apologizes for that shit.
This is exactly what I'm saying. I mean, this is what Trump was saying, that if, Biden gets elected, that's the end of America. Yeah. The stock market's going to crash. And none of that shit happened. Yeah. None of it happened.
And now he's saying Kamala Harris is going to do it.
Yeah, exactly. It's all fear. All right, look, this is I'll end with this. This is my whole thing. Have you ever heard anything positive out of Trump? Has he ever said America has this positive future? And
when he's in office, he says it. When he was in office, it was doing best. We were doing the best in history.
Okay, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying his message for the future.
If he is leading in the future, his message is positive. If he is not leading, it's negative.
All right, that's cool, Tim. I'm just saying that I think people appeal generally to a positive message versus.
I agree with that. Yeah, I agree. His messaging has become really dark, and it has a lot of doom and gloom in it. People are complaining about that. I know what you're talking about. I'll give you the last word. Go ahead, buddy. Appreciate it.
No, that's it. That's all I wanted to leave you with.
All right.
Thank you.
Good talk. Thank you. And the doom and gloom thing, some folks are starting to speak out about that. Whether it's immigrants, poisoning the blood or invading us, or there's asylums and coming out of jails, or eating pets. Obviously, liberal cities where people that look like me are setting the whole damn town on fire and burning everything up. He paints a fairly apocalyptic picture of America. And some folks are starting to complain about that. Taurus, you got to put in your request. Taurus, I know Taurus is pretty critical of me, and I would certainly like to talk to him, but you got to put in the request in the comments. So you can come up and say anything you want to me. I have very thick skin. I appreciate MAGA. I respect them. I enjoy talking to them, but you got to put in your request. If I see it, I'll bring you up. Moving on with the program. It is in there. He is correct. Arshafat, I do see you there. Taurus, chew that wheat grass, guy. What am I getting wrong?
I'm not against you. I actually like your podcast.
Thank you. Appreciate it. But what am I getting wrong? You can feel free to.
I'm looking at it in a different light. I'm looking at it in, okay, I'm not against a woman being a president. I'm against the fact that they put out there it's a black woman being a president. And then when they're asking her questions, she's not answering the questions. She's not at all. She haven't answered any questions about any policies or anything. And then when she do policies, it's something that Trump already introduced. For example, no tax on tips.
Right.
I work
that shit
as a
ain't gonna
bartender.
happen. That shit ain't gonna happen. I don't care which one of them win. They not gonna all of that money.
I know,
that shit ain't gonna happen.
but at the end of the day, run on your own thing.
I don't disagree with that. She did bite that. She did bite it.
I mean, they criticize this man for everything he does.
Well, wait a minute. Hold on. Hang on a second. Let me interject and say this, because you're not the first to say they criticized Trump and they went after him from day one. They never gave him a chance. You do realize he launches a lot of insults at people.
Yeah, but they've been insulting this man since he announced that he was becoming president.
Because when he announced that he was becoming president, he had already been. Hold on, hang on. When he came down the golden escalator and announced he was becoming president, that's day one. Day zero, he had already been attacking Obama and saying that guy was born in Kenya for 2 or 3 years. So on day one, he already had a lot of negative baggage.
Know exactly? Oh, hold on. Do anybody know exactly for a fact that he was not born in Kenya?
Yeah, he has a birth certificate that says he was born in the United States.
As in Hawaii.
Why is that even coming up? Where was George? Where's George W. Bush's birth certificate?
I didn't have nothing to do with Obama. I didn't bring up Obama.
No. You didn't. No, you didn't. I did.
My whole thing is, hold on. My whole thing is, I don't have a problem with a woman running for president.
Okay.
But I really feel bad that us as black men and black women is falling for this every time they throw this out here. That's my problem with it.
Well,
okay, Trump already been in office. We already know what this man does.
That's not the whole story. I
don't know what she does, because you know what? Every time they ask her a question, she don't answer anything directly.
Yeah, I mean, I get that, but how do you respond?
How do you want us to follow that? How do you want us to follow that?
Well,
black men and black women.
Let me respond to it. The fact is, Kamala Harris does have a lot of question marks around her. I think what's helping her is the fact that Trump does not have a lot of question marks around him. The Trump that folks actually know, for a lot of folks, particularly people of color, the Trump that they actually know is more risky and upsetting to them than the Kamala that they don't know. I think the fact that Trump actually,
because he's different.
No, let me give you an example. I play this all the time on the program. I'll let you respond to it. I want to hear your opinion on this.
Become a beacon of hope, safety, beauty, better than ever before. We're going to rebuild our cities. We're going to work with Democrat mayors who are running, in every instance, running them. Democrat mayors and many Democrat governors. And we're going to rebuild our cities. We're going to bring them back like they used to be. We're going to make them safe places again. We're going to give our police their power back, and we're going to give them immunity from prosecution.
Now, we're both African Americans. You favor giving police immunity from prosecution in cities we live in? That's something we know about him.
Hold on. Okay, I understand where you're going, but understand what I'm seeing is a different thing.
How so?
Okay, the whole thing of him giving police, I've listened to his speeches. And I've listened to her, and I tried to listen to her, but she never gives a straight answer.
We've talked about that.
Police thing, when it comes to him and this police thing, like the Jurassic 5, he never even mentioned them in that article.
What about this right here? Police immunity.
He never once mentioned them in that article.
Police immunity.
Read the article. You could go read the article.
Hold on. Why are you bringing? Why are you bringing up this? Hold on. Hang on. You're bringing up the Central Park fire. I'm talking about giving police immunity. What does that got to do with this?
Because you know what? That's what the media is pushing.
I didn't bring anything. I didn't say nothing about the. Why are you bringing up the media?
Understanding what I'm trying to come at you with. I'm not coming at you.
Give me your best shot. Give me your best shot.
I want you to understand what I'm saying.
I'm trying.
Stop twisting words. That's what we're doing for the longest. We keep twisting words. Stop twisting words. Understand that people, when they say people will show you who they are.
What does that got to do with this?
A lot. She's showing us who she is.
I asked you about.
She do not care about America.
You
she do not care about us.
You
bro.
still have yet. Wait, hold on. You still have yet to say.
Black man quicker than she would lock up. She locked up.
You're talking without. You're not. We're not having a conversation. You just talking without. He mentioned giving police immunity. You still doing it. He mentioned giving police immunity from prosecution. You're talking about everything but that.
Completely, because like I said, I have watched his speech.
So
he said that. He said, "Look, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, if they're wrong, they should be prosecuted."
Where did you hear that at?
To be trained. Nobody's training these cops. Like they are not training our kids in school. They're training them to do one thing and they're doing that one thing. It's also cops out there with their own minds.
You heard all of that out of what he just said?
I understand what he's saying.
How do you get that understanding?
Same reason every black man in the world or every black rapper in the world was rapping about Trump until he decided he wanted to run for president.
He wouldn't talk about
it. And then Oprah them had him on her TV show asking him why didn't he become president? Or Oprah saying, "I love him and that's my friend."
I don't know what any of that got to do with stopping frisk.
Saying the same thing. And everybody else on The View saying the same thing.
I don't know what any of that's got to do with giving police immunity.
They would demonize anybody to keep power.
So you think what Trump just said about giving police immunity, you think that's a good thing?
Okay, so no, I'm not saying that.
What is it then?
I'm saying that the fact that he's saying, okay, give them power enough to control the communities that need to be controlled, not kill people.
What does immunity mean to you?
I don't mean kill, because
what does immunity from prosecution mean to you?
To me, prosecution means if you're in the wrong and you're caught in the wrong, the police have the right to detain you. I've been detained many times.
You're saying that even though you got immunity
right now, I can tell you this right now. I was wrong a lot of times. So in this point, I didn't get shot. My bad. Pew pew. I didn't get any of that. If you cooperate and do the right thing when it comes to that situation, you'll be fine. But it's not a lot of them out there that actually have the same heart as the good ones. I'm
hearing you. I honestly
was a policeman.
I hear him.
My uncle was a policeman.
That ain't got nothing to do with this.
It has a lot to do with it, bro. Because everybody keep pushing this narrative. He's giving them all immunity.
He said it.
Anything they do wrong. It's not what he's saying. It's just like he said. He did not say that.
Okay.
But that's what's being twisted.
Let me give you another clip. I want to hear your opinion on this one.
And I have directed the Attorney General's office to immediately go to the great city of Chicago to help straighten out the terrible shooting wave. I want to straighten it out fast. There's no reason for what's going on there. I've told them to work with local authorities to try to change the terrible deal the city of Chicago entered into with ACLU, which ties law enforcement's hands, and to strongly consider stop and frisk. It works, and it was meant for problems like Chicago.
Your opinion on that?
Okay. How many gangs are in Chicago?
A lot.
Okay. So most of the time, most of the shootings are coming from the gangs, right?
Yeah. Many times, yeah.
Okay. Say you lived in Chicago. Say you got a family.
Yeah.
Say you got a family.
Okay.
In Chicago. if you know those gang members are running rapid around the or all over the city or whatever, do you not want protection?
Do you have to randomly stop innocent people to give it to me?
If they're gang members.
What about the innocent people?
That's not what's saying. What's saying is gang members driving cars too.
What is your definition of stop and frisk?
I have a gang member in the car.
So no innocent people ever get stopped and frisked?
I'm quite sure it has. I'm quite sure I've been pulled over.
Do you care about those people?
But the whole thing is, y'all not understanding. Are you understanding? If you have a family member that's a gang member, even if you're in the car, you're associated with that?
I get your point about solving gang crimes and things like that, but the idea is you're pulling people. Hold on, hang on. I'm trying to respond to you. I don't want the police trying to determine whether I'm a gang member or not and just randomly stopping people. Maybe they get it wrong. Do you care about them people?
What if one of your family members is a gang member?
Okay.
And you in the car with them, with your kid.
Right.
What if they're involved in the crime?
What if there's no crime being committed?
What if they're involved in the crime?
If they're involved in the crime, it's not stop and frisk. They got probable cause. That's a whole different setup. That's something totally different.
No,
that ain't stop and
they
frisk.
already done committed a crime and the cops are looking for them and you're in the car with your kid.
That's a different situation.
What's the difference, bro? What's the difference?
Let me explain the difference to you. What you're talking about is probable cause. Stop and frisk, what's the difference? Stop and frisk means you can stop anybody without cause. You don't have to have any gang member. You can have somebody that you're out. Let's say you're going to work and you got to be at work at 7 a.m. So you're waiting on a bus at 5 a.m. and it's still dark in the wintertime. What the hell you doing out here at 5 a.m.? They can stop you and go through your pockets and demand you show ID. They can stop innocent people. That's the difference. They ain't got nothing to do with gang members. It can be an innocent person.
I'm from Florida, and I'm from Fort Myers, Florida. Trust me, it has happened to me.
So you support it?
The thing is, to me, what happens when you're in Chicago and you got all these gang members, and then they're driving around their family, but they have committed a crime, and you're innocent. And you're in the car with your kid with that gang member.
What if you're not around any gang members and they stop you anyway?
Well, now then that's a different game.
What?
But like I said, how many gang members are in Chicago? How many shootings go down in Chicago?
There's a ton of shootings go down in Chicago.
Okay. So like I said, what if one of those members is your family member and you're in that car with them? Do they not have the right to stop and frisk?
Yes, but
then at that point in time, are you thinking about your kid?
But you keep bringing up somebody being in the presence of an active criminal. That's not stop and frisk because that's not. Hold on, hang on. Bro. If you are in, that ain't got nothing to do. But that's not stopping. The example you're using is not stop and frisk. You're talking about an active criminal. That's different. That doesn't fall into what we're talking about. We're talking about you can stop somebody that's standing on the street corner that you think is a gang member. What you're talking about is an active crime that's been committed. That's a different situation you're using.
So I got a question. If you ain't do anything wrong and you get stopped and frisked by that policeman, and you just go on about yourself after all that's said and done, are your feelings hurt?
No, my pocketbook might be hurt. Let me give you an example. I told you about being outside at 5 a.m. going to work. I'm waiting to catch my bus or my train to go to work. He stops and frisks me and runs my ID and it causes me to miss my train. I show up late to work and I get docked 20 minutes pay. Who the hell's going to cover that? Yeah, exactly. Nobody. I'm going to eat that charge.
But I mean, 20 minutes versus your life?
I don't have an answer for that.
20 minutes versus your life?
I don't have an answer for that.
Because you could sit there and argue with him and he get pissed off because he's just mad and he might shoot off. Like I said, he didn't say that he was going to pardon everybody.
20 minutes versus your life. So take away people's Fourth Amendment right. Tell them, well, I'm saving your life while I'm doing
lose
this.
20 minutes at my job, a place that don't really give a fuck about me anyway, than to lose my life.
All right. Okay, so every time they stop and frisk somebody, they saving a life.
Not necessarily.
Then why you bring it up?
Because I feel like if you're going to bring up the police and the whole thing, there's a lot of black cops out there too.
Okay. All right. Do you believe in the Fourth Amendment at all?
Yes.
But you're okay with,
I got a question.
You're okay with violating it?
At all? Do you believe in the Second Amendment at all?
Not in an environment where they're stopping and frisking. I wouldn't be happy. That's, and you know, to answer your question, me specifically, because I do carry, that's probably one of the biggest fears I have in life is having to tell a cop I have a gun on me. I am dead frightened of that. And in a stop and frisk environment where it can happen in the middle of the morning, that's just a recipe for disaster. Because if a cop is stopping and frisking you, they generally think there is something bad about you. Having to tell them you got a gun, I can't tell you how much I'm against what you are promoting. I'm frightened of that.
I'm not promoting this, bro. I'm just asking questions.
And I'm answering them. I'm answering them.
Do you carry?
Yeah.
If you carry, then at that end of the day, look, you have a reason to protect yourself, just like everybody else. That's what the Second Amendment is for.
Okay. So at the end of the day, just to get clarity, you are in favor, because you believe in saving lives of stopping, frisk, and giving police immunity. You are in favor of that.
I don't give all police immunity. Like I said, in certain cases where I know cops are scared of us. But at the end of the day, Trump is not giving immunity to all cops.
Because cops are scared. He got the gun. He got the backup. He got the long rifle.
And you know what? They're quick to shoot if they're not comfortable.
Jesus. All right.
You think I'm lying to you? Any white man can do it. Any black man can do it. Gang members are doing it daily.
Okay.
Gang members are doing it daily, bro. What's their excuse?
They're criminals.
Okay.
But now you're turning the cops into criminals with the stuff you're talking about doing.
Some cops are criminals.
Once you start giving them immunity and allowing them to randomly search people, they become criminals.
Cops are criminals. And like he said, it depends on the situation.
Okay. Let me just say this to you. We obviously completely disagree on this, and I don't give a damn about this. You're totally fine to come on the program anytime, but you wonder. Hold on. Let me actually say to you. Let me say what I'm gonna say to you. When you started out the program talking about why blacks vote Democrat and stuff like that, what you and I are discussing is part of that. The fact that Trump is talking about doing this stuff in liberal cities where most black people are not going to agree with how you just responded to this stuff about, hey, he can stop and frisk you, he's saving lives. The average black man ain't going to agree with that. I'm just telling you that. Go ahead. I'll let you wrap it up.
Bro, I'm not against you. I'm not against anything. Right now, all I'm trying to do is find solutions. And everybody arguing, saying this man saying this, but this woman ain't saying that. She's not doing anything to actually solve the problem, and she's not saying anything to actually give us hope to solve a problem.
I'm not totally disagreeing.
What can we do as a black community? Matter of fact, not even just a black community, because I don't just see black. What can we all do to fix this whole situation? Far as the cops, far as us fighting each other, what can we all do?
It would involve sitting down at the table having a conversation, but ain't nobody black gonna sit at the table when you talking about stopping frisk and saving lives, and you're okay with some cops having immunity. You gonna be at the table by yourself. Ain't no black man gonna be at that table.
Look, if we can get the smallest handful to actually sit down, to actually understand what I'm saying, the smallest handful can start making a difference. We're killing each other.
Listen,
we're killing each other.
This Taurus, I think the grounds that you started on with how you feel about stop and frisk, you're not going to get any further along, because I think what you're promoting for most people of color is a deal breaker. The rest, I don't care what, you could be promising something great, but because you support this stuff, they're not going to hear you. I think you lose them right here, right now with what you're talking about. Stop and frisk is saving lives. Okay, who cares if you get doc pay money? Hey, but we saving lives. Nobody's going to agree with that. I think you've lost everybody when you start talking like that. I gotta move it on though, man. I appreciate you coming in.
All right, bro.
Anytime. Man. Okay, looking in the comments. Listen, I believe in free speech. I didn't expect him to go that wild with it. I just did not. I mean, but he was really defending stop and frisk and giving police immunity. And now I will, in his defense, I will say he's not the only one that believes Kamala Harris doesn't answer questions and things like that. But the reason I gave him this clip is because of what I said before. When Trump is promising to do this kind of stuff in black neighborhoods, even though they may not feel 100% confident of who Kamala Harris is, this stuff right here is so bad to a lot of African Americans and people of color, they'll take a chance with an unknown Kamala. That was the point I was trying to get to him, because he's saying, well, we don't know what the hell she's about. Why would we? We do know what he's about. And what he is talking, this is a clear violation of the Fourth Amendment right, by the way. You're talking about randomly stopping innocent people. Well, as he was saying, well, it's going to save lives. You want somebody to take away your Second Amendment rights on the grounds that it'll reduce shootings? No. You don't give up your constitutional rights because somebody is saying, well, this will help you out. And that's what he was saying. Well, it'll save lives. Then why have the Fourth Amendment at all if they can just come up with a reason to take it away from you? So I think that even with Kamala Harris not always answering questions, or I grew up in a middle-class family or whatever they are, when he's talking about giving police immunity from prosecution, which is colossal in liberal cities, Kamala Harris is going to have to say something really awful to compete with that. Now, my last caller is no different than many other callers that support Trump that have tried to spin that to say it means something else. I've had callers say, well, he's talking about preventing cops from being involved in frivolous lawsuits. Well, he says prosecution. You don't get prosecuted in a frivolous lawsuit. That's civil. If you're being prosecuted, that means you've committed a crime. So what Trump is saying when he says immunity from prosecution so they can do their job, he's betting now that if a police do to you right now, it's a crime, that I want to make it so that they have immunity so they can do that to you. I don't know what it is because he didn't explain it. My last caller and many other callers have tried to fill in the blank and come up with their own reasoning, but he don't say it. He just says, I want them to have immunity from prosecution so they can do their job. Who knows what that is? Now, in addition to that, he's also talked about he believes crime can be reduced by allowing police to be really violent to citizens for an hour. What does that mean? Does it mean roughing them up a little bit? Does it mean breaking arms and legs? Does it mean taking a life? He just said allowing police to be really violent for an hour could lower crime. I mean, the terms are very general. They're not good if you're a citizen. So I hear the whole thing about Kamala Harris not answering questions, but this stuff is frightening to some folks. Now in the comments, Johnny 11 says it means behave or face the consequences. Your response is general. Behave or face the consequences. What's the definition of behave? What's the definition of consequences? What if I get into an argument with police? Why are you pulling me over? Get the fuck out the car. No, why are you pulling me over? I'm not getting out first. I'm not behaving. What are the consequences for that? Do I end up like Sandra Bland, where she ended up at the police station deceased? I mean, what are your response is general. You got to be as clear and concise with this stuff as possible. What is your definition of not behaving? What are your definition of consequences? Could mean you get arrested. Fine. But he's talking about being violent. That's different. like I said, I don't. In my make me king says to be white is to behave. Let me go back to the box. I was about to bring up King Finn. I've been holding on. King Finn, good evening. What do you think?
I don't know why you brought me on after that motherfucking clown. Why you bring me on after that damn
I need to hear your opinion.
You know I've been sitting here itching to barbecue this food this whole time, right?
Well, before you get to the grilling, I see Moogly, thank you for the super chat, said the caller was confused as hell. He's talking about my last caller. What's your take on that, King?
What's my take on it? You mean giving away your Fourth Amendment right for somebody to be able to beat the shit out of me? Oh, wait. Let me think. For the last 4 years, have we not watched people get pretty much stabbed with that Fourth Amendment right? Sandra Bland, she was cooking a hot pot of water, so she deserved a pew-pew to her fucking head. George Floyd deserved a knee.
That was Sonia Massey. Sandra. Yeah, you talking about, wait. You talking about Sonia. The hot pot of water was Sonia Massey. Sandra Bland was the one I was talking about.
I apologize.
There's so many of them.
You're right. There was. It's so many of them. They're just like the shit that Trump says. It's so many of the shit. It's so much of the shit happening. Like, how could we ever keep up with it? It's hard enough as it is. Yeah. We're talking about in 1 or 2 cities, or in 1 week, or in 1 or 2 fucking days. And for you to sit there and say that you okay with stopping frisk and you just happen to have your dad as a police officer, that's some hot ass bullshit. Keep that shit to yourself, blood. Ain't nobody trying to hear that shit.
But he is saying
Kamala, she don't answer questions. What question did she not answer? And if we're gonna go by the same structure that you just said, your buddy Trump ain't answered a fucking question since he stepped off the fucking escalator. Are you serious right now? Really? Oh well, he wasn't messing with Obama. Really? He wasn't the birther movement? Huh?
Well, he was trying to ask me. He was about to ask me, do we have real proof that Obama wasn't born in Kenya?
He said he was born in Hawaii. Do you not know that Hawaii is a state of the United States?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry. Maybe I actually took my geography course. I was actually listening in high school. Obviously, people in Florida don't have very good education. They might go to that Project 2025 shit where they don't they do away with the board of education down there. I mean, DeSantis ain't helping nobody get no job. He damn sure ain't helping them get no education. You see where your last caller just came from. So I got a gun, and I've been stopped a couple times. Me too. And since I'm a 5'11" fucking 400-pound black man, guess what happens to me when they stop me? I've had plenty of cops tell me, we not gonna put you in the back of the car. We gonna shoot your big ass. Yeah. Period, point blank. So no, I'm not okay with police having fucking immunity. No type of fucking immunity. Because as soon as you give that up, you're giving up your rights. Yeah. Period, point blank. No way around that shit. Okay, so
I'm really surprised.
What's his name? Little Taurus, stay your ass down in Florida where you don't get no fucking education. Because obviously you ain't got no motherfucking sense.
Yeah, I'm really surprised to hear anybody promote giving police immunity from prosecution. I don't care what background you're from, what race you are. I'm surprised to hear any American suggest that that's something that they accept. That's just. I couldn't understand it. I mean, he was really defending giving them immunity. I don't understand that.
Hey, and Debo, my bad. I didn't know you was the Floridian. I'm glad you cleared that up because I wouldn't claim that motherfucker neither. Okay, period, point blank. I wouldn't claim that motherfucker neither. You see what I told him? You ain't black, bro. You MAGA. Stay your ass over there. We ain't calling no colors, okay? We don't want you at the cookout, blood. You two motherfucking suspect. Talking about, well, it was gang members. If it's gang members in the car, bro, you don't even know what the fuck stop and frisk is. Don't come on here with that bullshit. Don't nobody want to hear that shit, man. What the hell? You don't know what stop and frisk is? Have you ever been stopped and frisked? Obviously not. Period, point blank.
But he was onto a point. A lot of folks support stop and frisk because they do believe it'll bring down crime, and I don't think they're really taking in consideration innocent people that are being harmed. Like when I told them about your pay getting docked, that's something he clearly had never thought about. I mean, the fact that stopping people. You know, maybe I got one of them cheap ass Spirit airline flights and I'm on my way to the airport and you caused me to miss my flight and now I lose my entire flight pay because I didn't show up for my flight. I can lose a few $100. I mean, all of that. You can hurt people doing that.
Styles is on a flight. We ain't even talking about your job, bro.
Yeah.
You know how many times I almost lost my job for fucking around with just literally not just minding my own fucking business on the bus stop. Been stopped by the fucking Metro cops. And I live in Minneapolis, where I know there are plenty of other states where they have this, but metropolitan police that ride the fucking bus or ride the fucking train.
Right.
And they will stop your ass too. So why are you okay with a corrupt policy that's gonna make it easier to fuck your own shit up? Yeah. You sound dumb as hell. Right. Come on, man. I'm not okay with some dude walking up on me with a gun and you say, oh, I'm carrying. I carry too. But I have a lot more animus around telling these cops that, which I have to do automatically, telling these cops that I have a gun because I'm a 400 pounds, 5'11" black man. And of course, the first thing they're going to do is be scared of me.
Yeah, how did you view that when he said, because they're scared of us, like, you kind of need to be submissive because they're kind of scared of you.
Right. Like, what type of shit is that? And maybe this is just something I thought, but maybe he didn't catch this when maybe he was talking to his dad. But when you take on the job of being a cop, you signed up and you took an oath to do what? Protect and serve, right? Right. So when you protect and serve, does that mean that you get to choose what car you go to or choose what situation you put yourself in? No, you don't. But that's why they pay you.
Hey, you got your TV up or something? You got some kind of background noise?
My fault. Yeah, I got some background. My bad. Yes, it's an extremely thankless job, and you don't get thanked for it. And nobody really does you. It does you no justice to be a cop. But that's the position you chose, bro. Yeah. That's the position. That's what job you chose. When they come to you at career day and say, "What do you want to be when you grow up?" and you say a cop, everybody look at you sideways. It's a great job. It's a good idea. The experience and the force is needed, but ain't nobody told you it's gonna be fucking glorious. Yeah. It's not a superhero position. It don't come with super benefits. It don't come with a super motherfucking name tag.
Well, it would be fairly super the way he's talking about, because he would make cops have like some extreme power. Now they can just randomly grab people and they're immune when they do it.
Right.
And by the way, before I'm moving on from you, this is the other one. I'm thinking you may have heard this, but this is another quick clip of Trump himself in regards to this same topic.
The left wants to destroy him, and they want to destroy our country. You know, if you had one day, like one real rough, nasty day with the drugstores as an example, where when they start walking out with, she created something in San Francisco, $950 you're allowed to steal. But they have to be taught. Now, if you had one really violent day, like a guy like Mike Kelly, put him in charge, Congressman Kelly, put him in charge for one day. Mike, would you say, he's right here, he's a great congressman. Would you say, Mike, that if you were in charge, you would say, oh, please, don't touch them, let them rob your store. Let all these stores go out of business, right? They don't pay rent, the city doesn't have, it's a chain of events that's so bad. One rough hour, and I mean real rough, the word will get out, and it will end immediately. Now,
I will say he's probably correct. I mean, because there's a lot of these folks are juveniles that run in these stores and do these mob robberies. What he's saying, though, is you can be like really, I don't know is the violence beatings? Is it shootings where you have a bunch of kids laying out in your store like it's a massacre? But he is promoting, once again, the police to have the ability to be very violent to criminals.
That's sick. It's completely sick. And if we told the truth as not even as Americans, not as black people or white people, and we actually did teach our kids to have some fucking manners, we wouldn't need that to happen. Not every last one of these robberies are coming away, are being done by juveniles. But I will agree, there's a lot of fucked up shit that happens in this world. But that don't mean we need a whole police force of people running around with guns and the ability to be able to shoot people in the fucking reason. If you rob somebody over in the Middle East, they cut off your hand. If you rob somebody here, you go to jail. That's what the penal system is made for. You do a crime, do the time. I don't need nobody roughing up my son because he might have been in an area where somebody pulled a mass robbery. Because let's not forget that we are at the age where we all have kids, and they might be in the wrong fucking place at the wrong time. So how does it make it right for him to be able to say, oh, well, we should rough him up? He was at the store. My son was at the GameStop with another person who robbed the GameStop. he wasn't with him, but my son was black and he was in the store. Does that mean my son needs to have a violent hour, quote unquote, violent hour with the police force? No, it doesn't. Because that's why we have a police force, to detect, protect, and serve. Period, point blank.
That's a mic drop.
What are we talking about?
All right, Finn. You got it hot in here.
Peace.
Appreciate it. Good talk, good talk. And that is a good point he raises. He certainly raised a good point that giving the police a violent hour for somebody that's committing a mob robbery, when they come in there, like say for instance, you got a Coach Purse store, or let's say a Foot Locker where the kids are running in there, they're stealing boxes of shoes everywhere, 20, 30 kids in there doing that. What my last caller was rightfully pointing out is it could be some kids in there that are actually legitimately shopping. When the cops come in there with this anger, first come, first serve. And the likelihood that innocent kids could get maybe a billy club across the head or something. Yeah, and what he is pointing to absolutely is likely to happen in that case. And I'll tell you another example of that. Largest deportation in U.S. history, guaranteed. 100% guarantee you American citizens will get caught up in that. Guarantee you. When you're trying to get people that quick and that many people that are 100% American will get caught up in it. It's a guarantee. Looking in the comments, stop and frisk only reduced crime 2%, and over 70% of the people who were stopped were innocent people, as reported by the New York PD in 2015. Yeah, I believe that too. I do believe that. But some folks believe that, like my other caller, the previous caller was saying, look, if you ain't got nothing to hide, let them stop, let them go through your shit and be your merry way. We're trying to bring down crime. A lot of folks that favor stop and frisk, they don't really care about the innocent people that get stopped. The goal is to bring down crime. The collateral damage, it is what it is. For you, some of you folks that have probably seen the old 1990s movie Boys in the Hood with Ice Cube and Cuba Gooding Jr., perfect example in that movie. Now, the cop that did it was an African American, but you probably remember for folks that seen the movie, the scene where Cuba Gooding Jr. comes back home to his girlfriend. I think it was Nia Long, and he's swinging at the air because he got stopped and frisked by a bad cop. The thing about it is, when you give police the power to stop and frisk, it's not generally going to be a peaceful interaction. They go into your pocket. Where the weed at? I know you got a gun on you. I mean, a lot of it is hostile. I mean, a lot of it is not. If they stopping you at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, does he have his hand on his gun while he's stopping you? I mean, remember, they think you're a criminal. They're stopping and frisking you because they think you're up to no good. So the interaction is not only the interaction, but the initiation of the interaction, how they come up and approach you, is probably not going to be good. What happens if they're stopping and frisking you and you're frightened and you take off running? Now they're running after you. Now you're likely to go to jail. And this is where I'm suggesting also that stop and frisk likely will lead to people going to jail that otherwise would not have if they weren't doing that. Because at the end of the day, if somebody is in a rush or in a hurry or having a bad day, everybody ain't going to be happy-go-lucky when they're getting stopped and patted down and they're running out. Somebody's going to cuss out a cop or say the wrong thing, and we know the cops don't always handle that very well. So now all of a sudden you're getting arrested for some misdemeanor or lewd action or something that would not have happened if they weren't doing this. I would assume that stop and frisk actually puts a lot of people in the system that would not, if you hadn't been fucking with this dude, he would have went on his merry way, went to work, whatever the case may be. Maybe his baby mama just pissed him off, or maybe he's pissed off for something else. Maybe he lost his job. He was not happy, but he was going to walk on his merry. Now you fucking with him, and now he don't get mad at you, and now he don't found himself in the back of a police car. This wouldn't have happened if you wasn't fucking with him. This is what I'm saying. We don't care about those people, though. We're only focused on they're taking criminals off the street. All the innocent people that get harmed by it, well, so be it. I see Moran said this fool just like to hear him talk, not listen. He was talking about the caller that was promoting stop and frisk. I can't imagine any person of color that is under maybe 70 being in favor of stop and frisk. There are some African Americans, there are people of color that support stop and frisk. in my opinion, a little bit more legitimately. You're an elderly person and you got folks dealing drugs in front of your house or something like that. Maybe. But my analysis on it is this. People who favor stop and frisk are generally people who are in no danger of being stopped and frisked. But like my last caller, the guy who was promoted, he's someone that they may grab. And he was like, yeah, they can do this. I don't get that. 1 cup, 2 beers. Haven't voted yet. So you say who you voted for? Kamala, bet. But I do got to say that this, for me personally, even with Kamala not answering questions, not being the greatest politician ever, the unexplained stop and frisk is, for me, a deal breaker. If he would explain what the hell this is, now MAGA has no problem explaining it. He's not explaining it, though. He said it. He should clean it up, not some citizen trying to interpret what he said. A lot of what he said is very general. It could be kind and fairly pleasant, or it could be mayhem. You just don't know. The fact that so many Trump supporters got to come behind and say, well, he actually meant this or meant that, that shows the problem. What the hell does giving police immunity from prosecution mean? He doesn't explain it. So for me, that's very problematic. I need to have an explanation for what that is, because that could really mean losing some serious rights. Going back to the box, Arsha Fine has been holding on. Good afternoon, or better yet, evening, or almost morning. Arsha Fine. Hi.
Hi. Well, I'm in Hawaii, so it's just 6:45 here.
What's the weather like over there?
Humid. We had some sprinkles earlier, but I'm not gonna brag. It's 75 all the time.
Oh.
75, 80.
What a delight.
Anyway.
What a delight. So what about them Hawaiian PD having immunity? You favor that?
Okay. I would like, because I'm not from Hawaii. I've lived in the state since 2015. I am a biracial Black woman. I grew up in Portland, Oregon. I have been stopped for no reason other than I was told by a police officer I was on the wrong side of the rainbow.
What the hell does that mean?
Well, I was on the white side of town.
Oh,
a little bit too late.
Wow.
I've had been frisked a little bit too heavily, if you know what I'm saying. And that's what I'm saying. Like, as a female, as women, and of people of color or minorities, it is a very dangerous situation. My dad was once detained outside of his job by gunpoint. They thought he had robbed a bank because he fit the description, even though my dad drove a red Mustang and the suspect had a blue Camaro, and my dad had dreadlocks and the suspect had cornrows. The police officers didn't know the difference, so they detained him in front of his job for 4 hours before finally letting him go because they thought my dad robbed a bank. Damn. So, I mean, this is, and everybody's like, all his coworkers are like, you got the wrong guy. Like, he's not.
Wow.
One, he doesn't. And the police officers didn't know the difference between dreadlocks and cornrows.
Wow.
So, this is the problem. And this isn't in Chicago. This isn't, so no, it's not safe to give police immunity or stop and frisk. And it was proven that it doesn't stop crime.
Yeah.
So there's the statistics there. My other thing is the guy saying Kamala doesn't answer questions. She's answered plenty of questions. She has a platform. She actually has policy.
I got to push back, Arsha. I got to push back.
No, wait, please don't for a second. She has policy on wanting to help small business. She has policy on wanting to help people get a home. She has a policy on, healthcare. She's actually spoken about these things. What I would like to say is, what other than tariffs and the immigration. What does Donald Trump truly have for the American people? Because hold on, don't say one thing, don't say something, because Elon Musk, which apparently he's going to have as his helper, has said, and I quote, the middle class needs to get ready to be very uncomfortable and willing to live amongst their
He's
means.
not running for president. You're talking about Elon Musk. He's not running for president.
No, but Donald Trump has promised to give him a seat in his cabinet. And that is, you know, whether he fulfills that promise or not, I don't want Elon. A billionaire cannot tell me to live amongst my means when we're already doing that. And you want me to give up more? Like, no. And anyway, that's my stance on that. So that was my, listening today. I had a person, I stopped and I got gas, and same person I see once a week, or I was like, hey, and he's like, wow, you seem really down. I'm like, bro, he's Australian, so he can't vote here. And I'm like, I got freaking election fatigue. And I said, I'm at the point where I'm just waiting to find out if my doctor is going to tell me I have stage 4 cancer. That's like what I feel like. Wow. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of where my mindset is am I going to are we moving forward? Because I already broke up with that boyfriend. I know what it's like going back to a hostile relationship. I know it doesn't work.
Yeah,
I don't want to go back.
So I don't want to get too deep off the topic, but in regards to what we're dealing with tomorrow, how do you feel about this election coming up? You think that Kamala's going to pull it off?
Well, in all honesty, Tim, I've knocked on doors. I've done all this stuff since 1992 when I turned 18. I've been, a believer of polls up until 2016. And, I think even in, the red wave that was supposed to happen. And honestly, I've met so many women, because I am a female, that are registered Republicans that have voted without telling their husband they've told their husbands that they're voting for Trump, but they're actually voting for Kamala because they don't want to ruin their relationship.
Wait, say that again. They actually voted for Trump. What did you say again?
I said I've met a lot of registered Republican women.
Okay.
That generally would have voted. They may not have voted for Trump in 2020, but they have generally have Republican values that they have mailed, because I'm a mail-in ballot state, so we either drop them off, but they have told their husbands that they're voting for Trump when in fact they've actually been voting for it. They voted for
that's a big thing. I think a lot of the Democrats and some of the like Lincoln Project have been really pushing that women can lie to their husbands and vote based on your own interests. You don't have to vote based on what your husband is saying. So you're saying that you do believe that's happening. And
that is the thing that I grew up with. Like my grandmother was, I remember for like 30 years, my grandmother never knew that my grandfather voted for Nixon. And it was a Thanksgiving meal, and somehow he dropped the ball. And, she didn't vote for Nixon. She voted for whoever the opposing person was. And she found out, I remember she dropped a dish, and it shattered on the floor.
Damn.
And you voted for Nixon? If I would have known you voted for Nixon, I would have left you. But it's because they believed in the your vote was your choice and you kept it to yourself. And I think we've lost that over maybe social media or over the years where we decide we want to share everything with everybody. And that causes problems because there was always the rule: you don't talk about religion,
Right.
you don't talk about your finances, and you don't talk about politics. And that's why everybody got along. And that's how we should probably go back to, possibly.
Good luck with that.
But I mean, I mailed in my ballot. I put it in the box the other day. I'm fairly confident. Well, I know my husband doesn't like Donald Trump, but I don't know what he voted for anywhere else. And I'm not going to ask him what he voted for down his ballot because it's none of my business.
Yeah.
That's his vote. It's his choice. You know what I'm saying? Like, this whole division of family and division of households, like a political party. Since when did this become a gang affiliation?
Oh, certainly in the Obama year. I mean, that's been around for a minute now, where people are, going to support their party over their principles and everything. They've been that way. I mean, certainly under Trump, it's gotten worse, but it was happening before he came along.
And so, do you believe that was social media because he was the very first president that did like the social media grounds thing? When Facebook was still a bunch of college kids just hanging out and talking about girls. Or what do you in the grassroots?
I mean, social media is part of it, but it could be a host of different reasons. I mean, certainly in Obama's case, there was a lot of people that did not like him. I mean, so it could literally be a host of things that has caused people to kind of go into their own camp like that.
Yeah, I mean, again, I just think like listening to the Five on Fox and being like, if I found out that my wife is doing this and she says it's like her having an affair. No, it's not, bro. She's not sleeping with Kamala.
Yeah, they tried to equate not telling your wife who you voted for to cheating. I mean, yeah, that was a hell of a stretch to do that.
That's like, are you kidding me? Like you're basically telling me that your wife has no autonomy at all of thoughts.
No,
like.
In the evangelical environment, there is plenty of that. But Arshafan, I do got to move on. But
wait.
Real quick, go ahead.
So this is my thoughts, Tim. I wish I could go in a cryo chamber like Michael Jackson and just have a sedative and like wake up on Saturday. But my thoughts are there's a lot of unspoken, quiet voters. They pick up the phone, their husband's in their room, or their whoever, their family member that is a devout Republican, and they're like, yeah. But once they fill out that ballot, and once they go into that booth, it's a different story. And I'm actually, as nervous as I am, what I really wish for is please nobody get hurt. I don't want a poll worker getting hurt. I don't want anybody in government getting hurt or anybody getting hurt. It needs to be a peaceful process. But I do believe that we're going to come out. And when I say we, I mean, just not going back and moving forward. I believe that we're going to be moving forward. I got to go to sleep with that at night.
All right. So 24 hours. We'll talk tomorrow. Come on back through tomorrow. Certainly discuss it.
I'll be there. I'll be here. I mean, Hawaii, is always blue. I mean, as far as my presidential vote, I don't know how, that's, the Electoral College, but, we also have our senator and our representatives and blah, blah, blah. But yeah, I'm nervous. I'm excited. Like I said, I don't know what my test results are going to be.
All right. 24 hours. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
All right. Good night, mister.
You too. All right. Moving on to the program. I don't believe MAGA will be peaceful if Trump loses, says Bahamian Greek, I think that says. I like the name. Wow. How many folks think that? You think if for some reason Kamala wins, we know MAGA would be upset because the Democrats would be upset if Kamala loses, but civil unrest, you think that MAGA will misbehave if Trump loses? Or what are no, excuse me, what are the chances that Trump would concede if he loses? I know how folks feel on that. I'm just going to ask the question. I already kind of know what your answer is on that. They'll be upset, but not like January 6th says emotionally free. No, I don't think it'll get like January 6th because the Democrats, not only are they in power, Biden's in power until, late January, but they also expect it. So January 6th, 2021 came by surprise. They expect it this time. Because Trump is already saying that there's, fraud and things like that. So I think most people expect that if Trump doesn't win, part of the reason why he lost, according to him, will be because there was cheating. So they expect that this time. So no, I don't think it'll be like January 6th because not only do I believe the authorities will be at the ready, I believe they've probably infiltrated. I believe that they've been probably, they've had their ear to the ground. It wouldn't surprise me if some organizations have already been infiltrated. Now, the Democrats can do this shit too. It ain't like MAGA's the only one that get upset. We can talk about Black Lives Matter. There are Democrats that when they do get angry, they can do some shit too. But political violence seems to be more along the right. Racial violence is where the left has been, striving for racial equality and things like that. That's where the left has gotten violent, but political violence is coming from the right, at least right now. So yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if the feds have put undercovers in certain agencies. I mean, where this kind of shit's going to come from. I'm not even going to name any names on here to piss anybody off or have anybody correct me, but there are certain groups that if there was going to be political violence, particularly in favor of Trump, there's certain groups where it's either going to originate from or that they will at least be in the know for for upcoming events and things like that. And my opinion is that the feds probably have infiltrated some of those groups just to be ahead of it. Looking at the comment, somebody says Triple K. I don't know if that's the group I would have thought about. Billions of damage from BLM says Mac. Yeah, well, I don't know about billions. Well, yeah, they were burning. There were a whole city. Yeah, it probably was. It probably was, because you burn down a CVS, for instance, like in Baltimore. That's got to be a few million, just one business. It could have been, if you count all of the cities and things like that over the entire course of it happening. One thing I will say, though, in regards to BLM, keep in mind, since Biden has been in office, 2021, he took office in January 2021, none of that stuff has been happening. The overwhelming majority of those riots took place during Trump's term. Overwhelming majority of them did. Proud Girls. What is the, Mr. D-Dog, what is the Proud Girls? Electoral is supposed to look like this. We vote people into power to vote on the behalf of us, depending on how many people, depends on how many representatives points they're supposed to vote in favor. Yeah, that's true. Where has BLM been since Dustin J? Satisfied. That would be my answer. BLM has been somewhat satisfied. Say what you want about the Biden administration, but they are favorable to BLM. The only reason why Biden didn't get the George Floyd bill passed is because of Republican resistance. But Biden is favorable to BLM. Trump was trying to ridicule BLM. I think Trump called BLM a terrorist group. So, yeah, they were naturally more upset during the Trump years than they were so upset during the Trump years. They ended up getting a whole street named after, was it BLM Way or something like that in DC? But yeah, during the Trump years, it was horrendous. MAGA Reacts. Love the name. Good evening, MAGA Reacts. Act Blue was a direct link on their page. MAGA Reacts.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's up, man?
Headset on. How do I sound?
You sound perfect. You sound really good. 24 hours to go. Actually, less than that. By now, we may have a couple of states that have already called it. How do you feel going into this?
I mean, I feel pretty good. But
Listen, this race isn't close. It's just no one no one really knows who's going to win. It's not going to be a close race. It's just you can't predict the winner.
Who do you think is going to win?
You know what I mean?
Who do you believe is going to win?
I believe it's Trump because he's just a better candidate. She's been a bad candidate. The last 4 years under, Democrats have been horrible. And people are hurting. And, the answers the Democrats give you is like, oh, you're not really hurting. You're just not seeing things the right way.
Yeah. You're taking that out of context. You're taking the economy out of context. How about that? Ain't that what Trump?
Like that, yeah. Even though they went from having record savings to record debt, so
records. Wait. Hold on. When Trump left the office, we were in the middle of a pandemic. People were getting stimulus money. They were out of work. You're saying he had record savings under Trump?
Yeah, even before that, it was only the inflation that really hurt us more than anything. I think inflation hurt us way more than the pandemic.
My take on it is this. Under Trump, I get the economy was better in a lot of folks' eyes and the price of goods and services were cheaper, but I don't see what he did for people to have record savings. It's not like salaries went up. Where were the record savings coming from?
Salaries did go up. It just didn't go up that much, but without you got to realize if you have to have good salaries and low inflation. So the low inflation really helps everybody. The low inflation means everything's cheap. That means everybody could afford whatever, everybody could save. And that's what really made Trump's economy great. And then with Biden, everything that he's achieved, the bad inflation kills. Like the stock market, once you adjust for inflation, isn't really that up. Anything that's improved, once you adjust for inflation, it really hasn't improved that much. Yeah. So the inflation hurts everything.
I recall the struggling under the Biden's economy. I don't recall the flourishing under Trump like that. I don't recall people talking about, I'm doing so well, I only got to work one job now because I'm making a killing. I don't recall it being that great. I mean, I get the Bidenomics. I get folks did not like that. I lived through that, and I seen the price of gas and stuff like that. But to portray it as if under Trump, people had a ton of money in the bank, and I didn't see that. I just did not see it like that.
Well, whatever the case is, they have record debt right now, and then people were doing so well. A lot of them were starting small businesses. McDonald's was having trouble finding employees because everyone had good business.
No, McDonald's had trouble finding employees because when the pandemic hit, and you got wealthy folks like Trump, wealthy folks like Nancy Pelosi, they got insane amounts of money, so they're looking at the pandemic and they're thinking, okay, while the economy is shut down and while businesses are closed, we got to give these people at least a bone so they can get by. So they come up with this $600 every week, and then they give them $1,000 stimulus check. Biden did something like that too, but under Trump, you got more money. And so they gave people, $600 a week. I think it was an initial payment of $1,000 or $2,000. They, in my opinion, Nancy Pelosi and Trump because Nancy Pelosi is part of Congress that agreed with what Trump was talking about. They gave folks this money thinking it was just a bone so they could get by during tough times. What they did not realize is that American salaries are so damn low that if you give some people $600 a week, it's actually more than what they're making. And it encouraged people to say, fuck it, I'll just stay home. I'm actually getting more money from this than I was from my actual job. That's why McDonald's in these places had to pay more money to get people to come back to work. It's because they were actually getting more to stay home. $600 a week, that's $15 an hour, and that's actually is more because $15 an hour they would be taking out taxes. If they send you $15 an hour, if they send you $600 a week, that's probably equivalent to about $17, $18 an hour. That is more than a large portion of Americans even make during the Trump administration. That's why they had to pay people more. It's because I don't think Trump and Nancy Pelosi didn't realize how little Americans were making when they gave them that $600. Like this is actually a lot of money to these people. That's what I believe happened.
I agree with you. I think both things are true, though. I don't think one really takes away from the other. And that only works for people who got collected unemployment. Not everyone qualified for unemployment. I definitely didn't qualify for unemployment.
It wasn't hard to come up with.
That were still doing much better.
It wasn't hard to come up with an excuse to. I know people that qualify for unemployment that did not qualify. They were too busy trying to make sure people were taken care of. They weren't really crossing all their T's and dotting their I's. It was pretty easy to get that money.
Well, that's the other difference between like Trump and the Democrats. The Democrats, the things they do work best for people who commit that kind of like fraud. All their grants, all their discounts, all their tax credits, all that stuff is really good for people who are good at gaming the system. True. But it's not good for like regular people.
Well, but I'll respond by saying this, and you are correct, and I say this on the program all the time, that the Republicans tend to favor big business and favor wealthy people, and the Democrats tend to favor poor people. Because you're right, if you make it easy for poor people to get handouts and things like that, it gives them more ability to be fraudulent. I mean, now on the right is favorable to the wealthy, and they are very skeptical of the poor. When you hear the right talk, well, if we give her...
I don't think that's true, because all the wealthy are donating to Harris.
No,
She's got like quadruple the money as Trump right now.
Well,
do you think she gets all these donations from all these rich people? Do you think she gets billions, and like she's got what, $3 billion right now?
Yeah, because I think the reason why some wealthy people are donating to Harris over Trump is because Trump has promised some fairly far right stuff. I mean, in addition to abortion and in addition to giving police immunity, he's also talking about going after several elite members of society like generals, and I mean, he's also talking about CBS should lose their broadcasting license. He's doing things that is encouraging. He's scaring people. I mean, to be honest with you, he's scaring some people.
The broadcasting thing is really funny. I don't know a single person that watches TV off an antenna. I'm sure they exist.
They do
that
exist.
Will only affect. I'm sure they do, but that only affects like people who are watching off the antenna, and I don't think he's going to waste his time with that.
Well, let me just say this. I'll just say this. For the left, all of this stuff that you guys are saying that Trump is saying is just a joke. The people, I mean, they're trying to look into decide who's going to be president. Nobody's trying to elect a comedian. He's telling all these quote unquote jokes that people find offensive and not funny. I don't know why he's trying to turn into a comedian at 80, but he's constantly doing things and you guys have said, well, that was a joke. I don't know why he's doing it.
It's kind of like this is the part you guys misunderstand. Like, he's not really saying he's going to do that. He's just showing support for cops by saying he's going to give them immunity. Whether he gives them immunity or not, just showing support for them will help you get better cops, because bad cops always find a way around searching people.
He not once in his statement did he use the word support. He said immunity.
No, but he's saying he's going to give immunity and things like that because he's showing support for them. You're having a problem right now where nobody wants to become a cop. Nobody wants to join the army. Nobody wants to do anything. And he's just showing them support. You know?
That's the way you show them support, is to remove accountability from them?
Again, they're still going to be accountable for something.
How do we know that? How do we know that?
It doesn't give you the right to do whatever you like.
He never said...
It still has to be within...
Yeah, but you're adding stuff that he never said any of that. He never said you're still going to be held accountable. He said immunity from prosecution. All the stuff you're saying is stuff you're adding on. He never said any of that.
I think we're both guilty of that, of adding things that... You're saying he's giving them too much. I'm saying he's not going to give them any of that. I think we're both guilty of that.
Well,
in the end, just saying it is showing support to them. Like,
okay, I don't take it that
thinking
way.
about becoming a cop, it's like, hey, I'll have Trump on my side, and these people, like, even if he doesn't give them the immunity, just having Trump on your side like that will make you want to become.
I'm not gonna, to me, it's like when Beto O'Rourke yelled, "You're damn right, we're gonna take your AR-15s." He can't do that. But people on the right is like, I'm not going to vote for somebody who's even talking about doing that. I'm not going to interpret this immunity thing the way you're doing. If he don't explain it precisely and add in those protections like what you're trying to add in, I'm not going to just put them in there like you're doing. He didn't say any of the stuff you're talking about.
It doesn't work.
What?
If he explains it and tells you that he's just doing that so cops feel better and become cops, then the cops are like, oh, he's just trying to trick us, and it doesn't work.
But that's but according to you,
that day of violence or the day of being a dictator and deporting people, he doesn't need to deport people. Just saying it is enough to get people to be scared of coming here illegally. So and same thing with the crime and the shoplifting thing. Just saying that they're gonna have a tough day where the cops are gonna be able to beat up all the shoplifters is enough to scare people not to shoplift.
I hear what you're saying. You're basically saying
it's like the stop and frisk. It doesn't work, but the threat of stop and frisk probably works better than the actual stop and frisk.
So what you're basically saying is Trump is lying about a whole bunch of stuff. He's just saying it to make people happy. He's just going around telling a bunch of lies, is what you're saying.
Because the rhetoric works better than the actual action. It's just like with North Korea. He scared them. He was like, he was talking shit with the North Korea guy because telling him he's got a bigger button and his button's gonna work. He scared him into thinking he's going to nuke him, and then, we ended up with peace talks instead. He didn't actually go. He was supposed to go into war with them.
Well,
He talks rough, but in the end, the goal is to just solve the problem of crime.
Well,
the problem is.
And Dennis Calhoun on YouTube is saying, "Thanks for admitting Trump is a con man." What you're basically saying is the reason why people ain't gonna vote for him. You said that he's not gonna do it. He talks a good game. And you basically are saying he is deliberately trying to scare people. He's not gonna do it, but he's just trying to scare people. He's using
his con powers for good.
He's trying to scare people.
I mean, he might do some of it, but he's just using his power for good because sometimes the rhetoric works better than the actual action.
Well, then I go back to my original
bluffing and poker.
I go back to my original statement.
By bluffing.
I go back to my original statement. Don't try to scare people and then complain when they're scared. I mean, he's scaring people. That's the first thing I told you. He is scaring people. And people ain't going to vote for somebody that's frightening them like that. You're admitting that is exactly what he's trying to do, is he's trying to scare people. Okay, you win. You did it.
Yeah, he's trying to scare criminals into not committing crime. And
he
supports them.
Yeah, but if you're an innocent citizen in the area where criminals live, like liberal cities, you're going to be caught up in this shit. The police ain't so savvy that the only people they're going to get are bad guys. If they're given the right to stop and frisk, they're going to be stopping and frisking good people too. I mean, that's kind of what happens. Police aren't perfect, so you just admitted he's trying to scare people. So yeah, when people say I'm not voting for Trump because I'm scared, then he kind of has a mission accomplished.
Again, unless you're planning on committing crime, you shouldn't really be scared. I mean, no matter what, innocents get caught in the middle of anything. And I worry more about the cop that's corrupt, that, like you said, stop and search. It's kind of pivoting, but you're saying stop and frisk might make you late to work. You know what really made me late to work? A cop that wanted to search my car. I didn't give him permission to search my car. And he made me wait 30 minutes for the police dog to show up and to smell around my car and make sure I don't have drugs. He made me jump through all these hoops, and that made me way more than late to work than just letting him search me real quick.
So why should I be? Well, that is part of stopping frisk.
That was a bad example. I just wanted to tell that story. I don't even know if it had anything to do with it.
No, it absolutely has something to do with it. Because stop and frisk doesn't mean you just walking down the street. It could also mean you get pulled over and held up for 30 minutes while they go through all your car shit. Yeah, that could happen. And if you're late for work, as I mentioned to the other caller, that's just on you. If you're late for work and your employer docks you, or you miss out on something that was going to happen, maybe you got a client. Like me, for instance, my day job, I have clients that are waiting for me at certain periods of time. If I don't make it to that client, I missed the whole damn job. I don't get, the cops aren't going to reimburse any of that. So stopping and frisking innocent people, you're harming folks.
Look, if I'm going to use, I'm not really pro stop. If I'm going to use that as a tool, I would put rules on it. Like, for one, don't take more than 5 minutes, because it shouldn't. Stop and frisk, you don't need to make up probable cause. You can just search the person. And then I would restrict it to only weapons. And honestly, I would make it where you can stop and search the person for illegal weapons, but you can't prosecute them. You can only use it to remove illegal weapons and maybe drugs off the street, but you can actually use it to prosecute.
I mean, if they stop you in a car, there's no way you're gonna be complete with that search in 5 minutes. I mean, it's just not gonna happen like that.
I mean, it's gonna take longer if they have to make a probable cause.
I just say don't allow them to do it. If I'm not committing the crime, you don't have the reason. You don't have the right to interfere with my day. You don't have the right to hinder me at all. If I'm not committing any crime, you don't have any legitimate reason to be dealing with me. I don't, even if it's 5 minutes, you don't have the right to stop and detain me. Period. That's what I say.
A bad cop will do that anyway. Is what I'm trying to say. It's whether they have stop and frisk in their belt or not.
True.
A bad cop will find a way.
True, but if I can show in court that they had no legitimate reason to stop me, they can be held accountable for violating my 4th Amendment rights. Or if they find something on me that's criminal, I can have it thrown out under the grounds that it's fruit from the poisonous tree. But if they have immunity, like somebody's promising, I can't get any of those protections.
I'll give you that one.
All right.
But if you're innocent, you shouldn't have the issue either way. But I'll give you that one. I mean, it's not a perfect system, and it's a tool that's only supposed to use in the worst case scenarios, like Chicago and like how New York was.
I don't trust that. And I agree with Dennis Calhoun on YouTube. He said, I'm not giving up my rights to make you feel good. That is well said. That's the way I look. Just like with the Second Amendment. The folks who support the Second Amendment believe that if you give them an inch, they'll take them out. But all of a sudden, when it comes to stuff like stop and frisk or even abortion, for instance, they don't want you to say the same thing. If you give them an inch, they'll take them out. It applies to the Second Amendment. For some reason, they don't want to admit it applies to this other stuff too.
I mean, I go back to my first point then. I think it's more to show support for cops, to show that he's got their back. So you'll get better cops. Because right now, the only cops that are sticking around are the corrupt ones. The ones that can game the system no matter what. You're just going to end up with bad cops. Yeah. And again, you're not going to allow stop and frisk everywhere, just in like the worst case scenario.
Yeah, the areas with black people. Yeah, the areas with black people is where it's going to be happening there. Let's just be clear. It's going to be
gun shootings. I mean, it could be anywhere.
You heard him say liberal cities.
Like,
wait, hold on, hang on. You heard him say he's going to work with liberal mayors in liberal cities. People of color, come on now. That's who's committing most of the crimes in liberal cities is people of color.
He's going to mostly protect people of color. He's also protecting them.
I don't want to be
white people. It's not going to affect white people either way. Whether he gives you guys the help or doesn't give you the help, the nice part of Chicago is always going to be the nice part of Chicago. You know, those people don't care about your side of town.
So here's where you and I disagree. I don't believe giving police immunity from prosecution in black neighborhoods is quote unquote helping the people. I don't believe that. That's not helping anybody. That's helping the cops get away with beating your ass. I'll give you the last word. I got to move it on though.
I mean, I think they're going to beat people's asses either way. I think giving them support you'll end up with better cops, and hopefully we'll get to a point where we don't need stop and frisk or any of this stuff. Again, it's going to be a tool used where needed, and honestly, without the city asking for it, without Chicago asking for it, it's never going to happen in Chicago, even if you says it. Because in the end, it's your mayor and your governor and the people who actually run the city that actually decide these things in the end. And the people have to vote for that. I gotta say right off the bat, anybody offering to do it, my recommendation is don't vote for any politician at any level of government, president on down to alderman. If they are talking about their favorite giving police immunity from prosecution, don't vote for that politician. That's my opinion. I don't care what level they at. Police don't need immunity from prosecution. That's bad. And if you gotta promise to give them some shit like that just to get them on the force. Them ain't the cops you want. The only way you gonna be a cop is if I give you immunity. You the cop I want. To me, that sounds like you a cop that's planning on doing bad shit, and you want to feel confident that you won't be held accountable for it. I don't want those kind of cops. MAGA reacts. Go ahead. I don't think immunity means that they're gonna get away with bad shit. It just means they're not gonna get in trouble for stupid shit that they're being a cop. And
maybe he should explain that.
And it's just showing general support for them. If you keep demonizing them, you're just going to get the worst of the worst becoming cops.
All right. Appreciate you coming through. And
take care.
Yeah, thank you too. And yeah, for me and him obviously have a totally difference of opinion on that. In my opinion, because he's talking about getting good cops doing this stuff. In my opinion, that would ruin the reputation of police officers among the African American community. Would ruin the reputation. Because the innocent people you stop are going to have a bad taste in their mouth, and they're going to pass that on to their friends and family that they got stopped. As I pointed out, some people might get docked pay, or you get stopped by the police and it's embarrassing in the public. I mean, it's not a good look for innocent people. A lot of folks believe, well, if you ain't got nothing to hide, just let them search you. Police make mistakes. There are people who have had rock salt on their floorboard in their car mistaken for meth and had to go down to the police station until they tested it. All of this stuff can happen. Cops are human beings. They make mistakes. I mentioned this before. There's a reason why defense attorneys tell you to not consent to searches, because at the end of the day, stuff can go wrong. I mean, you might say the wrong thing, not thinking it's incriminating. I brought up the case I once mentioned about the Hispanic man that was traveling across the country. He was a former Marine, had left, got out the Marines and sold his business. He wasn't a fan of banks, and he was going to go live with his family on the West Coast, driving across the country, and he got stopped. I think it was either in Utah or New Mexico somewhere. And the cops wanted to search his car. And no criminal record. He did exactly what people say, just comply. They started searching his car, and when they came across, he had a large sum of money. He had sold his business, didn't like banks, kept the cash on him. He had like 60 grand or something like that. The minute those state troopers, those highway patrol officers came across that money, and this is on video. This stuff is on body cam. I'd have to see if I can find it because it makes for a good YouTube video. But when they found that money, all kinds of red lights went off. The minute they found that money he had in his car, they started talking about this money. We believe it's drug money. We believe it's ill-gotten. They didn't give a damn what he was trying to say about. That was his money, and he had sold his business. They ended up taking his money. They didn't have any kind of charges on him, so they gave him a slip indicating that he could come and back to this little small town and fight to get his 60 grand back. They took all of his money off of him, and he had to call his family to wire him some money because he didn't have gas money to continue the trip. He ended up getting his money back 6 months later, all because he complied with a random stop and frisk. 6 months. Not to mention, I don't know how much attorney fees he had to pay, how much money he had to pay going back to that town and gas. You don't get none of that back. You don't get any of the pursuit money back. You only get the money they took from you back. All of the money you spent chasing it is gone. Now, in the comments, Ben Joseph Orion says, it sounds like bad cops to me. Well, yeah, I mean, a lot of times the cops get to keep what they take. It goes to the department, and we can get new desks, new furniture, new ARs, new tires on the car. I mean, a lot of that can come from that. Small departments sometimes make their money off of seizures like that. And a lot of times the citizens, especially now 60 grand is a lot of money, but something smaller, maybe if it was $1,000, it wouldn't be worth coming back to that town to pursue it. You just took $1,000 off somebody. I mean, you're not going to drive 300-400 miles or more to this town fighting against the cops, court cases and shit to get $1,000 back. Fuck it, I just lost it. But anyway, they took 60 grand off of that dude. So this whole, it's protecting people. And no, every defense attorney, I don't care if you're white, black, man, woman, rich, poor, every defense attorney worth their weight is going to tell you never comply with a search. If you can say no, say no. Never just be willy-nilly and letting them search your shit. Sometimes it's because you don't know what they're looking for. You don't know what their aim is. Never just give them access to your stuff. My stance on it is this. There are only 3 different outcomes if you let the police search your vehicle. 1, you go back to a neutral position. In other words, if you don't have anything wrong and they search your car and you're clean, they're going to put you back to the position you were before you encountered them. The neutral point. That's the best case scenario, is you just simply be what you were before you encountered them. All the other scenarios are worse. The other 2 scenarios is you could either get a high fine, depending on what they find. Maybe it's not arrestable, but maybe it's something you get fined for, which means you lose money. So you could either be neutral, you could end up getting a fine, or the third position is you could end up going to jail for something. Why would you consent to that? You're not even getting a fucking cookie out of this. You're getting nothing good by letting them search you. Why would you consent to this? If you can say no, say no. If you can vote against it, vote against it. Why would you be in favor of letting them stop and frisk you when the only outcome is really neutral or bad? I mean, like I said, there's a reason why all defense attorneys tell you never consent to a search. It's not in your best interest to do so. Looking at the comments, also like the tariffs, if used correctly, stop and search will only be used in high gun areas. It don't matter where they're using it at. Now you're saying that, you know, if used correctly, stop and search will only be used in high gun areas. I lived in a high gun area on the south side of Chicago. I don't have a criminal record at all. My criminal history is cleaner than most cops, but I grew up on the south side of Chicago where you would regularly hear gunshots in the middle of the night. I was in the Robert Taylor projects many times in the summertime. Once again, regularly hearing gunshots. I don't want to be stopped and frisked because of what my neighbors are doing. I mean, in high crime areas is what you're talking about. That's exactly what he's promising to do, is give police the right to do this stuff in liberal cities. That's exactly what he's promising. There's a lot of hardworking, everyday average Americans that are just poor and grew up in those environments that live in these high gun, high crime areas. A lot of folks that are just going to work every day, getting by, that have nothing to do with the crime in their areas. Now, because of what you're telling me, well, your area has a lot of crime in it, so we're stopping you too. Not a fan of it. I'm not going to support that. Real quick in the comments, I'll go back to the box. It's not in your best interest to agree to that stuff. Will G says the first 6 votes of the election were cast in Dixville Notch, New Hampshire. 3 for Trump. Oh my God, 3 for Harris. Wow. The first 6 votes of the election were cast in Dixville Notch, New Hampshire. I think that's a tradition where they do that. And even in New Hampshire, out of the first 6 votes is half and half. Man, that ain't telling you shit. 6 people and they can't even pick the guy or the girl. Hubert Cumberdale. It's a mouthful. Hubert Cumberdale says all the people who remember 4 years ago as amazing are so delusional. Everyone was terrified, holding in their houses, going crazy from COVID back then. That's a good point. A lot of times you hear the question, were you better off 4 years ago? And a lot of folks, when they're giving Trump credit, don't realize that 4 years ago, we were going through the pandemic. Hospitals were loaded with sick. Funeral homes couldn't even allow you to bury your dead because they had too many appointments. That's what was happening 4 years ago today. I mean, 4 years ago today, we're talking November of 2020. Yeah, it was deep in the pandemic. For your big, strong belly man, do you get that's ridiculous. What is it? Who said that? Niver Doyle. You know, like I said, trolling is trolling. He says, for your big, strong belly man, do you get a little tingle in your glands when you think about Trump? No. Timoteo, good evening. Welcome to the program. There are a lot of women who would still be alive if Orange Man was not president 4 years ago. So you said some of the COVID deaths are Trump's fault. Timoteo, good evening.
What's happening, brother? How are you?
I'm doing good. What brings you on? I got to handle you with delicate gloves, and I know there's things you don't want to talk about. So I'll give you the floor for a second.
Oh, well, you're talking law, so I just wanted to provide any kind of insight I could. I mean, like I said, I know the law, Tim. I'm telling you the truth when I tell you that. And anybody who's afraid of stop and search or whatever, first of all, I don't back the blue. I'm against it as well, just like you are. It's a violation of your rights. And I can tell you exactly which right it is. It's your right to locomotion. And if you don't know what your right to locomotion is, then you should look it up. Have AI look it up.
I don't even need to know all of that. I just know it's against my 4th Amendment rights against unwarranted searches and seizures, too.
You actually do, because after you ask AI that, then you can ask it, how do I assert my right to locomotion when needed? That will tell you how to take care of that situation.
I don't want a president that's making it likely I got to go through all of that.
Jim, it's already that way.
No, it's not.
It's already that way. Yes, it is.
So you're saying right now the police already have immunity. Right now they already have immunity.
Why do you think that you're saying what you're saying in the first place, Tim? Because it's already that way.
So if it's already that way, so if it's already that way, if it's already that way, then why is Trump promising something that's already that way?
So I'm not here to make any kind of excuses.
I'm here to ask you that question, though. I'm asking you that question. If it's already like that, why is he asking it? Why is he saying it?
Let me answer you. What I feel, I agree with that last guy that you had on. I think he said it pretty well. But I think you have to appeal to. Here's the deal: they got us broken down into every classification you could imagine, and they got us as micro, subcategorized as they could. And by doing that, it made it so that there's a lot of different categories that you have to appeal to when you're going for presidency. And so what I think he's doing when he does that is he's trying to appeal to those groups that will like that, if you will.
So there are groups out there that will like giving police immunity in liberal cities.
Oh, Jim, just as much as there's people who think cops are doing a bad job, the cops think they're doing a good job. And the cops, see, they have that military mindset where it's like, this is it. That's how it's supposed to be. Half of them have never even read the Constitution. Half of them don't even understand that in the Constitution, it says that a constitutional sheriff is the only form of an officer in the United States.
Right.
Everything else is a policy enforcement officer. You have to understand that they're paid by a corporation. And since they're paid by a corporation, they work for a corporation, they are just an employee of the corporation.
Yeah. So let me, before you get too deep into that, let me just ask you a simple question. Do you understand why somebody that is a person of color in one of these areas, he's talking about giving police immunity and bringing back stop and frisk, does it make sense to you that somebody hearing that would say, well, I don't want to vote for this guy that's talking about doing that in my community?
Hell yeah, I live in LA.
All right.
Of course I do. I've been victim of it.
That's all I did. That's all I need. The rest of it is a moot point. That's all I'm talking about.
But you have to take into account that this is one point that, if you ask me, it's being misconstrued from the beginning. And if what you want is to make decisions based on something that you've misconstrued, then that's a bad trait to carry.
Okay. Well,
that's something.
How is it being misconstrued?
Because you're not hearing what he's trying to say, among other things. And
what do you mean? What is he trying to say?
Understand me, Tim. I'm not backing Trump 100%.
But you're not backing him, but you're making up excuses. What is he trying to, when he say he want to give police immunity from prosecution, what is he trying to say in your opinion?
I believe that anybody who understands their constitutional rights is not going to worry about what that means in that way that you're thinking.
But what is he trying to say? What is he trying to say? What is he trying to say that you shouldn't have to worry about?
That just like an innocent man has nothing to fear, right? Somebody who knows how to assert their rights and understands their rights doesn't have anything to fear either.
Okay.
And I think that that's his way of thinking about it, because he understands his rights. Do you understand?
You really think people looking into that? You think people going to these levels? How about this? How about he just not say it so we don't have to go through all of this?
How about if after everything he said, he thinks that people should understand this by now?
It didn't have to be said, is my point. He did not have to say this.
But you have never taken the time to try to understand what he's tried to say a lot throughout. You may have listened on his different.
Why wouldn't he speak? Why wouldn't he speak frank and clear? Not to the point where I got to read all these in between the lines where he don't mean this, he mean that, he's only pandering. Why won't he just be clear and frank? Remember, it's Kamala Harris is the one that don't answer questions. Why is he speaking in riddles?
Because what he's surrounded by is what he's up against.
Okay, well, it's going to cost him votes for doing that.
But that's fine. I mean, you got to understand. I mean, there's only one way to take down a cabal, Tim.
I'm not part of the cabal, Timoteo. I'm living in the hood. I'm not a cabal member.
That's what he is up against, is a cabal.
Then say you're after the cabal. Don't talk about going to liberal cities and giving the police immunity and stop and frisk. Ain't nobody in the hood part of the cabal. Go talk about the cabal.
Don't you know that any law repugnant to the Constitution is null and void and can be avoided, can be totally disregarded?
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm clueless. You talking in riddles like you doing what he did. I don't know what you're talking about. You're talking about cabals and stuff. What are you talking about?
That was something that was very simple, Tim.
It ain't simple to me. Talk to me like a 2-year-old. Talk to me like a 2-year-old. Don't talk to me about cabals.
Okay, a cabal. You know what a cabal is?
No.
It's a group that it's like the Trojan horse. It's a group that pulled a Trojan horse from within and grew within and enabled itself to take over.
Okay, that changes nothing. I still don't understand what you're talking about. What are you talking about? I don't know what you...
That's the swamp. That's the swamp, Tim. How do you not get it?
So what are you saying? The swamp is walking around the hood in Chicago?
He's trying to survive in a swamp of freaking deathly... I mean, these people are sick. What they'll do to you. And he's trying to survive through that so that he can lead his own way.
Ain't nobody...
Without that holding him down.
Ain't nobody...
Without those people... Without the puppeteers.
Ain't nobody looking into it like that, Tim. You way too complicated, man. Like I said, talk to me like I'm a 2-year-old. This stuff you're talking about is going way over most people's head. Ain't nobody hearing this, man. When you talking about people in the hood walking around that's scared of the police having immunity and stopping and frisking them, you coming about cabals and he's draining the swamp. Ain't no, that's way above people's head, man. That's way above people's head.
Tim. Look up Nasara. Just type in Google Nesara. And look what comes with that.
I'm not going to Trump's speech. I'm not going. Nobody's going to Trump speeches with a thesaurus, man. It's not like that. He needs to be more clear and concise. I shouldn't be learning new words when I'm at his speeches. That ain't how this works. Ain't nobody doing all of that.
There's a certain group of people who will never get it.
Right.
And you may just be one of those people, bro. But I can tell you, since you haven't voted yet, I can tell you that you see something that you're not sure because that something is obvious to you. And if you're going against your own conscience in that way with that battle, if you make that decision disregarding your conscience, you just disregarded what I believe is God. That's God inside of you telling you that that's your decision you should make. Right. If you disregard that decision and you go with the other decision because that's what you're most comfortable with, you just made a terrible decision for yourself.
You know, that's actually the clearest thing you said since we've been talking. You didn't talk about the cabal. I actually understand that. But the way you explain police immunity and shit like that, telling me to look up big words, and I actually understood that.
Tim, it's because the law is complex, bro. The law is very complex. That's why they have attorneys. That's why they have lawyers. Because you couldn't go into the court and do that for yourself, even though you have the right under the Constitution to your own right to counsel.
All right, fair.
So you couldn't uphold that right in the first place. That's why you had to hire a lawyer.
Okay,
because that shit's too complicated.
But I'm just going to tell you, the average person walking around the hood that might get stopped and frisked or that might deal with a police that has immunity, they don't have legal fees either. These people don't want to go to court at all, even if they do know how to assert their rights like what you're talking about. They don't want to have to go to court and do all of that because all of a sudden this man don't promise to get cops immunity. They just want to go about their day and not be bothered with by police. That's what they want.
That's what I'm saying. If you understand how to assert your right to locomotion, look it up on AI, please. Look up how do I assert my right to locomotion. And that will tell you how to speak to that cop in any situation so that cop will let you go off. And if he doesn't, you'll get his supervisor there and the supervisor will let you go.
Get me a supervisor. There's a lot of you know how many black men had the last words of "get me your supervisor." That was like the last thing dude said. I mean, good luck with that, man. I gotta move it on, but I appreciate you coming through.
All right, brother. Take care, man.
All right. That's legalese that is way above my head. I'm just gonna say that. This guy's a sovereign citizen, says True Blue. I should have asked him that. That's a good point. I don't know if he is or not. Should have asked him that. Why don't you find a statute that says that? I don't even want to know what it is. Kingpin. I mean, the fact is, I'm not a fan of giving police immunity. I don't need it explained to me how I can get out of it, how I can talk to police so they don't have it. They should not, simply put, they should not be promised it to begin with. I want the police to know when they encounter me, they don't have immunity. I don't want it to be up to me to tell them they don't have it, which is what he was saying. There's ways you can assert your... I want them to already fucking know that. I don't want them to think they of immunity, and it's up to me to tell the cop, well, this law or this statute here says, I want them to know it already. That's crazy. I don't. All right. Anyway, looking in the comments, can you even vote as a sovereign citizen? Says Tashi. Does America recognize sovereign citizens? I don't believe. Can you legally be a sovereign citizen? I don't think you can. The police are to uphold the law, not be above the law. I agree with you 100%, Akiva. 100% I agree with that. Yeah, that's crazy. I thought when you fully emancipate yourself from the government, you're no longer a United States citizen. Well, Tashi, if you fully emancipate yourself from America, you got to be a citizen somewhere. I mean, if you're a sovereign citizen, you living in America, I mean, you still got to pay taxes and shit here. You can't just be enjoying the fruits and privileges of what comes in this country where taxpayers are paying for the roads. You just driving down the street, you ain't gonna pay no taxes for the roads. If something happened, you want to be able to dial 911, but you ain't paying, you sovereign citizen my ass, you gonna come up off that money. So I don't think you can be a sovereign citizen like that. I don't know if they allow you to do that. I'd have to look it up. I'm going to plead ignorance on it. Maybe you can, but I don't believe so. In fact, that's also been the last words of a lot of people that have been arrested is they wanted to plead sovereign citizen. I ain't getting out the car. I'm not doing that, or I'm not doing this. I'm a sovereign citizen. No, you can't be one. You can't drive down the highway as a sovereign citizen. If you're speeding, they have a right to stop you and hold you to the law. You can't say, well, I'm not a citizen. I don't obey your laws. No, you can't do that. Michael, good evening.
Man, what in the foghorn leghorn is going on with the hell are we talking about, man? I told you, listen, Tim. Listen, hey brother, listen. I do enjoy coming on your show, but I'm trying to tell you, sometimes some of this shit, man, some of this shit stage, man, you got to be kidding me with some of this.
That's the consequence. I mean, I believe in free speech, but it does come with consequences. People come on and say things that are fairly wild. I mean, that's what you get. That's all I can say. I don't have any more other than that.
King Finn and Dick Cal is killing me in the comments. But listen, if people don't, if what Tintel was saying it's not reality. It's not reality. And he's saying if every officer followed the law as it's supposed to be written, right. That's what he's trying to say. That's not the reality. That's not the reality.
Well, the fact is, and I'll tell you, I'll follow it up and say this: if every officer followed the law as it's written, they wouldn't need immunity from prosecution. That's why he's trying to give it to them, is they ain't following the fucking law.
Exactly. That's why you try to give somebody immunity when you know they're out there doing shit to brown and black folks. Because when he did say it, he also specifically said in liberal cities and states too. Yeah. So what the hell does that mean? We know what that means. We listen. I'm not going to get into Orange Julius's. Look. We're down the stretch right now. It is what it is. People are gonna go there tomorrow. They're gonna vote however they vote. But I will tell you what I experienced firsthand. I remember that commercial we talked about where the men and women went to the polls together with their wives.
Yes.
And you saw that campaign.
Yes.
I saw that.
Oh, you actually saw some women you knew were voting different from their husbands and tried to keep it from them?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
How could you tell?
That's because I know them.
Oh.
I actually, I know them, but I didn't know that. I never even asked. They just told me that.
Damn. And by the way, I do want to give a shout out to President Trump because I got the full screen, the big screen on behind all of these devices here. He's in Grand Rapids right now holding a rally at 12:46 Eastern time. So he's out at midnight hosting a rally right now.
So what does that? So you know what? I know somebody's got a bottle that's on the street right now at the same time of night. What the hell does that mean? Listen, you know what? Look, let me tell you something. We've been talking about it this whole campaign cycle. But I'm just gonna say it right now. It's funny how we give him credit for just being there, spewing absolutely.
Michael. He's an
No. But again, Tim, look how low the bar is. So we are, listen, hear me out. Are we literally saying somebody that's supposed to be rich, all the resources in the world, it ain't like he packing nothing or planning nothing. He's moving as the shit moves.
No. Hear me out. I'm giving him credit because I don't think Biden could do this at his age. He's holding all these rallies, staying up to midnight. I don't know if I can do it right now. I'm giving him credit for his stamina.
No, that's bullshit, man. So listen, he ain't preparing for nothing. What is he doing? You act like he's back in the green room studying and reading up on policy. He just gets up there and starts talking.
True.
Man, come on.
All right.
We can't get listen, this bar, this facade we're giving this orange Julius Caesar salad. It's ridiculous, man. He's not. I told you this the other night. He's been the Republican nominee for the past 10 years. And he does not get on that stage and talk about, have you ever heard him talk about detail?
Detail, well, someone giving police immunity, he's speaking detail on that.
Yeah, but even that, he'll tell you, but again, how much detail you got to give to say, I want to give police the license to whoop ass whenever they want.
Well,
I mean, listen, at the end of the day, here's the thing, Kim. Now, I want you to say before tomorrow, you still haven't said who you're voting for. I mean, I already know, but you still haven't said.
I'm leaning to, I'm not a fan of Kamala, but that whole police immunity thing, I've been preaching that for since he said it. I'm scared of that, man. I'm not going to even fucking run and lie, even though I don't have a criminal history. That's scary to me. And I've had a lot of MAGA on the program tonight and many other nights. Their explanation for what he's doing is terrible. And he is giving none for what he's doing. He isn't cleaning it up. He ain't explaining it. I get MAGA on the program coming with a million different explanations for what he's talking about. I'm scared to the core of that because I drive about 100 miles a day, and that's how you encounter cops is when you're in cars. I don't want to fuck around with a cop that has immunity. Until he explains that, that's a deal breaker for me.
Well, what could he, let me ask you this. If you got him on the phone tonight, what could he say to you to explain that away to make you feel different?
I fucked up. I didn't mean it like that.
And you would believe that?
It would help, at least if he tried. Maybe then I'd ask him some follow-up questions. I don't know. I mean, who knows where the conversation would go, but just leaving it out there like that, it ain't even up for discussion. I get your point that maybe it still wouldn't work, but right now it's in real bad shape. He ain't explained any of it.
Let me tell you what I heard last night, and I ended up on a call. I don't even know. There may be other people that are listening that were on it. I ended up on a conference call with Les Parnas yesterday. Lev yesterday.
Okay.
Lev Parnas.
Who's that?
From Russia with Lev, who was with Trump.
Oh,
back in 2016, the guy from Ukraine.
You were on a conference call with him?
I was on a conference call with last night, and he got asked a question about Trump, and he said these were his words. He said, because the question was, when did he realize that he was part of this thing, right? And then he said, I realized that I was part of the Trump cult. Those were his words, and that his wife helped him get out of it when he was incarcerated. He's still on house arrest right now. When he was incarcerated, and he realized when he would see Trump on TV denouncing that he didn't really know who he was when they spent all that time together, and that's why he kept all of those notes and he did everything he did, but he still didn't realize it would come together the way it did. He called it a cult. And he thought he could trust him, and he said, this is what he was saying. He had Trump's attorneys contacting him when he was locked up, basically to tell him to keep quiet.
Wow.
And then when he saw Trump on TV saying that he didn't know him, that's when it really sunk in. He was like, so listen, I heard that, and there may be some people on here that were on that. I think it was about 200 people on the conference call last night. Those were his words last night.
It doesn't surprise me because I actually got a chance to interview Michael Cohen right before he testified before Congress when Trump was still being charged for those crimes in New York. And I interviewed him the night before, and he let me talk to him for about a half hour in front of a big audience. And he had some of the same complaints, like this dude just, threw me under the bus and he didn't know me. I mean, that is what he does. Same thing with Stormy Daniels. When he gets caught up in something, well, I don't know you. I mean, he does do that. It doesn't surprise me that he went from knowing somebody to saying, I don't know who this person is. That is kind of his method of operation.
Well, that's what he's. Oh, and I see King Finn in the comments saying he heard what I heard. I don't know if he was on the call, but it was deep. But what did that? So, but think about it. You actually had an opportunity to get a first-hand account from a conversation you had directly with somebody that close to Trump. And I say all that to say this. That you remember I first met you, I said character is everything. Yeah. I told you that. The character, integrity, morals, all that comes before any policy. And that's why I asked you, what could he say to you to make you believe he was serious about not doing stop and frisk? And he doesn't have enough character. He don't have enough stripes. He don't have enough in his tank for me to ever believe anything he says. Never.
Wow. Well, I gotta say, and that's one of the differences between Trump and Kamala Harris. People say, well, you don't really know who Kamala Harris is, or she don't have a resume, or she. The problem is for Trump, in some cases, is because you do know who he is. I mean, the people who are voting for Kamala Harris, many of them are voting for Kamala Harris because they do know who Trump is, and they don't like the stuff he's saying. So while it sounds like a negative for Kamala Harris, it's, the fact that, because Trump just talks and talks and talks so much. Like this, I brought up within the last 8 days or so, we've had the Madison Square Garden rally where you talked about the Puerto Rican joke that has not helped him out at all. I get it was just a joke, but it hasn't helped him out at all. And then after the Puerto Rican joke, you've had the Liz Cheney comment that did not help him out at all. The comment about he's going to protect women whether they like it or not, that didn't help him out at all. And now, just today, the media was covering him talking about that if the media gets shot, trying to, for somebody to shoot him, they'd have to go through the media and he wouldn't care about it. I mean, all of this came out like the last 8 days. So
I know.
While people don't necessarily know Kamala, they do know enough about him that they're steering clear of him because he keeps talking. I think if Trump was a more presidential individual, I think he would have got 2 terms. I think he would be beating Kamala Harris as well. But the rhetoric is bad.
It is bad, and all the people that continue to make excuses for what's obvious. And I'm gonna tell you this, because to me, tomorrow's like this whole political Christmas, right? It's like Christmas tomorrow when it comes to, especially all these lives on TikTok. So I'm gonna say to you that it's been funny listening to this stuff. I mean, it would be really funny if it wasn't so damn serious. It would be really funny if it wasn't. So this shit is serious, man. It's not a game. It's a lot deeper.
Yeah, but it's not as serious if like my last caller before you, in the last 2 callers before you, they're suggesting that a lot of things that people are concerned or frightened about what Trump's saying is he's not actually going to do it. You don't have to worry. Like you heard them say with the immunity thing. He's just saying that to pander. I mean, so maybe it's not as serious as the left thinks. A lot of things that he's promising that the left is scared of, if that stuff is a lie and it's just pandering, then maybe you just get a good economy and you don't have all of that.
Do you trust him enough?
No.
Listen, this is my whole point. His history tells me, what I read tells me they're moving into this path. Project 2025 is real. I don't care what they say he says. If you do enough research, you'll know that there were 3 or 4 executive orders that he put in place that were outlined in Project 2025. So you can't get away from that. Yeah. And if people go look, they'll see it. So I say all that to say this, Tim, and I'll land my plane and I'm looking at the body of work. I'm looking at the people around him. I'm looking at the Congress people in place, the senators in place. And you look at that entire structure, you can't ignore where they're trying to go. They're already starting to take away rights and do all they want. Listen, so I'm going to default to, I believe what I see. Yeah. I know how you were raised. I've talked to you long enough to know how you were raised. Somebody will call you a zip damn fool where we come from if you ignored all this shit you see and you still gave some. The people where I come from, I would be called a damn fool if I ignored everything I just said and go, well, maybe he won't. Where they do that at? Where we come from? Where we do that? That's like somebody having a pistol and known to shoot people or pew people in our neighborhood and be like, go over there and start some shit with that person. How that gonna work out for you, Tim? Yeah. You gotta believe what you see. You gotta believe what you see until they show you otherwise. And he has not shown us otherwise all the way till today. Think about that. Everybody's been waiting for him to show something different. Yeah. Every single day.
I think his best chance. I think his best chance was when they tried to do a hit on him and he got hit in the ear. When he got hit in the ear, if he had to switch grounds at that point and started speaking in terms of unity and not, I think he probably would have been a shoo-in to get elected. But he continued to double down on, the attacks and stuff. But when he got hit in the ear and he had the RNC rally, I think that would have been a perfect time for him to, say, listen, at this point, maybe I took the wrong path. We need to tone the rhetoric down. I think at that point, he could have pulled it off, but he continued being the same guy he's always been. So here we are.
He's even gotten worse.
Yeah, he's got, like I said, the last 8 days have been insane. Michael, I do got to move it on, but yeah, the closing arguments for his campaign, you got a lot of folks on Fox News that's even saying, this ain't good. I mean, you should have stuck to the economy, the border, and things like that. Go attacking Liz Cheney and the fake news and all this stuff in Puerto Rico.
That's all crazy.
Yeah.
And listen, before I drop, I want you to remember this. This entire movement that we're watching, they've been trying to get this done since Ronald Reagan. That's a fact.
We'll know in 24 hours. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
All right. Moving on with the program. Right. Thank you, Mike. Real quick. Yep. Looking in the comments here, I want to address a comment. Somebody had said something. The irony in saying it's serious, why open borders, open 4 years, but she black. Now that's an interesting point. One cup, two beers is saying, you're talking about all this stuff about Trump while ignoring the fact that the border's been open for 4 years and you're doing so simply because Kamala Harris is black. I hear your point, but I don't think that that's the case. I understand what you're saying, and I'm not disagreeing that the border's been a failure, but I don't think here's where I think the issue is. I don't think the border has been a major issue for a lot of Americans. It's a boogeyman to some people, and it's legitimate to others. If you're living in an area where there are, you're being overrun by immigrants, or they're taking up your resources, or they actually are committing crimes in your neighborhood, or whatever the case may be, the border is a major issue. But if you live in a town where there's no illegal immigrants roaming around, you're not dealing. Well, yeah, it might happen in the future, but it's not. I would submit this to you. 99% of American towns are not dealing with a major illegal immigration crisis. It's just not happening there. New York, Chicago, border towns, maybe Colorado, a few places here and there, but most American cities, they're not dealing with all of that. Tim, now get rid of the ugly red hat behind you, Bandito. The ugly red hat, I like the red hat. That one, I have this one. I actually have a personalized. I can put this one on if it fits. You see what that one's saying? There you go. It looks terrible on my head. It's too small. That's why I never wear it. But had that one personalized. What do you think of that one, folks? So can I keep this one at least? Can I at least keep this one? Anyway, she could have done a better job on the border, but I don't want crazy in place of that. And that's, I think, is the problem. What you said in facts only. I think that's exactly it. Is that while there are things that people on the left and independents and even some traditional Republicans, left voters, Democrat voters, independent voters, and some traditional Republicans, I believe there are things they believe Kamala Harris and Joe Biden as an administration have failed on. But as Facts Only said, she could have done better on the border, but I don't want crazy in place of that. And I think that that's a good point, is that even though Kamala Harris may have failed on some things, some of the policies that Trump is now promoting are radical right-wing policies. We always hear about the radical left, the Elizabeth Warrens, the Nancy Pelosi's and the Bernie Sanders and Nancy, it's all radical left. You don't hear them talk about radical right. Radical right is real. Radical right exists. For instance, no provisions for rape or incest. That's radical right. Oklahoma requiring children study the Bible as part of the curriculum, meaning you can fail a grade if you don't know the Bible. That's radical right. Requiring the 10 Commandments be posted in all public schools. That's radical right. We don't talk about that though. We talk about radical left. We don't talk about that, but you're starting to see radical right-wing policies popping up. And I don't know if I would say giving police immunity and liberal. I don't think that's a radical right-wing. It's bad. It's a bad policy. That's more like a dictatorship or something. It's a bad policy, but I don't think it's radical right. But yeah, you are seeing some radical right policies pop up. Bandito says, change the hat color to blue. Oops. Yeah, I get the handsome liberal in blue. I may do that. I've had this for a few years since I started the program. And it even says 2024 in the back. Because that's when the next presidential, I don't know if you can see it or not, that's when the next presidential election was coming, when I had this hat made. I think I might have had it in 2021, 2022, but yeah, I had that made. Every administration has failures, that's true. But this is one, when you talk about giving police immunity, to me, that's a perceived failure ahead of time. That's a bad idea. To me, you're talking about, to me, talking about giving police immunity is the same as talking about taking away Second Amendment rights. I mean, you can't support the Second Amendment and ignore the Fourth. I mean, they're all part of the Bill of Rights. So you don't need to elect the administration to see they're taking away your Second Amendment rights if they're talking about doing it. He's talking about taking away your Fourth Amendment rights. If you get a police the ability to stop and frisk you, your Fourth Amendment rights protects you against unwarranted searches and seizures. You just lost that when they can actually perform an unwarranted search on you. You have no warrant, no reason to do this. You just don't like me being in this neighborhood or don't like me being outside this time of night. You're just going to go through my shit and run my ID. And by the way, what do if the cops want to run a background check on you, you have no ID, what's the procedure for that? Let's say a cop sees you outside at 3 o'clock in the morning and they want to do a stop, they want to stop and frisk you. And they want to identify, maybe you got warrants. We want to find out what is the procedure for that? They're going to hold you for a while. Now, I suppose you can give them maybe your social or your driver's license number and they may trust that. Otherwise, they got to take you in and fingerprint you and shit. You might be totally innocent. Bandito says, take that orange picture down behind you. Dump it. What orange picture? You talking about the map on the wall? What are you talking? What orange picture is behind me? That orange picture, by the way, it's the coloring, the tablet I'm talking to you on. On TikTok, it looks perfect, but on my tablet, the tablets don't come with the same quality camera as the smartphones do. Because on my TikTok feed and on my horizontal, the horizontal feed is, because I'm on YouTube horizontal and I'm also on YouTube vertical. By the way, I got different audiences on that. But on YouTube horizontal, I have an iPhone and I have a tablet on the vertical feed. And the camera in the tablet is not as good. That's why on the screen it looks bad. You're saying, oh, you're talking about President Trump himself. That's what you call the orange picture. Well, if Kamala Harris becomes president, then his picture and Biden's picture, which is over to the left, they'll both come down. I mean, but those are the relevant figures in our political sphere right now. So that's what you have up there. So I don't think Trump's going to come down for a while, because even if Trump loses, he's not going to go away yet. I think Trump will be up there for a few months. He's going to be at least saying it's stolen. He'll be still in court. He'll be fighting it. We'll see. We'll see. Anyhow, I do welcome all. What does it say? Where the stacks at? Is that what they say? Where the stacks at? All right. I ain't doing it that well. Throwing the stacks out there, but I do appreciate. Yeah, I welcome all. You know how I am. I don't block Ben or Sits or anyone for their commentary. You don't have to agree with me. You don't have to agree with any damn body in the comment section. I will defend free speech on the program all day, every day. Now, here's the one that's interesting. Chris Toy Baller says commie law isn't going to make it. Obviously, he's talking about Kamala, but he got it COMMIE, like she's a communist. Commie law. I'm only bringing this up for this simple fact. When Biden called Trump supporters garbage, they had a fit. And I mentioned that before, is that they had no problem throwing all these insults at liberals and, communists, fascists, Marxists, socialists. He's calling her Kamala. But then commie law is what he's called. But then when they called Trump supporters garbage, that's insulting all of a sudden. I just thought it was kind of funny. Do you have a criminal record, Tim? You wouldn't lie. You wouldn't be about the. Wait a minute. Do you have a criminal record? I said no to that many times. You wouldn't be about the prey-minded if you are a predator. Yeah, you could be. I go see a chick or something. I could be outside at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, coming home from a bar. I don't drink, but I could be coming home from something in the middle of the night. I could be out in the wee hours of the morning when cops think, why are you out here? A lot of African Americans, including myself, have been pulled over for driving in the wrong neighborhood. This is a neighborhood where people like you don't live. Why are you over here? You don't have to be part of the criminal element to get caught up in this shit. You just have to look like somebody they think is part of the criminal element. Wearing your pants around your ass is a perfect example. A lot of kids do that simply because it's in style right now. A lot of cops see that and think criminal. So all of a sudden now they getting grabbed up. So, just like when I was growing up, it was cornrows or tattoos. That's what they were getting folks for. Now it's something different, but no, I don't know. To me, it's just no reason to give the police the right to randomly grab people. I just don't favor it. The truth hurts. Are you familiar with her price fixing plan? I am familiar with her talking about she's going to limit price gouging and things. It takes a lot more than that to be a fucking communist. That's all I'm trying to say. Kamala Harris has one tenet of communist. What communist governments do this one thing. So we're going to say that she's a communist. Kamala Harris has virtually nothing in common with Vladimir Putin or Xi Jinping or Kim Jong-un. They all run communist governments. She got one policy that's the same. Hell, what's next? If she believes that the sick should be having access to the hospitals and Kim Jong-un believes the same thing, she's North Korean-like? Nothing. This woman, there's nothing by any stretch of the imagination that makes her a communist. Because she is against price fixing, that's all you need to suggest she's just like Vladimir Putin. Huh? Jesus Christ. All right. This is kind of what they did to Obama, too, is because he was talking about spreading the wealth around and suddenly he was a socialist. Communist governments are like Vietnam, China, Russia, North Korea. 4 years of Kamala Harris or even 8 years, America's not going to be anywhere near like that. Not even remotely close to that. Same thing when Obama was in office for 8 years. That shit was capitalism the entire 8 years Obama was in office. Yet they were constantly calling him a socialist, Marxist, fascist, whatever name that came to mind. USSR was communist, not Russia. So what is Russia? Capitalist? I'm under the impression Russia is a communist government. The USSR was controlled by Russia. At the end of the day, the USSR does not exist without Mother Russia. It's not like NATO where the countries have some say. The USSR was essentially Russia controlling everybody. What do you mean it wasn't communist? So you're telling me the Soviet Union was communist, but Russia alone is not? Who told you that? Russia is still a communist country. So then let me ask you, I see you in the comments saying Russia is not a communist. So what is it now then? If Russia's not a communist country, what is it currently? What is China currently? What is Vietnam currently? What is North Korea currently if they're not communist governments? I'd be curious to see what your stance on that is. Yeah, I did it. That's crazy. You're telling me because the Soviet Union broke up that who ended the Soviet Union? Gorbachev, the guy with the fucking thing on his head, the birthmark on his head. He's dead. He's deceased now, but yeah. Russia's not a communist government? Yeah, state your case. What kind of government is Russia? If they're not a communist government right now in 2024, what are they? Trump is a predator, says Bandito. Yikes, predator how? In what manner? Who was he preying on? I'd be curious to know. What about her saying that she wants to control the flow of information on mainstream media and social media? Chris, Trump is saying that too. They're talking about Kamala Harris threatening to take down social media page. Trump was talking about getting rid of TikTok. He's talking about CBS should lose their broadcasting license. He's talking about doing that too. Is he a communist all of a sudden now? Because he certainly was in favor of getting rid of TikTok. Trump was talking about getting rid of TikTok for sure. So what's the difference between him and Kamala other than you agree with him and you disagree with Kamala Harris? Real quick in the comments, Trump bragged about peeping on underage Miss Teen USA contestants, says True Blue. Bragged about that? Yeah, he did say something about he can walk in the dressing room, but I didn't know I won't say he was bragging about it, was he? Maybe. I know the conversation you're talking about because I've played it on the program. He was there when the walls came down on Eastern Bloc fell, but in terms of Soviet Union becoming Russia, that was under Boris Yeltsin. Okay, that's the beginning of it, yeah. Well, Stalin too. Stalin finished up after World War II. I don't know enough about Russian history to go all the way through it, but I've never known Russia after the Soviet Union to be referred to as not being communist. That's the first I've ever heard of that. You'd have to explain to me what they are now. And I noticed in the comments, nobody's saying it. All of us, he was totally gung-ho that they're not communists now. But when I asked them, well, what are they? We're dead silent. Russia's still considered communist. They're still considered a communist government. Even followed it with, they'll let you do whatever when you're rich. Yeah, he did say that too. Yeah, I played that clip. I guess he was bragging. Yeah. Denkel says definitely bragging. How when you, the pageant owner, you can walk into the dressing room. Yeah, that's bragging. He did say that. Yeah, because I played it a couple of days ago. In fact, that came up on the program. He did say that. There's over 300,000 kids missing under Kamala. Do your research. Go to the board. 300,000 illegal immigrant kids. Okay. It's true. Trump watched teens dressing. Jeez. You've heard the Jeffrey Epstein saying that they were best friends for over 10 years. I haven't heard the tape of Jeffrey Epstein saying that, but I've heard people say that. Tomorrow is Judgment Day, says Phil Walker. Maybe not. I don't think tomorrow ends around now. It's 12:16 here in I'm in Central Time Zone. So currently, and by the way, that clock I haven't changed that one for daylight savings time or whatever, but it's currently 15 minutes after midnight. So 24 hours from now, we will be on Thursday. Thursday, right? Yeah, because Tuesday will be over with. You won't know the election you won't know who won by then. So tomorrow's not Judgment Day. You won't find out for a day or two. You won't find out on Tuesday. I'll say at least that much. You may find out on Wednesday, but you won't know officially before midnight ends on Tuesday. You can't admit the left used the 3 letters to manipulate. Chris, I think everybody used the 3 letters. You talk about the 3-letter agencies like the FDA, the CDC, and all these 3-letter organizations. You're going to get that from both sides. I think both sides, certainly with Trump talking about he going to let RFK run wild on vaccines and shit like that. The medical community thinks RFK is a kook. So you're gonna get 3-letter organizations running wild under Trump too. The medical community thinks he's insane. The 300,000 aren't missing. The court dates, their court dates aren't. Oh, now you talk about the 300,000 children, 300,000 missing kids. That is a lot, but you're saying deep fried. Since Chobo, the 300,000 are not missing. Their court dates aren't. I don't understand that, but RFK is the worst guy for the job. Yeah, I mean, the medical community thinks he's a wacko. Giving him control over vaccines and things like that, yeah, they think that dude is a wacko. He's going to get no respect from the medical community. So I don't know how. You're talking about using the three-letter organizations to manipulate people. I'd be curious to see what medical professionals are going to be under him that are going to be following that advice. Because he has zero credibility in the medical community. Russia is capitalist now. The companies are privately owned, says Hubert. Well, I've not heard of many Americans referring to Russia as a capitalist government. I've not heard that. In fact, I've heard more the dictatorship because Putin has made it so he can't be voted out. They don't have court paperwork for the 300K kids, so Trump supporters are trying to act like the people are missing. Oh, so what happened is they came over with, seeking immunity or asylum or something like that. They're missing on paper, probably hanging out with their families or something like that. They're not victims of child trafficking is what you're getting at. Big question will be what would a Kool-Aid drinker say after the verdict tomorrow in the election? Will they still drink or won't they still? They're going to be drinking. I think both parties are going to believe what they want to believe regardless of the election tomorrow. I mean, and I do believe it because Trump is already saying there's fraud. The right is going to believe it was cheating, and they're going to believe the Democrats cheated. I don't think there's nothing you can say to stop that. If Kamala wins, there's going to be a lot of folks on the right that are going to say the only reason she won is because the Democrats cheated. I think you can make a fair prediction that part's going to happen if she wins. The left will be pissed if Trump wins. You might get feminist groups, women. You might get some people of color. I don't know about Black Lives Matter, but you might have some pissed off Puerto Ricans, some pissed off Hispanics, maybe Black Lives Matter. I mean, I'm not saying that the Democrats may not promote some violence and do some crazy shit too if Trump wins, but if Trump wins, they gonna say the election was stolen. I'm not saying MAGA's going to commit an act of violence because I think the police are all over them at this point. The feds are waiting for them to do it. But I do believe they're going to, at the very least, say the election is stolen. Yeah, and I see that comment says, Nana Ghost says, and they will go to prison for Trump. Yeah, and I think that's the issue is that MAGA at this point, after seeing what happened on January 6th, and certainly if Trump loses, because there's a lot of people that are currently in federal incarceration, they are counting on this election a lot more than you or I are, because Trump has promised that he's going to pardon them. It means more to them than anybody. If Trump loses, they continue to sit in jail. Leader of the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers got football numbers, so they're going to be in there probably for the rest of Trump's life. But considering that they're serving that kind of time, I think that will calm down some Trump supporters who might have otherwise been willing to commit a few acts of violence. I mean, well, you see what happened to them. I mean, they're going to come after you. You're going to end up in prison with them. I think that will, I mean, there still may be some cases, but I think that will certainly squelch a lot of people. I mean, what they did on January 6th, they felt like, we're doing it all together as a mob. We're going to get away with it and things like that. And they did for a few days until people started reporting them. Now that people know if you do that, you could get, years in prison and ruin your life. It is going to be less of them that are willing to do that. Maybe some extremes that might think Trump got cheated and may act, but it ain't going to be like it was the first time. Even if Trump tried to have a large protest on, at the Capitol building on January 6th, you ain't going to have no Nancy Pelosi didn't provide the National Guard. They're going to be there this time. And yeah, them folks, they would show up. They would, maybe say, the Democrats stole the election or whatever. But a lot of them folks, like I got kids to go home to. I'm not about to get caught up in this shit. Had the feds have me on TV. My neighbors turning me in. I think this time it would be a different story because it didn't go well for them last time. First of all, there was no steal that got stopped. Trump was not put back in office. Biden served his whole term. And a lot of them went to prison. Plus or minus an Ashley Babbitt. So the outcome was not good from any of that. I don't think they'll be willing to do it as quick this time. Looking in the comments, President Kamala Harris. We'll see. They're already claiming election fraud. Yeah, claiming election fraud, but acting on it is different. They'll claim it. Yeah, they'll claim it for eternity. But I don't think they're going to act on it this time. Because Biden's the president. It's not Trump. Biden is not going to spend 4 hours doing nothing. Biden is going to have stuff in place proactively. So if they start acting a fool this time, they're going to be, aren't people talking about claiming that they've given the National Guard the ability to use lethal force on Americans? I don't know if that's true or not. But I'm just simply saying if January 6th happens again, it's not going to be a good outcome for the protesters. It won't be good at all. I see in the comments, Andy, you said that's not true about the National Guard. I don't think it's totally untrue, though. If they have a big protest in D.C. and the National Guard are called in, if you're doing something that is dangerous, they can use lethal force on you. I mean, they can't stand down if you got a gun or if you try to hurt somebody. So they've already said they're going to take the state capitol, not the federal ones. I'm assuming that won't happen in Republican states. They're not going to take the state capital of Alabama. I don't think that's going to work either, though. I mean, because certainly if they're televising their plans, states like Illinois and Michigan, where they would want to do it, I guess they might take the state capital of Georgia because Governor Kemp of Georgia is no friend of Trump's. So if all of a sudden they lose Georgia again, they may take the. But I think the governors are going to be ready for it. I mean, they're kind of advertising what they're going to do. And I agree with you, King Finn. They can try it, but it's just going to put a lot of people in prison. At the end of the day, she got 4 years, maybe 8, and we move on. It's not the end of the world. People throwing away their whole lives over a presidential contender. I mean, like I said, what happened on January 6th, some of them folks are going to likely be behind bars for the rest of Trump's life. Was it really worth that? I mean, I get that under Biden, some folks feel like they're hurting financially or too many immigrants are in the country, but has his presidency been so bad that you think trading potential 10, 15 years in federal prison was worth it? If Trump gets in office, he'll be talking about how great the country is doing and how he easily corrected what Biden did probably 6 months from now. It ain't that fucking bad if you can correct it in 6 months. In 6 months, Trump will be bragging about how great America's doing. 10 years in prison, 15, 20 years in prison for that. Anyhow, folks, can't they got arrested? I don't get what you're saying there, Donna. You're right in that. Did you see the riots in Minneapolis? Yeah, I did. After the George Floyd stuff you're talking about? Yeah, I've seen the riots in those places. I don't know what that has to do with political violence. I mean, there was riots in Minneapolis because they thought George Floyd was killed and the police did nothing about it. How does that pertain to January 6th? And by the way, Trump was president when all that stuff happened. So I don't know why you're bringing that up. Anyhow, folks, I do appreciate 74th thou. We will be here extended for tomorrow. But for tonight, I do got a day job. You know how that works. It's your boy, Tim, the Handsome Liberal. Have a good night. Same thing on YouTube. I appreciate you, folks. I will hopefully see you tomorrow.